Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 826, Box Office Champion for 3 consecutive weeks. Michael Jackson's travel permit was short-term and expired quickly. He returned to Hong Kong, satisfied with the photos Ronald had taken for him, to continue his album tour in Asia. Ronald's visa, on the other hand, was a specially issued permit, allowing him to continue traveling in China. Besides the long-standing friendly relations with China and his contributions to foreign exchange earnings, Ronald's reputation in the Chinese film industry had reached its peak. The reason was simple: his breakdancing had sparked a dance craze from south to north after its official introduction. "I don't understand why my film is so highly praised here. I didn't even expect it to be imported by you," Ronald said. He then went to Zhujiang for a small gathering with director Wong and engineer Yan. He brought some photos of engineer Yan from Stanton Community College in New York, which pleased engineer Yan greatly. After treating Diane to Zaya Long Bao and 3 yellow chicken, Ronald finally voiced his doubts to director Wong. Although he didn't receive any financial benefit from the Chinese release of breakdance, the reputation it brought him allowed him unimpeded access to any part of China. Anyone who knew he was the director of breakdance would go to great lengths to help him with procedures that were normally difficult to obtain. It's no exaggeration to say that Ronald was the most famous Hollywood director in China in 1987. Neither George Lucas, who directed Star Wars, nor Richard Donner, who directed Superman, had the same level of fame as Ronald. Moreover, because his surname was Lee, there were many increasingly outlandish rumors circulating that Ronald's ancestors were Chinese, descendants of people who migrated to America, but who, not forgetting their roots, returned to invest and start a factory. "Probably because your ancestors were Chinese," Xiao Pan, a close friend of director Wong and an actress in the Zhujiang Film Studio's acting troupe, joked with Ronald. "Ha ha ha," Ronald laughed heartily, offering no comment on the rumor. He even explained to Diane, who was happily eating her Zaya Long Bao soup dumplings, making her laugh so hard she almost spat out a broth. "Seriously, your breakdancing scene was really amazing." Popular Cinema even gave it a large picture in the center of the cover. Xiao Pan, with her Western heritage, had a high nose and deep-set eyes, yet also possessed the graceful beauty of a Chinese woman, making her very suitable as a film actress. Ronald took the latest issue of Popular Cinema magazine she handed him. The center of the cover featured a clipping of Mata, Whirlwind, and Cindy dancing in yoga clothes and leg warmers from the film Breakdancing. Next to their dance, the magazine provided a Chinese introduction to the film's plot and the popularity of breakdancing at the 1984 Olympics. At the end, the editor added a small note introducing director Ronald and mentioning some behind-the-scenes tidbits, specifically mentioning that Ronald was a friend of China and that he was moved by the women's volleyball team's performance at the 1984 Olympics, becoming a loyal fan. "Can I keep this magazine?" Ronald asked. Seeing Xiao Pan nod, he put the magazine in his bag. This film magazine, with a monthly circulation of over 2 million copies, boasts the largest circulation among similar magazines worldwide. Being featured in the centerfold edition makes it a valuable collectible. Actually, to be honest, besides the movie being good, you should also thank the dubbing studio. Without their work, this movie wouldn't have been seen by audiences nationwide, director Wong earnestly reminded Ronald. "Then I'll treat them to dinner. Can you arrange it for all my colleagues from the dubbing studio?" Ronald thought to himself that this was very true. Not only would Chinese audiences not see it, but without the dubbed version he dreamed of, audiences in other parts of the world might have seen a completely different version. At the Huabing Hotel next to the film studio, Ronald hosted a banquet for the dubbing studio employees. Everyone who participated in the dubbing of breakdance had the opportunity to dine with Ronald in a private room. 2 large round tables were filled. It was the first time these dubbing actors had been treated to dinner by the director of the film they dubbed. "If you're in Hollywood making this kind of proletarian film, won't you get targeted by capitalists?" The voice of the female lead, Lucinda Dickey, was provided by Xiao Ding, a short-haired woman. "What?" Ronald didn't understand and pretended to ask the translator. Well, actually, I didn't consider these things when I was filming. It's just a story about a street dancer in Los Angeles striving to participate in dance competitions. Actually, director Ronald didn't write the story from this angle, did he? The voice of the person acting as the agent for the three main characters was provided by Lao Tong, whose voice was quite young and had a dashing quality. Old Tong continued eating his sausage and jellyfish, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his film was able to be imported to China. But director Luo, he said, it's largely thanks to the fact that it tells the story of the poor, the exploited by the upper class. Although there are kids learning breakdancing on the streets now, the film still has many scenes depicting the plight of the poor in America. Director Luo is definitely on their side, don't you think? Director Luo, Xiaoding, with her higher level of understanding, interpreted the film as merely a vehicle for the pervasive exploitation in America. The poor didn't even have a place to sleep. Black and Latino people could only practice dancing in wooden shacks. The poor in America at least have tape recorders and can eat Kentucky Fried Chicken, Old Tong added, occasionally making a strange remark, but mostly focused on eating. Well, I just think that people in China are very talented. Those kids who breakdance on the streets would be top-notch in New York and Los Angeles, very creative. It's completely different from Japan. Ronald didn't comment further, smiling and urging everyone to eat more. Ronald understood that his film depicted the struggles of the poorest Black, Latino, and disabled people in Los Angeles as they climbed the social ladder, facing scorn from mainstream whites. This was probably the most important reason why breakdancing was chosen for screening in China. However, the film's unexpected popularity among audiences in both northern and southern China had little to do with this. It was entirely due to the explosive nature of breakdancing itself that captivated audiences. Even disco, which had been criticized in China a few years prior, was stunned speechless upon seeing this groundbreaking dance. As a result, young people across the country, in both cities and rural areas, were practicing it. Director Luo, I heard there's a sequel to Breakdance. Is it also directed by you? I see the response is good, so we might import it again, or maybe have it dubbed at our studio. The more refined speaking one was Xiao Liu, wearing a turtleneck sweater, who asked Ronald. The sequel isn't directed by me, and it doesn't have much depth. You can inquire with the American Film Institute or Canon Company. Ronald thought to himself, there are so many scenes of nurses dancing in sexy short skirts in the sequel, I guess you won't import it, just like his new film Spicy Dance, with Patrick Schwitz and Jennifer Grey, and those arousing dance and sex scenes. Ronald had originally planned to distribute it in mainland China. But after understanding the inside story of breakdance's import, he completely lost interest. How is the film market here lately? After things calmed down, Ronald had a chance to chat with director Wang about the recent state of the Chinese film market. The distribution of mainstream films is declining, almost halved from its peak. Families with some financial means are now buying televisions, which is having a significant impact on box office revenue. However, our distribution system is also reforming, and we've recently released quite a few commercial films that many viewers enjoy. America also experienced a period where television impacted film, Ronald thought to himself. It seems the Film Association's plans to make money in China will have to see which comes faster, the growth in box office revenue driven by economic development or the competition from television for market share. So, what good movies are there now? Ronald was curious about the commercialization and genre films emerging in Chinese cinema, and he wanted to see what commercial films were like. There's a new one called The Last Madness. It's really good. If you want to see it, I'll go with you. Ronald found a tour guide for Diane to visit the Bund, while he and director Wang bought 2 tickets to watch the recently released The Last Madness at the Grand Cinema. A police thriller can be made like this. After watching the film, Ronald looked utterly bewildered. Unlike the largely fixed formulaic police and gangster films of Hollywood, all the movies here possess a vibrant energy. The creators' imaginations are surprisingly imaginative, leaving Ronald speechless. Hollywood detectives, even those facing marital failures or suppression from superiors, are always portrayed as heroes. But in this film, the detectives from a northern coastal city are troubled by everyday life, appearing like ordinary people. They chase fugitives, buying their own train tickets, squeezing onto crowded trains, and arriving in a major southern city exhausted. Moreover, their journey from the north to the south, due to the vastness of the country and cultural differences, leads to numerous comical situations. Ronald felt that, much like the east and west coasts of America, The North and South here also have their share of jokes about each other's stereotypes. Regardless, portraying detectives as ordinary office workers, then showcasing their extraordinary deductive reasoning and heroic spirit in the face of criminals at crucial moments, is an unprecedented and very interesting plot arrangement. Who directed this? Who wrote the screenplay? Ronald asked director Wong. This is a new film from the Northwest Film Studio. Their director Wu is very good at giving newcomers opportunities. Director Wu? I know him. I even have his phone number, Ronald thought to himself, so it's director Wu who won a major award in Tokyo. He certainly has good taste. Upon arriving at the Huading Hotel, Ronald enjoyed the privileges of a hotel for foreign guests, including the use of a programmable telephone to make long-distance calls directly. Hello, Director Wu? This is Ronald. Director Ronald, how come the operator said you're calling from Zhujiahu? I'm right here. This is a private visit. I just watched your studio's The Last Madness. It was very interesting. Could I ask who wrote and directed it? Also, if possible, could I have a copy of the script to study? Of course. We have someone on a business trip who can bring you the script. The director is a newcomer, Josiah Aum, and the screenwriter is also a new hire, Lu Wei. Thank you. When will director Ronald come to visit? I'll arrange for you to see the Terracotta Warriors. This time is too rushed. I'll definitely go next time. The colleague from the Northwest studio who was on a business trip brought Ronald a script for The Last Madness. Ronald said he would find someone to translate it into English to share with his Hollywood colleagues. This made the colleague from the Northwest studio stand up straighter. Although he said he would find someone to translate it, Ronald actually started reading it on his flight back to Los Angeles. Speaking of which, this young screenwriter is quite talented. Although the plot was rather immature and had some minor pacing issues, the imagination and overall structure surprisingly displayed the mindset of a typical Hollywood commercial film screenwriter. Furthermore, the character of the agent broke free from the long-standing formulaic roles of Hollywood's established types, exploring a new and innovative character archetype. Ronald felt he had gained considerable inspiration from watching it. Back home in Los Angeles, Ronald spent a day adjusting to the time difference before convening a meeting with the executives of Daydream Pictures. Just as he had gone to East Asia to sell copies, Michel Canaud had taken copies to Europe to sell the film. Orders from Germany, Spain, and Italy have all exceeded the original agreements. The film's box office performance in America has truly surprised them. All the distributors who signed preliminary agreements with us have over-ordered 150% more copies. The best is West Germany. Apart from distributors in Munich, Dortmund, Bonn, and other places, West Berlin alone ordered more copies than all the other places combined. I don't know how they can handle so many copies. They truly are the showcase of the Western Bloc. Ronald smiled, while Canaud clearly didn't understand the tricks of the trade. The copies ordered in West Berlin would be smuggled through underground channels to East Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and other Eastern Bloc countries. Behind the Iron Curtain, apart from Yugoslavia, other Eastern European countries, besides the approximately 10 officially imported films each year, half of which were cheap old films from 10 years ago, basically had to purchase the latest film copies from East Berlin's underground film wholesale market and then screen them in their cinemas. In recent years, Mikhail, the General Secretary of the Soviet Union, has begun to adopt new thinking. And Hollywood film screenings are no longer as cautious as before. Many cinemas have started to semi-publicly screen unreleased films during prime time. The situation in Latin America is also very good. The purchase of copies in Brazil, Chile, and Argentina has exceeded expectations, said Dolly Bernstein, the female distribution manager and deputy to Canaud, who had just returned from Latin America. The response to Diva there was very good. Many people were very pleased that the American Connors had managed to film Latin dance so well. However, their appreciation of the film differed slightly from that of American audiences. They felt that Jennifer Grey's portrayal of Baby's dance moves were too rudimentary, preferring instead the professional duet scenes between Patrick Schwitz and Cynthia Rhodes. Latin American distributors even requested that the posters feature these two dancing figures as the main characters. They liked this type of diva woman who could dance well. We're still number one at the box office over Labor Day weekend, with cumulative box office exceeding 30 million, General Manager Eddie Cohen began, introducing the domestic box office situation. We expect to remain number one next week, until the week after next, When Michael Douglas's notorious attraction and Molly Linwood and Robert Downey Jr.'s The Pickup Artist won't pose a threat to us, Ronald looked at the box office report, very satisfied. I told you, we can make big money in this industry, ha ha ha. Whether it was the distribution manager who had just returned from Europe and South America or the general manager who was handling marketing in the country, everyone laughed happily despite their fatigue upon hearing this. Ronald was also pleased. He adjourned the meeting and gave everyone the address for the celebration party that evening. These people had been working overtime a lot recently, and Ronald had specially invited Eddie's former magazine model clients to help them relax. Eddie, stay for a moment, Ronald called to Eddie Cohen. He had something to discuss with him. How's our videotape business? The factory is producing inventory, and we can launch it all at once in December, riding the wave of the movie's popularity. Coca-Cola has decided to follow Pepsi's lead in sponsoring Top Gun, subsidizing $6 per videotape. They still need you to handle their advertising. Great. How is the factory's capacity now? Is there any spare capacity? Of course. Our orders only take up a third to half of their production capacity. If we have other orders, or new videotape business, they can double their production capacity. Actually, I think if our business can maintain uninterrupted videotape production, it would be best to acquire a videotape factory ourselves. That's why I came to you, Eddie, Ronald said in a low voice to his general manager. I went to Japan, where Diane's Ghetto Justice is still very popular. And in Hong Kong, some cinemas are still showing pirated copies of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Oh yeah, Eddie's Jewish instincts kicked in. Also, I think the two movies I found, The Ecstasy Master and Hairspray, are also very suitable for video rental stores. These kinds of movies rely heavily on dance, plot, and makeup to win over audiences, and seem more suitable for the video market than those that need to be viewed on the big screen, like Top Gun. What do you think? I think you're right. Many recent films haven't been released on video because they lack confidence in the video market. If we can mass produce and distribute videos on video at a reasonable price, the factories can continue operating, and costs can continue to decrease. And the labor costs in Hong Kong. This is our next strategic move. Don't forget those old films you made. Eddie reminded Ronald that both fast-paced Richmond High School and Comet Night were quite suitable for video release. Keep this quiet. Don't tell anyone in the industry, Ronald instructed. The video market, and its profits, are still a rapidly changing and rising market. Whether it's the big 7 or small and medium-sized film studios, they've only heard about the profits in this area. As for how to actually do it, everyone is still in the observation and trial stage. Only with a suitable distribution channel and guaranteed production capacity can they take a big slice of this big cake. Chapter 827 Purchasing the Copyright of Videotapes. Could you contact these people to schedule a time? I need to negotiate with them individually about purchasing the videotape rights to these films. Ronald called over his secretary, Ms. Chen, and asked her to call the producers of Ghetto Justice, Night of the Comet, and Breakdance. Okay, I'll handle it. Ronald, do you have a few other films with videotape rights? Should we contact them all at once? Ms. Chen was of Chinese descent and had officially joined Daydream after graduating from university, doing secretarial work for the company. The other films, the Dragon Boys series, Top Gun, and even my directorial debut, Fast-Paced Richmond High School, were all produced by the Big 7 studios, and they all had very high box office returns. Negotiating with them will be very difficult. I'll have my agent talk to them first. You just need to call the producers of these 3 smaller productions. Bang! Before Ronald could finish speaking, the office door was flung open, and a middle-aged man in a suit, carrying a leather briefcase, rushed in. Number 1, Ronald, still number 1. The soundtrack for Dirty Dancing is still number 1 on the charts this week. Jimmy Reiner, the manager in charge of Ronald Records business, had just returned from New York on Monday and rushed excitedly into Daydream Pictures' office. He pulled a photocopy from his briefcase and tossed it onto Ronald's desk. Our single beat Michael Jackson? Impossible. Ronald was astonished. He jumped up from behind his desk and picked up the letter. Dirty Dancing's 2 original singles included the theme song, My Time in My Life, a duet by Bill Medley, lead singer of the Justice Brothers, and Jennifer Warnes. It was immediately overtaken by MJ's new song upon entering the charts. A song that was dethroned by MJ's first single from his new album and stuck at number 2 was unlikely to rise to number 1 again. Could it be Patrick Schwitz's own composition and vocals, His Like the Wind? But with Schveitz's mediocre voice, it's unlikely he could surpass MJ. Ronald searched the paper for a long time, looking puzzled, checking the singles chart, the pop chart, and even the dance chart, but couldn't find the two songs from Dirty Dance at the top of any singles chart. It's not the singles chart, it's the album sales chart. Jimmy Reiner, seeing Ronald's puzzled look, realized he had misunderstood and immediately pointed to a chart near the middle. "Oh, my mistake." Ronald looked at the chart Jimmy Reiner pointed to. It was America's weekly record sales chart. Dirty Dance was ahead of MJ's new album Bad, ranking first. This chart's statistics aren't necessarily accurate, it's based on reports from major record companies and retail market sampling. Jimmy Reiner, as if realizing he had been too excited, explained the chart's origin to Ronald. "That's not important. Our sales are about to break the double platinum mark, 2 million. Ronald shook the paper, at the bottom showing sales statistics. "Whether I'm first or second, this sales figure has already exceeded my best expectations many times over." Ronald patted Jimmy Reiner and asked Miss Chen to make him a cup of the best coffee. "We were supposed to open champagne, but I'm still jet-lagged, so let's celebrate with this premium Indonesian coffee my manager gave me. Cheers." Jimmy Reiner smiled and clinked coffee glasses with Ronald. He had transitioned from a music copyright broker to Ronald's head of record sales, and the huge success of his first album was a good omen. "If the sales are great and stay #1 for the year, can I go for a Grammy?" Ronald took a sip of coffee, looking at the photocopy again and again, pondering whether he had a chance to win a Grammy. Having it in his home alongside the Oscars would be incredibly exciting. "I have to be honest with you, Ronald. Sales figures are sales figures. Awards are mainly based on the commercial success and artistic merit of a single. I remember the Grammys have an Album of the Year award, right?" Ronald rubbed his nose. "Our soundtrack only has 2 original songs, the rest are re-recordings of old tracks." Okay. Ronald raised his hands, indicating that he was indulging in unrealistic fantasies again. "As long as the sales bring us enough cash flow, I can start investing in next year's movie. That's not a big problem. RCA, like us, makes money from albums. They don't have to pay artists a larger share." Ronald nodded happily in agreement. Movie box office and video release revenue were relatively slow, but the record revenue, which he hadn't been optimistic about, became Daydream's largest source of cash income in 1987. M.R. Coleman, the first person Ronald went to negotiate the video rights with, was Tom Coleman, president of Atlantic Productions, the production company of his science fiction film Comet Night. "To be honest, I don't recommend you re-release the videotape of this movie," Tom Coleman said, his advice rather sincere, knowing Ronald's purpose. Atlantic Productions, ever since making a fortune from Ronald's Night of the Comet, had been stuck with low-budget productions. Each year, only about one film they produced and released was a lottery-winning success, the rest struggled to break even. In 1985, they produced and released Michael J. Fox's 18-Year-Old Wolf, a story about a teenage basketball team member who suddenly discovers he's transformed into a werewolf and wreaks havoc. Although overshadowed by Back to the Future, the film didn't make the top 5 that year, but its production cost of just over $1 million resulted in a commercial success of $80 million at the box office, allowing Atlantic to survive to this day and still produce about 10 films a year. This year, they have a sequel to 18-Year-Old Wolf coming out, and Ronald also heard that their distribution department was preparing to release The Good Wife, which won Best Actress at the Tokyo International Film Festival, in America. Among the smaller Hollywood studios, Atlantic was relatively healthy, and its shareholders had made a fortune from dividends. "Why do you say that?" Ronald asked, a little puzzled, wondering if they were unwilling to sell him the videotape rights. "Well, Ronald, we released the film on videotape in 1985, the year after Comet Night's release. There were 3 versions, VHS, Betamax, and analog said, barely breaking even. Just 2 years later, you want to re-release it on videotape. I know you're now a very successful commercial film director, and it's understandable that you want to reclaim the videotape rights to your past work. But this film doesn't seem well suited for videotape release, and our selling price won't be lowered. Business is business." Tom Coleman added a favorite American businessman phrase. "You're right, business is business. But I still really want to own all the films I have directed. These films are like my children. Alright, since you insist, I'll have our distribution manager talk to your people and try to get you a better price." Tom Coleman felt a bit contempt for nouveau-riche directors like Ronald. These people always think about business from an artist's perspective. They make a few good films, get some money, and start spending it recklessly. Well, he'd seen too many directors like that in the industry, rising and falling so quickly. A year or two ago they were making big-budget productions for the 7 major studios, and a year or two later they were left with no films to make. Some of them were able to swallow their pride and go back to making low-budget exploitative films to start over, while others, out of pride, simply sank into oblivion. "I'll remember your kindness." Ronald stood up and shook hands with Tom Coleman goodbye. He also felt contempt for this fool who was sitting on a gold mine but didn't know how to mine it. In the videotape market, only the VHS format was suitable for movies. Both Betamax and analog set discs can only record 1 hour of video. In an era where movies are generally 90 minutes to 2 hours long, having to get up halfway through to change the tape is incredibly frustrating. The most ridiculous thing is that Sony's beta format isn't actually incapable of recording more than 2 hours, but their engineers wanted to protect the tape's clarity and were unwilling to record movies at a lower resolution, resulting in the current situation where you have to buy 2 tapes for a movie. On the other hand, the NFL, America's most popular professional sport, has an average game length of about 4 hours. Beta format tapes, while available at lower quality, only have a total runtime of 3 hours. Meanwhile, VHS tapes, also using lower quality recording, can record up to 9 hours of television programming. It's baffling what Sony's engineers were thinking. Most American homes have TVs smaller than 21 inches. Even with higher quality, the difference wouldn't be noticeable. Besides, many people record sports games automatically because they have other commitments that day, intending to watch them the next day. The absurd decision to switch tapes at the crucial 4th segment of the recording was baffling. The VHS camp, also from Japan, had a much deeper understanding of the American market. More and more films were adopting the VHS format as the primary distribution method. The larger the volume, the lower the unit price. Combined with the difference in the number of tapes, the cost of a VHS movie tape was now almost half that of Sony's beta format. This paved the way for the price of movie VHS tapes to drop from $90 to $40. Ronald could simply abandon the expensive and low-selling beta tapes and said discs, releasing only VHS tapes, and profit from the increased sales brought by the lower price. By any calculation, he would still make a profit. The two, who had both called each other fools, signed a preliminary cooperation agreement, and Ronald bought back the rights to the VHS tapes. He could release VHS tapes of his films for the next 10 years. Tom Coleman of Atlantic Cinema received a royalty payment, meaning he wouldn't be involved in the revenue sharing for the next 10 years of the videotapes. Whether Ronald made a profit or a loss, he was guaranteed a steady royalty payment. Breakdance is Cannonball's most profitable film to date. We can't possibly sell the videotape rights to Ronald for such a low price. Now, the head of Cannonball is Minahan's brother, Joran Gobris. He frowned and rejected Ronald's proposal after seeing it brought by Minahan. How could you say that? Back then, the two of us were homeless on the streets of New York, almost broken about to go back to Israel. If it weren't for Ronald making this breakdance, which brought us back from the brink of collapse, and then securing funding, acquiring theaters in France and Britain, and making a splash at Cannes, none of that would have been possible. Minahan's neck thickened even more, and he slammed his fist on the table at his cousin. The cheap plywood disc banged loudly as he slammed it down, as if it were about to fall apart. Minahan, our cash flow is in serious trouble right now. You've greenlit too many projects. We made over 40 movies last year, and even Superman 4, which desperately needed investment, failed because of these extra projects and didn't get enough post-production funding. What we need now is more money and fewer high-quality projects. Joran adjusted his glasses. Superman 4, the last big-budget production Minahan was in charge of, had also failed miserably due to insufficient funds for post-production special effects. Superman's fight scenes were worse than in the first Superman movie 10 years ago. Lacking funds, Superman and the villain Adam's flight looked like paper cutouts, obviously fake. Because of this public failure, Minahan's production rights were revoked by his German joint venture partner, EMI. The man who used to always follow Minahan around, now, thanks to his excellent negotiation skills, had gained EMI's favor and had taken over all decision-making power regarding the canon. A masterpiece, a masterpiece. Nobody knows if it's a masterpiece until the box office results are in, Minahan retorted without backing down. Think about it, Joram. What we need now is to collaborate with top talent like Ronald. Whatever he wants to film, we'll invest in. As long as he's willing to direct, or sees potential in a project, we'll use our overseas distribution capabilities to work with him. This is the right strategy to pull Cannonball out of the mire. Minahan had been doing nothing lately, watching all the films Cannonball had made since he acquired it repeatedly. He finally understood that in Hollywood, to make money, you have to find capable people to collaborate with. His own vision was outdated. Taking advantage of Cannonball's current distribution capabilities in Europe and Britain compared to the Big Seven, collaborating more was the right approach. Now I'm the one making the decisions, Minahan. Yoram pushed up his glasses. This cousin of his was truly lacking in business acumen. He didn't understand many things. Videotapes would become Hollywood's next big money maker. It was best to keep such a cash cow in hand. You're making me break my promise to Ronald, Minahan roared, slamming his fist on the table before storming off. Crack, he'd hit the plywood too hard, splitting the smooth surface in two. Rosa, order me a new desk, Yoram said, touching the crack and calling his secretary. He decided to just get a new desk. Ronald, I'm so sorry. I didn't keep my promise. Yoram, now that he has the German backing him, is becoming increasingly disobedient. I really don't know how he's turned out this way. Our success back then was all thanks to your low budget, less than $1 million production. Breakdance Minahan, having failed to fulfill Ronald's request, returned to apologize. It's alright, Minahan. I understand his decision. Business is business. If it doesn't work this time, I'll ask him again next time, Ronald reassured Minahan. This tough Israeli man is gradually losing control of the company he founded. For a film enthusiast with an artistic temperament that outweighs his business acumen, losing the power to make movies is truly a tragedy. Moreover, Yoram is currently in a high position. Unlike Minahan, he doesn't have the mindset or time to reflect on the gains and losses of the past few years. Perhaps in his eyes, breakdancing is still his achievement. I'm sorry, Ronald. But I won't let this go. Sooner or later, I'll return the breakdancing videotape rights to you in their entirety. Hey, we brothers don't need to talk about that. Let me tell you something funny. In China, everyone's breakdancing now. You know, their initial reason for importing this movie was because they thought it reflected racial discrimination and class disparity in America. Ha ha ha, they really think that? Minahan quickly forgot his unpleasantness with his cousin when he brought up the movie. Absolutely. Let me tell you, the Chinese are very meticulous. They even found suitable people to voice each character. Lucinda Ditch's lip movements can all be matched with the Chinese. Look at their version, it's like Lucinda is speaking Chinese. That's really interesting. I've never seen another country do such meticulous work with dubbing. Those idiots in the Soviet Union just had one person read the narration and that was it. The Russian narration and the original English audio make my head spin. Lucinda has been making movies for Cannonball, right? Ronald also began to recall the past. Back then, Minahan seemed to have promised Lucinda Ditch to be the leading lady in Cannonball. Sigh, she found a businessman boyfriend and got married. That's how it is for actresses, their prime time is short. They find love, then marriage, then children, and if they were unlucky, they get divorced. That's their life. Tisk. Ronald recalled the time on the Los Angeles beach, filming a street dance scene with Rodriguez, a disabled man nicknamed Hand Man, and then being received by the president and his wife for an award ceremony. Things had changed. Next year, the president's 2 terms were almost over. Finally, there was Diane Lane's Ghetto Justice, a film that had been a huge hit in East Asia. The Japanese had always loved it, and the theme song was constantly being requested on the radio. Ronald finally contacted the film's producer, Joel Silver, through his agent. Ronald, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. My heart skipped a beat when your agent, Nisida, called me. Of the 3 film producers, this guy with a big head and thick neck was the most successful. He was in his Beverly Hills mansion, embracing a blonde woman, downing a bottle of Bordeaux wine in one gulp. I'm here to buy the rights to the Ghetto Justice videotape. I really liked Diane's look in that movie and wanted to buy it as a gift for her. Ronald knew these producers were shrewd, so he got straight to the point. That's a small matter, a small matter. I'll sell it to you without any problem. Joel Silver was smug. After filming Ghetto Justice, he had been struggling for several years. It wasn't until last year that he found Mel Gibson to play a Vietnam War veteran and retired agent, a neurotic detective. Together with his partner, a black detective, they solved a tricky case. The combination of a hot action star and a comedic partner had been a winning formula this year. His film Lethal Weapon also put him back in the ranks of Hollywood's top producers. He had just finished filming Lethal Weapon, a film about a neurotic Vietnam War veteran. The film tells the story of a detective and his partner, a black man with comedic talent. Produced by Silver's own company, this crime thriller was a box office success, raking in over $60 million in America and over $100 million worldwide. Joel Silver, as the company's boss, had shaken off the bad luck brought on by ghetto justice and was now back to his old self, living the typical life of a successful producer, with parties galore. "Thanks, you're the most straightforward producer I've ever met," Ronald said, hugging Joel Silver. "Hey Ronald, I'm currently working on another crime film. Would you be interested in directing it, a crime film? I think that old-fashioned hero-beater formula is getting outdated. Besides, I've never directed a crime film before." Ronald recalled the last madness he had seen in China. It seemed that the tastes of audiences worldwide were shifting. "Oh, great minds think alike. I also think we should add some comedic elements. As for whether you've ever made a police thriller before, that's not a problem for you. You haven't made an air combat movie or a musical before, have you?" Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter. It seemed the other's thinking was still stuck on the action comedy formula, but Ronald had a different idea. Chapter 828. Even big-budget productions don't have anyone wanting to play the lead role? So what exactly is the script? Ronald asked Joel Silver. It's an adaptation of the novel Nothing Lasts Forever. The author, Rodriguez Thorpe, was a real New York detective. His novels are rich in detail and very popular. They were adapted into a Hollywood film in the 1970s. Frank Sinatra starred in it. Joel Silver winked at the blonde woman in his arms, who obediently stood up and left, leaving the study to him and Ronald. Then Silver searched the bookshelf and found a paperback copy of the very first edition of Nothing Lasts Forever, handing it to Ronald. "You made a deep impression on me back when we were filming Ghetto Justice. I wish I had cast you as director then." Joel Silver brought up the past. Back then, he and director Walter Hill, in order to cut costs on the budget, recreated scenes that could have been filmed on location in a studio. In a Los Angeles studio, they rebuilt a Chicago subway station and the city's nightscape. They hired the best lighting technician, the best costume designer, and the best composer, but forgot to hire the best director. Walter Hill's creative taste couldn't keep up with the new generation of audiences, resulting in a box office flop and his ruthless abandonment. Some of Ronald's ideas back then had a deep impression on Joel Silver. In the years following the film's failure, Silver sometimes thought late at night that if he had cast Ronald as director, perhaps he would have continued to be successful. Ronald took the novel, flipped through it casually. It was a typical paperback detective novel, with an elderly detective-looking man on the cover against a skyscraper backdrop. "Take a look. If you're interested, call me anytime. I'm open to it. I've been busy with this project all year," Silver said with a warm smile, adopting a honest and simple demeanor. "Busy all year? What about your script?" Ronald glanced at the synopsis. It was about a retired detective named Joel Leland who, while visiting his daughter in New York for Christmas, was kidnapped by a group of German terrorists who took his daughter, grandson, and granddaughter hostage. "The script is still being written." "Wow," Ronald exclaimed, unsure whether he was surprised by the other's patience and dedication to crafting a compelling script, or by how producers always seem to have nothing to offer yet still dare to persuade others to join. "Who's your bank collateral?" "Sinatra would be suitable. He's probably 70 this year, right? He'd be perfect for a retired old man." Ronald was using producer jargon. Getting a film approved, securing a distribution contract, and then raising funds is a chicken and egg problem. In Hollywood, everyone likes to join projects where other well-known industry figures are already involved. If a big star has already agreed to participate, everything else falls into place. Unless, like Ronald, they're making the film with their own money. The starting point for a medium-sized or larger Hollywood project is to secure one of the following: distribution, director, or star. Then, using the secured personnel and resources, you persuade others to participate. In terms of difficulty, banks have no idea what projects will be successful, so starting with stars is the easiest. Once a star agrees to act, the rest becomes an order of magnitude easier. This is one reason why Hollywood stars are so sought after and can practically do whatever they want. Because stars have such a significant impact. Banks essentially consider their participation as collateral for the project, hence, the industry often refers to stars as bank collateral. Sinatra is over 70, and emphysema makes it difficult for him to even perform in Las Vegas. I don't think he can handle the strenuous physical labor of filmmaking. So who did you find? Ronald continued to ask. Whoever you want to work with, we'll find them. Stallone, Schwarzenegger, Clint Eastwood. Upon hearing these names, Ronald shook his head inwardly. Joel Silver probably didn't know his history with Stallone, and Stallone and Eastwood were both narcissistic and didn't get along well with him. Only Schwarzenegger was someone he could get along with. Wait a minute, Ronald was still wondering what project Schwarzenegger was currently filming and whether he would be suitable to act in it, when suddenly he realized he had almost been tricked by Silver. You sob, you haven't even managed to get a single star? You want me to be your bank collateral, right? Ha ha ha. Joel Silver showed no shame at being exposed, but instead laughed heartily. You should be proud, Ronald. Now you can be like those big stars, used as a box office guarantee by the sobs on Wall Street. So you, this sob, are just using my name to scam those sobs on Wall Street. Ronald laughed too. Silver was truly a clever fellow. Honestly, being a producer requires this kind of shamelessness, this talent to test the waters. To be honest, I really want to work with you. Silver's smile faded, and he looked quite sincere again. I have a good relationship with 20th Century Fox. If you can agree to the director's request, I can negotiate some good terms with them. I also have a good relationship with their vice president, Joseph Farrow. I can get what you're talking about myself. Ronald didn't hide anything. His relationships with the CEOs of the major studios were all decent. Farrow of Fox, who worked with him on productions, had been quite smug, effectively ripping off Fox of money and resources. Can you negotiate a share of the box office revenue? Silver lowered his voice. You can get it. Ronald, seeing that he seemed capable, became interested. Pretty much. Fox's finances aren't doing too well right now. Their building is only half finished, the upper floors aren't even finished, and they've already moved in their legal and finance departments. We can take advantage of this time to negotiate some terms with them. We can definitely make a fortune. Besides, your old friend Farrow's influence at Fox has diminished. The new president is Leonard Goldberg from ABC, whom we've known for a long time. In that case, it's worth considering. Ronald thought of his two friends from Japan wanting to invest in Hollywood. Fox is short of money, so it might be a good opportunity. That's right. Silver picked up the novel from the table again and placed it in Ronald's hands. Take a good look. Even if you don't direct, I welcome your company to invest in this film. Ronald put the novel away, already planning to take some time to read it and see if he could fit some positive Japanese characters into it. Anyway, as long as positive characters appeared in the film, the two pro-American entertainment bosses from Japan would be willing to invest. Joel, can you be honest with me? Who's your ideal candidate for the lead role? Who have you contacted? Who turned it down, and who agreed to consider it? It'll save me from having to ask those who rejected it later if I become interested. Fair. Silver raised his hands in surrender. Eastwood and Stallone both declined. We're looking for a lead actor with action skills and a good sense of humor. We're currently in talks with Schwarzenegger, who seems the most likely candidate. Sounds a bit hopeless. Ronald noticed he'd crossed out two more names from the list. Well, you'll understand if you make a few more movies. Not all projects from the Big Seven studios attract star contenders. Joel Silver pulled out a sketch and handed it to Ronald. It was a sketch of the male lead, muscular and smiling. He needs talent in both action and comedy. Those two conditions don't seem very compatible, unless we find a black star like Eddie Murphy. HMPH, I get it. Ronald glanced at the sketch. Below it was a list of many other stars. The left column features action stars, including Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Clint Eastwood, people capable of filming action scenes, but whose comedic talent hasn't been proven yet. The right column includes actors with acting skills, such as Harrison Ford, Paul Newman, and Al Pacino, but their action scene filming abilities are slightly less impressive. I'll take this novel and have a look. I can't promise anything, Ronald said, patting the thick paperback novel and preparing to leave. Of course, but I think you'll like the novel and the project, Joel Silver predicted. By the way, you said the screenwriter is still writing the script. Is there enough time? When will Fox greenlight it, and what's the release date? It was confirmed at this year's Las Vegas trade show, next summer. Don't worry, the screenwriter I found is paying off his mortgage. His previous script was dropped by Columbia, and now Disney is giving him odd jobs that aren't enough to make ends meet. I've paid him a high salary, he can work 18 hours a day, you damn sob, 18 hours a day? Joel, don't push yourself too hard. The Writers Guild is really unhappy with the VHS revenue sharing. They've been sending letters to me, a member, encouraging everyone to refuse long hours. Yeah, you're still a member of the producers union, you're on our side. Joel Silver laughed and saw Ronald out. Having finalized the VHS rights for several films in pre-production, Ronald planned to go to the East Coast again with Michelle Cannell to finalize the business for the VHS factory in New Jersey. Ever since Ronald took a long-haul private jet flight, he felt that private jets were much better than first class on commercial flights. He knew many bigwigs who owned private jets and had obtained contact information for private jet leasing companies through brokers. He connected with them. Los Angeles and New York is the busiest business route in America, with many daily commuter flights. Ronald only needed to inform them in advance to find affordable private jet leasing segments. Many CEOs of listed companies, or wealthy individuals who lease private jets, don't actually return immediately after flying to their destination. At this time, private jet companies need to reschedule their aircraft, and picking up one or two passengers along can result in a significant discount. However, the timing is uncertain, and there's a waiting period. This time, Ronald was put on the waiting list by the private jet company, with a scheduled flight to New York not appearing for about 24 hours. Ronnie, where are you? New York or Los Angeles? Ronald, who was about to stay home and read a novel, received a call from Kelly McGillis. I'm in Los Angeles, might go to New York anytime. What's up? It's great that you're in Los Angeles. I need to talk to you. Are you still at the usual place? Yes, come on over. Ronald put away his novel. What did McGillis want to talk to him about? Could it be that, the one they talked about last time? Just as he was wondering who McGillis' girlfriend might be, Kelly arrived as fast as she could and knocked on Ronald's door. Ronald, please help me. I've called almost everyone I know these past 2 days. McGillis came in very anxiously. What is it? Ronald helped McGillis take off his shirt and hang it on the coat rack. He looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone else. Paramount can't find a suitable actress for the victim in the Rape of Pear Blossom assault case. They still want me to play the victim and find someone else for the lawyer role. Oh, how could that be? Ronald took a list from McGillis's bag. It listed many of Shirley Lansing's proposed actresses for the lead role. Ronald knew that McGillis really wanted to play the lawyer role, hoping to use the film to awaken the unfriendly social atmosphere in America towards female victims. She wanted to use the film to show that the real moral condemnation should be directed at the criminals, not the sexy female victims. Moreover, she herself had suffered from similar experiences, and making this film might be a good release for her inner turmoil. But you can't convince any of the actresses on this list? Yet I can. Ronald was a little surprised that McGillis had come to him for help. Kim Basinger, Demi Moore, Jennifer Beals, Michelle Pfeiffer, Meg Tilly. Ronald glanced at the list. Except for Basinger, all the others were actresses he had a history with. Especially the last two names. He suspected that this list was aimed at him. Who compiled this list? Ronald didn't show his emotions. Instead, he calmed his voice, straightened the list, and spread it out on the table. It was Shirley Lansing who drafted it. She approached everyone on the list, and they all refused. She seems to be certain I want to be in this movie, so she sent me to beg you. Kelly McGillis looked at Ronald with her large eyes, blinking a few times. Those eyes held the sincerity and longing of an actor. Ronald sensed from McGillis's eyes that she wasn't the one intentionally exploiting his past. Then Lansing, who came up with the idea, was highly suspicious. What was she trying to do? Did she think he was still the junior screenwriter? Ronald reached out and slowly flattened the paper on the table, pressing it down firmly, each press smoothing the unevenness caused by the creases, as if smoothing out the memories surging up from the list. I don't have the ability to persuade them. There must be a reason why Lansing and Paramount both declined the role, Ronald said slowly. Sigh. I know, McGillis sighed. That's what I thought too. This isn't something a director can convince someone to do, and it has nothing to do with salary. It's about a star choosing their career path. McGillis seemed deflated, collapsing onto Ronald's lap and covering her face with her hands. I only came to you because I had no other choice. Ms. Lansing said you might be able to persuade one of them. She said your films portray women beautifully, and your words carry weight. I'm sorry, I really want to be in this movie." Sure enough, it was Lansing who was behind it. Ronald chuckled. "Then just stick to playing the lawyer, okay? Don't touch the victim role." "Thank you." McGillis gave Ronald a light kiss on the lips. "But there are too many people who can play the lawyer role. Lansing is still in contact with Jane Fonda and Mel Streep. If she doesn't find a suitable actress for the victim role, she'll ask me to play it and give the lawyer role to those two. That Lansing is too cunning." Ronald was suddenly furious and slammed his teacup on the table. "This old woman is too shrewd. McGillis made Top Gun, and now is the perfect time for Bex to guarantee box office success. Her interest in the prosecutor role in the film was too obvious, allowing Shirley Lansing to exploit the situation. As long as McGillis plays the victim, and with a large bank guarantee, financing and distribution won't be a problem." "And where did she dig up all that about my past? Especially the last one, Meg Tilly, now a producer with some influence in Hollywood, Tim Kinnaman's wife, having her ex-boyfriend contact a married woman? She definitely has ulterior motives." "Fine, I know you're in a difficult position. If it really doesn't work out, I won't act. I guess their filming plans will have to be shelved." "We'll talk about it later," McGillis said readily, smoothing her hair. "That's none of your business," Ronald said, shaking his hand and wiping the water splashed on his hands with a handkerchief. "If you don't mind, let me ask." Ronald still had a question he hadn't figured out. "I understand you don't want to play the victim, but why don't these actresses want to either?" "Well, Lansing had the script revised, adding a scene of the crime's recollection at the beginning, which is why I can't accept this role." Kelly McGillis got up, took a script from her bag, and handed it to Ronald. "Oh, SHXT." Ronald flipped through the first few scenes and couldn't help but curse. Several scenes of the female lead being forced onto pinball machines by criminals in a bar and repeatedly assaulted. They've written them all? Preparing an R rating? For the market. Ronald closed the script and threw it on the sofa. "Yet, this kind of subject matter never really has a big market." McGillis's face also showed pain. "Originally, a film that exposed the darkness of society and promoted justice had to compromise with commercial interests for box office, adding scenes of victims to attract male audiences. I've never felt so strongly about the irrationality of the commercial logic in filmmaking." Ronald felt that McGillis's experiences reflected some of the negative aspects of the commercial world. Everything is measured by box office numbers, and sometimes that comes at a price. "You really want to act in this movie?" Ronald admired McGillis and hoped she could achieve her goal. "I do, but not that much. You don't have to do things you don't want to do because of me." McGillis gently embraced Ronald. In Hollywood, it was rare to find a director who could hear what the actors were saying. "I'll ask when I go to New York. But don't get your hopes up." Ronald picked up the list she'd brought again. Besides the sexy actresses he recognized, there were two names he hadn't heard of. If a phone call from him could get them to agree to play victims for fame, it would be a fair trade. Rosanna Arquette, Kristen Davis, who are they? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 829 The Hot Dance is Ronald's Guarantee of Reputation. "Hi, Ronnie. How was the trip?" Helen Slater drove over 2 hours from her mother's house on Long Island to Tetborough Airport, the closest business jet to Manhattan, to pick up Ronald. It was great. The business jet flew to the airport in New Jersey, which is very close to Manhattan, and the noise on the plane was very low. "I finished reading a novel." Ronald waved a book Nothing Lasts Forever in his hand to Helen, and hugged her with a smile. "It would have been better if you had landed at JFK Airport, which is very close to Long Island. My little car had a lot of trouble getting here, it almost stalled on the way." Helen offered to help Ronald put his suitcase in the trunk of her car before driving him to the hotel herself. Business jets park at commercial airports, the parking fees are too expensive, Ronald thought to himself. "I'm not your father, Gerald, with PBS paying for it, Miss Slater. I've arranged a car for Ronald. You can give me the keys, and I'll have someone drive it back to your house or hotel tomorrow." Bud, who had come on the same flight as Ronald, said to Helen with a smile. He took the car keys from Helen and sealed them in an envelope. "Oh, But, you've been a great help. I was worried about what would happen if the car broke down on the way back, Helen said happily. A black Lincoln pulled up in front of them, and a driver got out to help Ronald with his luggage. You can go back to Staten Island for a few days. We'll take you with us when we go back, Ronald said with a smile, waving to Bud, and then got into the Lincoln with Helen. Bye. Bud. Helen was friendly to everyone. You came back this time, what have you been doing lately? The two people in the back seat spoke to each other simultaneously. You go first, Ronald smiled, shaking Helen's hand. I came back this time because of the videotape factory, and also to look for the next project. Besides, I have a small task, helping Paramount cast the lead actress for their new film. Why? Do you want to direct? No, they said the female characters I portray are distinctive, and they trust my judgment. Ronald explained the casting process for The Rape of Pear Blossom. This role sounds interesting, Helen Slater, hearing it was a film advocating for women's rights, began to subtly inquire. The script is in my briefcase, Ronald smiled, pulling out the script and handing it to Helen. What have you been busy with in New York lately? Well, Helen, Hunter, and I have been busy with a drama club. The film project needs more time. This is a victim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 90. Helen turned on the reading light in the back seat and eagerly began reading the script, but she quickly lost interest. The script contained flashbacks and memories of the crime scene, totaling more than a dozen scenes. This film was aiming for an R rating, mainly because of these scenes. If all of them were filmed, it would take 5 minutes. Helen wasn't opposed to some nudity, but such a heavy-handed performance would be a psychological hurdle for any actress. If you were the director, I could act in it, but why? Ronald was quite pleased to hear Helen say that. Putting aside Helen's acting skills, she actually wasn't quite capable of carrying the role in this film. Moreover, even if Ronald were the director, having her act alongside McGillis was too. You're a very good director to actors. We actresses don't have to worry about being deceived by the director or having our scenes cut haphazardly. Ronald and Helen exchanged a knowing smile. What she described wasn't uncommon in Hollywood. Many directors tricked actresses into filming explicit scenes, like Phoebe Cates, whom Ronald had previously worked with on Fast and Furious. In her debut film, she was coerced and lured by the director and producers into performing many scenes that wouldn't make the final cut, which were ultimately included in the final print, making it look like an X-rated film. In contrast, the nude scenes in Ronald's Fast and Furious were Phoebe's own choice, and the final shots didn't involve excessive sexuality. Everything remained within the scope of the plot. After the performance, Phoebe Cates received critical acclaim and audience praise, and even won an award. She was the female lead in 2 of Spielberg's films. So, filming nude scenes is a daily occurrence for actresses in Hollywood. Having a trustworthy director is one of the biggest reasons an actress would agree to a role. The Lincoln drove into the Essex Hotel, adjacent to Central Park in Manhattan. It was a very old hotel, specially chosen by Ronald's agent, frequented by business people and devoid of entertainment reporters. Ronald and Helen entered the hotel. The receptionist professionally checked Ronald in using a pseudonym, and a concierge in a tuxedo escorted them to their penthouse suite with their luggage. How's your new movie going? Any difficulties? Ronald hugged and kissed Helen as soon as he entered. Helen had been trying to produce her own films recently and hadn't taken on any new scripts. I've tried it myself and know how difficult it is to secure funding for a film. I admire you even more now. It seems like everyone's vying to make a movie with you. Helen wrapped her arms around Ronald's neck. During the meetings with several investors arranged by her father, Gerald, they all hinted or explicitly stated that if Helen could get Ronald involved, money wouldn't be a problem. But I want to handle all the issues surrounding a film myself, so I don't want your help with this. With a father who had significant connections in the television industry, Helen wasn't incapable of producing her own film. However, without Ronald's involvement, she would have to engage in numerous discussions and negotiations with investors, whose trust in a moderately famous actress was limited. If, and I mean if, you need any help, don't forget to call me. Ronald knew Helen Slater had her own opinions about the film, and persuasion was counterproductive. Reality would teach her a lesson. I won't forget. Helen smiled and kissed Ronald, finding it quite pleasant. By the way, do you think Helen, Hunter, has a chance of getting the role? She doesn't have many acting opportunities right now. After their joyful reunion, the two felt some relief from their longing. Helen suddenly remembered the lead actress in The Rape of Pear Blossom and began to think of her best friend. Of course, but I'm worried. Ronald ruffled Helen's blonde hair. Helen's point of view was indeed quite representative. Any actress with a promising future wouldn't be willing to take on such a role. I'll ask her when you're free. I have to go to the videotape factory tomorrow morning to handle my film's videotape production contract. The day after tomorrow. If she's interested, we can talk. Great. How about we go see Broadway tomorrow night? Great. What new plays are there? There are lots of good ones, just trust me. Helen was very familiar with the new Broadway shows, and she was quite well connected with the actors on stage. Her acting troupe also frequently attended performances by top-tier theater companies like Shakespeare. I'll do whatever you say. Ronald's hand began to wander over Helen's waist again. You're so amazing. After this, Helen felt completely relaxed. Ronald was still as infatuated with her body as ever. The distance between them hadn't caused any estrangement. They still needed each other as much when they met. Which actress did you come to see this time? Lying in Ronald's arms, confirming their feelings once more, Helen wasn't so cautious anymore and directly asked the question she wanted to ask. Rosanna Arquette. She acted in movies with Madonna before. And another one named Christine Davis. Rosanna. Helen smiled. What? You know her? Her mother is Jewish. You know her and her sister. Want me to call them for you? Alright, I'll have Richard arrange a meeting with them. If you could speak to them privately, they might be able to tell the truth. Okay. Helen got out of bed and dialed Rosanna Arquette's number. Hey, Rosanna, this is Helen. I heard you're auditioning for the lead role in Paramount's new film? Who told me? It's Ronald. He wants to meet with you to chat, and I just happened to mention our relationship. He's right next to me. Do you want to? Hey, Rosanna, this is Ronald. Ronald picked up the phone Helen handed him. Okay, let's meet and talk. You can say whatever you want. You know this Christine Davis too. Ronald looked at Helen. The name sounds familiar. Maybe it's a newcomer in the troupe? Let me ask around for you. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. I have to go to the VCR factory tomorrow. Great, Michelle, our videotape production has started, and I'm very satisfied with the packaging, printing, and quality of the videotapes. Early the next morning, Ronald arrived at the videotape factory in New Jersey. His distribution manager, Michelle Canold, was already waiting for him there. This used to be the videotape production base of Weston Pictures, where he had worked. Recently, Weston entered the theatrical market, freeing up a lot of capacity in the factory. With their profits this time, acquiring this medium-sized videotape factory shouldn't be a problem. For videotapes, the most important thing in cost control is to keep the production line running. If we can operate at full capacity, costs can be reduced by more than 15%. In that case, we need a lot of videotape content, and we also need to understand which movies sell better in video rental stores. Ronald had the idea of owning his own factory, but the success of his Spicy Dance was a one-off event. What kind of content would he use to maintain full capacity afterward? The videotape market is expanding year by year, with global annual sales of VCRs now exceeding 10 million units. The accompanying videotape industry is also experiencing rapid growth. In America, videotape production companies are springing up like corn stalks. In such a crowded market, securing access to high-selling films can be a shortcut to success. I think we can look for films from about 3 sources, said Michelle Canold, whose main business at Weston is direct-to-video release films. He's more familiar with this area than theatrical releases. One source is films that Daydream produces specifically for the videotape market. Since they're not shown in theaters, we can use low-cost equipment and scripts, and as long as the genre is right, they'll sell very well. Ronald nodded. He'd been checking out video rental stores these past few days. Many viewers were looking to spend weekends with family and friends, so horror and comedy films were selling well, regardless of quality. The second source is cult films with a fan base. These fans like films with a narrow audience, but they are very loyal. As long as they can be released on videotape, they will spontaneously flock to them, like the Rocky Horror Show. Ronald recalled the play within a play scene from Fame. Indeed, cult classics that can be watched repeatedly for years in midnight screenings don't need much promotion. Fans will buy them on their own. Like the Rocky Horror Show, Michelle Canold was very familiar with the film and had seen it in theaters. The third source is some box office hits like Sleeping Beauty. Many viewers missed the original version due to scheduling conflicts and promotion. Now that they can be seen on videotape, spending $3 to catch up or rewatch is a good deal. Great. You make a proposal, and once our sexy dance videotape goes on sale, we'll start preparing this business line, Michelle Canold agreed with a smile. He had some old connections at Weston, and acquiring an idle production line at Weston was just the right price. As long as he could find suitable film sources, this would become a stable source of profit and power for him at Daydream Pictures. Canold was full of confidence and prepared to make a big splash, while Ronald drove back to Manhattan. His agent, Richard, had arrived earlier and contacted Kristen Davis to discuss The Rape of Pear Blossom with Ronald. Director Ronald, may I ask if you will direct this film? Kristen Davis was an actress in her early 20s with little real film experience. However, she was a Rutgers University graduate, and after reading part of the script, her background analysis of the female lead was quite insightful in Ronald's opinion. In addition, her appearance was very good and suitable for film and television production. For The Rape of Pear Blossom, using a newcomer would be a good choice. No, I'm just helping Paramount talk to you. You know, this lead role needs a special actress, and we've run into some difficulties. If you'd like, I'm afraid I can't. If you were directing, I think any actress would jump on the bandwagon without hesitation. But, okay, I understand. Good luck. Kristen Davis comes from a wealthy family, her stepfather is a university professor. And during their conversation, Ronald also learned that after graduating from university, she owned her own yoga studio in New York and earned a good income, far beyond what typical high school graduates working part-time as waitresses could achieve. Another candidate, Rosanna Arquette, was similar. She wouldn't take the role unless Ronald was directing. Spicy Dance was Ronald's guarantee of success among all Hollywood actresses. Even a small production like this had 100 reasons to have female actors perform revealing scenes to attract audiences. However, the actresses in Spicy Dance, Jennifer Grey and Cynthia Rhodes, were well protected by Ronald. There were only beautiful love scenes. No explicit sex scenes. Now, both actresses have seen their value rise and are constantly receiving film offers. Hollywood actresses all felt like they'd won the lottery. This film delivered a beautiful storyline that audiences loved, developed compelling characters, and gained a fan base, all without any explicit scenes. The target audience was primarily housewives and working women. There weren't many middle-aged men who specifically went to see the film for the actresses' revealing scenes. Furthermore, Ronald's generous bonuses for the actors and crew were widely known in the industry. For actresses, such a lucrative opportunity would be worth paying out of pocket. But if it weren't for Ronald directing and producing, well, aren't there already too many similar stories in Hollywood? Being tricked into filming revealing scenes is considered relatively good. Many actresses have lost both their money and their careers. Sorry, Kelly. I've spoken to both of them, and they're both unwilling. I'll be meeting with an actress who plays Helen Hunt in the next couple of days. She's supposedly quite talented, from the Broadway Actors Company in New York. Don't be too discouraged. Things can always change. Ronald called Kelly McGillis to report on the progress of contacting the actress candidates. Her disappointment was still evident on the phone, but McGillis understood that Ronald didn't want to direct this kind of film. Helen, the Lincoln limousine arrived again near Helen's father's house in Central Park. Ronald and Helen Slater had arranged to go to Broadway to see a new play performed by the Royal Shakespeare Company. Next to Helen Slater was her best friend, Helen Hunt. You two talk first, Slater said, indicating that the meeting place was a cafe and she wanted Ronald and Hunt to discuss the film first. How did it go? After less than 10 minutes of conversation, Ronald came over and led Slater away. They were heading to the renowned Music Box Theater at the intersection of Broadway and 45th Street. The same old thing. Ronald was already disheartened. No rational actress would agree to this kind of movie plot. Let's go see a play first, Helen Slater said, not exactly disappointed that Ronald hadn't reached an agreement with Hunter. Seeing Ronald's somewhat dejected look, she quickly introduced a new play she had chosen. Wait a minute, the gift I arranged should be here. Ronald pulled Helen Slater aside and smiled at Hunter, who was also going to the play. What gift? Is it for me? Slater smiled happily. It wasn't an anniversary, yet Ronald still remembered to give a gift. Richard. Ronald saw a BMW pull up, and his agent, Richard, got out. He quickly went to greet him. The keys and documents are in the trunk in front of the passenger seat. Thank you. Ronald patted Richard on the shoulder, thanking him for the arrangements. Oh, is this your gift? Hunter walked over, circled the red BMW, and his gaze towards Slater changed. Yes, Helen picked me up from the airport yesterday, and the car almost broke down on the highway. I thought it was safer to get a new car. Ronald took Helen Slater's hand, handed her the keys, and helped her into the driver's seat. Vroom. Helen started the engine, and it emitted a soft, steady roar. Then, Helen gently shifted gears, and the car started smoothly. Great, the documents and insurance are all here. You can go and take care of the formalities. Ronald opened the glove compartment and checked that the documents were all in order. Hold on tight. Helen stepped on the gas, and the car sped off. Oh, be careful. Ronald was startled by the pressure from the backrest. Haha, I'm a New York girl, we all drive like this. Helen twirled the steering wheel cheerfully. In New York, where everyone is scrambling for traffic lights and parking spaces, having a German import like this was definitely an advantage. We're here. Helen slammed on the brakes, and the car pulled right into a precious parking spot on Broadway. Look, this is the play, Slater said to Ronald as the three got out of the car, pointing to a large poster at the theater entrance. It featured a man and three women, four people dressed in ancient aristocratic costumes and wearing wigs. What's this about? Ronald hadn't expected Helen to bring him to a period play. This is a play written by Christopher Hampton, adapted from a 1782 Spanish novel. It was a huge success after its West End run, winning the Laurence Olivier Award for Best New Play. The Broadway cast is the same one, Helen explained, rattling off the details of the play. Ronald, hearing it was a Spanish production, was somewhat skeptical. He'd seen few Spanish films with a strong theatrical tradition. He was worried about falling asleep during a postmodern play like those at Cannes. What's the plot? He asked quickly. It's about a Don Juan-esque playboy, the Earl of Valmont, who, under the arrangement of the Marquise de Mates, seduces the fiancée of the Earl of Bastard, who abandoned her lover, to ruin her reputation as revenge for not marrying him. Sounds good, very much in line with the unities of drama. Hearing about the intrigue and love triangle, Ronald wasn't too worried about finding it boring. By the way, what's the name of this play? Les Liaisons Dangereuses, Helen said in French. What? Ronald felt his knowledge being challenged again. It means dangerous relationships, Helen realized and quickly explained in English. Let's go in, it's about to start. Chapter 830 Broadway Wholesale Movie Stars? Dangerous Liaisons is a play adapted from a French novel, produced by the long-established Royal Shakespeare Company. The original novel is written in epistolary form, through correspondence between the protagonist, Viscount Valmont, and the protagonist, the Marquise de Mates. The story is set in the aristocratic circles before the French Revolution. The Marquise de Mates, abandoned by her lover, asks Viscount Valmont to seduce his lover's fiancée, Cecil, a very pure virgin who has been raised in a convent since childhood. Valmont, who believes the meaning of life is to be promiscuous, finds this challenge too easy. He still wants to seduce Madame Thérèse, a famously chaste woman who has remained faithful to her husband. He also desires a tryst with a Marquise de Mates. The Marquise de Mates promises Valmont that if, after seducing Madame Thérèse, he then defiles Cecil's chastity to avenge his former lover, he can have her. Valmont and Cecil commit adultery, and Cecil becomes pregnant. He also used his charms to seduce the virtuous Lady Thauville. However, Valmont, while seducing her, unexpectedly fell in love with her. The Marquise de Mates, out of jealousy, mocked Valmont for losing his reputation as a Casanova and refused to keep her promise to sleep with him. She also told Dennis, the music teacher who was having an affair with Cecil, about Valmont's affair with Cecil. In the end, Valmont died in a duel with Dennis, Cecil was rejected and returned to the convent, and the virtuous Lady Thauville died of grief. The Marquise de Mates was disfigured, lost her greatest asset, and returned to the countryside. The three female characters, a ruthless and promiscuous Marquise, a naive girl raised in a convent yearning for love, and a saintly young woman, were all captivated by the Casanova Viscount Valmont, ultimately leading to tragedy. The Royal Shakespeare Company truly lives up to its reputation as Britain's premier Shakespearean production company. The actors are all exceptionally talented. The three actresses were exceptionally talented, portraying three distinct women with remarkable depth. The most impressive, however, was the actor playing Valmont, who navigated the complex relationships with the three women seamlessly. At times, he was a cunning and competitive expert in love, at others, a social skills instructor for young girls, and still others, a pure-hearted man deeply in love. This British actor switched between these three faces with effortless grace. Even more remarkable was his mastery of dialogue. His effortless delivery allowed the audience to immerse themselves in the emotions he wanted to convey. However, Ronald felt his greatest strength lay in his ability to perform with such natural ease. The play premiered 2 years ago in London's West End, and according to the brochures distributed to the audience, he had debuted as the male lead. After hundreds of performances, it toured Broadway in New York. Even with a play that could be performed instinctively, he delivered a remarkably natural and emotionally resonant performance, moving the audience to tears. Ronald, a film director, noticed that the male lead not only had superb reactions himself, but also inspired the three female leads in his performance, conveying this natural reaction to them. Acting is about acting out reactions, a truth even more true on the stage. The stronger the male lead's stimulation of his co-stars, the more natural the return stimulus, and the more enjoyable the audience's experience. Bravo, bravo! After the play ended, the audience rose to their feet, applauding with lingering enthusiasm, insisting that the lead actors come out for a curtain call. Valmont, Valmont! The ladies in the audience screamed like fans seeing a celebrity when they saw the handsome, blonde actor with a slight beard. The screams only subsided after the male lead smiled charmingly, blew kisses to the audience, and bowed. This male lead is a very good actor, Ronald noticed, observing the excitement of many in the audience. The male lead's smile and gaze were highly controlled. Every woman in the audience felt as if you were smiling at them individually. I thought you would appreciate Lindsay Duncan as the Marquise de Metter, Helen answered Ronald while clapping. She won the highest award in British theatre last year, the Laurence Olivier Award for Best Actress. It's like the British Tony Award, Helen quickly explained when Ronald didn't understand. Sir Laurence Olivier was not only one of Britain's greatest film actors, but his reputation on the theatrical stage was even more dazzling, so much so that it was used to name the country's highest theatrical award. No, I think the male lead was better. He was the central pillar of the play, the three female leads only shone brightly through his different performances. And this brilliance did not overshadow his own character. I think the American audience is more discerning and knows how to appreciate him. Ha ha ha, you mean the Broadway audience is shallow and only looks at handsome men? Helen laughed. The two cousin countries actually had very different views on theatrical arts. Many British theatrical actors are graduates of Oxford and Cambridge. Theatre is a refined art, highly sought after and appreciated by the upper class. America, however, elevated the passions of the working class to the highest levels of entertainment. Even the tap dances performed by manual laborers are now enduring classics on Broadway. The vast majority of Broadway audiences are tourists from all over the world, who appreciate this kind of acting that doesn't require advanced education. Would you like to meet him? I know the manager of the Music Box Theatre very well. Our theatre company often uses their rehearsal space, Helen said, noticing Ronald's admiration for the lead actor, and offered to take him backstage to meet the actors. Sure, Ronald replied, surprised by Helen's familiarity with Broadway, and quickly got up to let her lead him quietly backstage. Lindsay Duncan, playing the Marquise de Métiers, possessed a distinctly British air. Wearing a classic costume, with a crinoline and corset that accentuated her slender waist, she finally had a chance to relax backstage. Valmont, it's another triumphant day for you, Lindsay Duncan addressed the male lead by his character's name, a practice he'd long since adopted on Broadway. However, the performance today was exceptionally good. Theatrical actors always understand each other's dynamics. Madam Metter, the male lead bowed classically, to which Lindsay returned a curtsy. Everyone laughed. It's a pity that apart from these Broadway audience members, the rest of America can't witness your acting firsthand. Lindsay Duncan was also trying to break into the film industry, hoping for greater fame and fortune. However, her films hadn't been released, so she had to continue performing in theater. Well, I heard other directors are willing to try adapting Dangerous Liaisons. Perhaps we can continue to collaborate. Of course, I'd love to. Would you be willing to play the roles in the film? Ronald and Helen, personally led backstage by the theater manager, overheard this. Ronald had always enjoyed the performance, which reminded him of the brilliant performances of Olympia Dukashki and the Broadway cast when he directed Moonstruck. As a director, it was very satisfying to have theatrical actors who could accurately translate your ideas into acting. Plus, the plot of this play was quite intricate, so Ronald couldn't help but have an idea. Who are you, Ronald? Ronald Lee. I just finished filming. Ronald stepped forward to shake hands with the male and female leads, intending to introduce himself. "Oh, you're the director of Spicy Dance." Lindsay Duncan, more familiar with Hollywood, immediately recognized Ronald. "Yes, it's me," Ronald admitted with a smile. "I really enjoyed your performance and would love to have the opportunity to work with you. I think American audiences shouldn't miss such a wonderful show." Ronald was very sincere, pulling out a business card with his agent's phone number. "If you're interested, you could have the theater company manager talk to me. My personal number is on it. I'd love to adapt Dangerous Liaisons for the screen." "You're too late, Ronald." The male and female leads exchanged a glance, both seeing ambition and disappointment in each other's eyes. "Screenwriter Christopher Hampton has already sold the film rights. Warner Brothers will distribute them." "Oh, that's a shame." Ronald was taken aback to hear that someone had beaten him to it. He hadn't done his research beforehand and had made a fool of himself. "But thank you for appreciating our play anyway. How about we grab a drink?" The male lead extended his hand to shake Ronald's. "Call me Alan. We'll be there once we've changed." After everyone had changed, Ronald and the actors went to a bar frequented by theater actors. They gathered together, drinking beer and grilled sausages. Performing a play requires several hours of immersion, and the actors were like they were thoroughly warming up during that time. After a performance, their nervous systems are like racing cars at high speed, impossible to stop quickly. So they often gather here for meals after shows. Besides food, this place also has a small open mic stage for stand-up comedy comedians. The spotlight shines on the side of the stage. It's intermission now. "Alan, Lindsay, haven't you considered developing your careers in Hollywood?" Ronald asked the two leads. "Lindsay is very interested," Alan said, pointing to Lindsay Duncan. "Hey, I've acted in 2 movies, but no distribution company in America is willing to take me on. That's how it is here. You're not famous yet. But I think with your talent, many people here will soon recognize you, and then your past films can be released based on your fame." Ronald explained how the American commercial system works. "You just said Dangerous Liaisons will be made into a movie. Will you still star in it?" "The production company will look for Hollywood stars, like you said. Nobody here knows us." Alan shrugged casually. "It's hard to say. Maybe you'll be the next Julie Andrews," Ronald added a cynical remark. The original Broadway ballet My Fair Lady starred Julie Andrews. However, when it was adapted into film, the studio replaced her with Audrey Hepburn due to her lack of fame. But every cloud has a silver lining. Andrews later starred as Mary Poppins in Mary Poppins, and surprisingly beat Hepburn, whose singing was dubbed by others, to win the Academy Award for Best Actress. She then starred in The Sound of Music, which propelled her to stardom. This choice between using a Broadway cast and casting entirely new Hollywood stars has its successes and failures. Ronald believes that with their looks and acting skills, even under the harsh close-ups of film, they wouldn't be inferior to today's Hollywood stars. But what can you do when America is a contract-based society? Ronald hasn't watched new Broadway shows for a long time, so the adaptation rights he wanted were snatched up by someone else. There's nothing he can do about it. My invitation is valid indefinitely. If you have the time and availability, I have quite a few roles available for auditions. Ronald still felt he could use Broadway actors. The two leads, Alan and Duncan, exchanged glances, relieved to have found them. "We'll be performing until early November, then our tour in America will end, and we'll have time then." "That's great." Ronald raised his glass and toasted them. "Ladies and gentlemen," a deep, magnetic male voice interrupted Ronald on stage. He looked up and saw a man in a white turtleneck sweater and jeans walking onto the small stage, microphone in one hand and support for the stand in the other, greeting the diners. "Hey, Alan, you're here too, you who stole my lead role." The man who did the stand-up comedy saw Alan on stage and greeted him. "Hi, Kevin." Alan raised his beer in a toast. He's also a Broadway actor. His lead role ended this year, and he usually earns money by doing impersonations here. Alan introduced the man on stage to Ronald. "Hey, who's next to you? Not some movie studio boss, right? What do you think of me? Don't let my less thick hair fool you. My acting is better than his." Ronald was amused. These Broadway actors were all multi-talented and boastful, claiming to be better than Alan, whom he'd just met. Was the Music Box Theater a place that wholesaled Oscar winners? "Kevin, give us a Jack Lemmon performance," an older audience member called out to him. "Hi, hello, Johnny from Little Italy. I recognize you. I recognize you. You make me, how should I put it, you make me uncomfortable." Ronald turned to look at Alan, who nodded in confirmation. This Kevin was very skilled. That last line was an imitation of Jack Lemmon's lines from The Bachelor's Apartment. He perfectly captured Lemmon's middle-class, petty bourgeois tone. If it weren't for the fact that his lip movements and lines on stage were perfectly synchronized, Ronald would have suspected that Jack Lemmon was performing a double act with him backstage. Ronald put his finger to his lips and whistled loudly, attracting Kevin's attention on the stage. Who else can you imitate? Who else can I imitate? I can imitate anyone. But friend, shouldn't you tell me if you're from the film company? Kevin continued interacting with himself in Jack Lemmon's tone. Of course, impressed me. Ronald crossed his arms, gesturing for a good performance. Oh, everyone here tonight is an elephantist. Honey, I forgot to hide. Kevin switched to the president's tone, mimicking his famous line as he was wheeled into the emergency room after being shot upon taking office. You'll have to do better. Ronald knew that the old President Ronald Sr. had been a television host for decades and then served as president for 7 years. Countless recordings of his speeches existed, and many imitated him. Intending to test Kevin's abilities, he increased the difficulty. Who do you want to hear? A female celebrity. Johnny at the table started ordering again. Yet, bring on a woman. Ronald raised his beer to the guy across the table. Ah, Johnny. You disgust me. Stay away from me. Kevin actually started imitating Hollywood veteran actress Katharine Hepburn, and what was even more hilarious was that he imitated Hepburn's head shaking in her old age, and his voice also trembled. Bravo! Ronald was also amazed. The ability to capture the most memorable feature of the person being imitated in just a few words and then quickly gain the audience's approval is the hallmark of a great actor. Kevin continued to imitate a series of celebrities and politicians, and after more than 10 minutes, the audience was very satisfied. He went off stage, handed the microphone to the next actor, and ran over to Ronald's table to say hello. Kevin? You're really nice. Ronald ordered a beer and handed it to him. So, you're really from the film company? He's Ronald Lee, the director of Spicy Dance. Lindsay Duncan introduced him. Oh, I heard about you from Olympia. She said you're a great director and didn't mind that she's not pretty. Oh, ha ha ha. Ronald spat out his beer. Kevin was humorous both on and off stage. The group chatted happily, and seeing that they all wanted to act in movies, Ronald talked about some Hollywood rules. Generally speaking, these theatrical actors can compare to movie stars in terms of looks, but their acting skills are often superior. So, generally speaking, the best opportunity for a transition is a role that suits their characteristics, or starting with supporting roles. Broadway character actors are best at quickly establishing a distinct character in the eyes of the audience, just like Kevin. This is my business card. You can give it to your agent and have him contact my agent. I'll look after him if there's an opportunity. Ronald also had a good impression of Kevin and offered him his business card. Ronald chatted with him for a while longer before getting up to leave. Helen was going back to her father's mansion in Uptown Central Park to discuss the new movie. He told her to drive her new car and leave with her best friend first, and then Ronald called a taxi company. Hey, I need a car. I'm near the Broadway Music Box Theater, heading back to the Essex Hotel. After hanging up, Ronald waited outside the bar, smoking. Ronald's girlfriend seems to have left. Shall we go talk to him? Two beautiful women, one blonde and one brunette, were talking in a corner of the bar near the entrance. They were also there to see Dangerous Liaisons and had spotted Ronald early in the bar. However, with Helen by their side, they didn't rush over to greet him. Let's go. The brunette was none other than Jennifer Beals, the lead actress in Flashdance, a play Ronald had worked with. The blonde woman arm in arm with her was her Yale classmate, Jodie Foster, who had once caused the oil company Air Hinckley to shoot the president. Ronald, hi, Jennifer, Jodie. Are you here for a play too? Ronald stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray when he heard someone call him. It turned out to be two female academic stars from Yale. He had found his ancestral information at Yale thanks to Jodie. Yes, we saw you just now, but since you were with your friends, we didn't come over. Long time no see. Are you still at Yale? Ronald and Beals were close friends. We've both graduated. Beals, with his dark hair, brushed his hair back. She's also married, Foster added. Alex is a university professor, screenwriter, director, and producer. Congratulations. Ronald looked at Beals. He remembered that the two of them had lived together when they were at Yale, and now that Beals was married, they were still so close. I heard you've been meeting with actresses all over New York. Is it for the rape of Pear Blossom? Jodie Foster asked bluntly. Why didn't you approach Jennifer? That's not an easy role. Jennifer turned it down. Ronald explained the controversial aspects of the plot of the rape of Pear Blossom. I thought you were just talking to them about this movie. Will you direct it? Jennifer Beals' big eyes were watery and captivating. I can't direct, to be honest. I'm not confident in this story. I get a bit physically uncomfortable when I read scripts, so maybe you're right. I'm just doing this for a friend. Is it Kelly McGillis? We heard she'll be playing the district attorney. If we could find someone to play the victim. Ronald smiled at them. Too bad you can't direct. I'd be very confident if you did. Jennifer Beals interrupted Ronald. She remembered how Ronald had been very good to her dance stunt double during the filming of Flashdance, securing credit and recommendations for her. Plus, everyone saw the sexy dance scene. He's an honest and artistic person. It would be great if he directed it. Unfortunately, I'm not. If you're still interested, you know who to ask. Ronald chatted with the two women for a while before his taxi arrived. My car's here. We can continue our conversation another time. Ronald waved to the driver, and after he stopped at the door, he politely said goodbye to the two men, opened the back door, and got in. Essex Hotel, thank you. It's a pity he can't direct. If he didn't direct this role, there would be a lot of controversy. Beers watched Ronald's departing figure with regret. Yes, Jodie Foster's eyes flickered. Beep beep beep. Ronald finished showering, and the phone rang. Mr. Capra Wilder? There's a Miss Jodie Foster here who wants to see Ronald. The doorman gave Ronald's alias. Jodie Foster rushed over. She didn't know what alias Ronald had used to register, nor did she know his room number, but she still bravely rushed in. Please let her up. Ronald understood her purpose. Ding dong. After a while, the doorbell rang. Miss Foster, Mr. Wilder. The concierge introduced Jodie Foster to Ronald, and seeing that the two knew each other, he tactfully stepped aside. Come in. What would you like to drink? Ronald ushered Jodie Foster in. Coffee, tea. Ronald went to get a cup, then turned around to see Jodie Foster closing the door and starting to unbutton her skirt. Coffee, tea, or me? Oh, don't do that. Ronald reached out to stop Foster from doing this. He hadn't informed his agent. What, don't you like me? It was the same last time. Am I not attractive to you? Jodie Foster slumped onto the sofa, covering her face with her hands. I'm assuming you're here for the role of the robbed Pear Blossom. Yes, nobody's offering me roles right now. If I don't get a big budget role, I'll be forgotten by the audience immediately. Look, even the hotel concierge didn't recognize me. Have I gained weight? Why, don't be like that. This role might not be suitable for you. You won't be forgotten by the audience. Ronald sighed, looking at her. A child star, at a crucial moment in her career transition, she was implicated in a shooting incident and then went to university, during which time the films she made all performed poorly at the box office. You also think I'm not suitable for this role? Jodie Foster, a Yale graduate, wasn't the kind of brainless blonde who thought she could get a role just by her looks. Ronald was a director who respected the rules of theater. She had already offered herself to him last time and still didn't get the role. If Ronald still thought she wasn't suitable for the role this time, he wouldn't recommend her. It's not that your acting isn't suitable, but the victim character in this movie is too much. I'm not lying. This movie makes me feel physically nauseous just imagining it, let alone acting in it. You're a good actress. I'm not giving up. I can do it. I could play that role in Taxi Driver. There's nothing I can't do. Jodie Foster seemed to have grasped at a lifeline. Being able to play the lead role in a production from one of the 7 big studios was something she didn't really have much to choose from. Besides, the more controversial, the more buzz she'd generate, right? She was already 25. If she didn't seize the opportunity, she'd really be forgotten. Are you sure? Ronald looked at Foster's determined eyes, knowing she would do anything to continue her acting career. Okay, I'll make 2 calls. Kelly, I found an actress willing to play the victim. Her acting skills and image are perfect. She's been nominated for an Oscar before. The little girl from 77's Taxi Driver, Jodie Foster. I'll have her come to Los Angeles to find you. Jodie Foster tilted her head, her eyes filled with passion as she looked at Ronald. He was really handsome. One phone call had given him a huge opportunity. Not all men are annoying. Ronald had just hung up the phone when Foster jumped up and sealed his lips with a kiss. Hey, Ronald pulled her arm away. Theoretically, you don't owe me anything, Jodie. I just made a phone call. Whether you get the role or not is your own business. I have no say in this project, you understand." Things needed to be clear. Ronald felt he couldn't let her have unrealistic fantasies, otherwise, it would be troublesome if she didn't get the role. "Are you worried your girlfriend might hear something in New York? I know the rules. Anyway, I'm going to Los Angeles, so you can pick up the goods there if you want. Or, do you want more?" Jodie Foster seemed to misunderstand. She licked her lips and gave Ronald a provocative smile. Actually, if Jennifer Beers weren't his competitor, he could have brought her too. Jodie Foster wondered who she knew in Los Angeles. "I'll call you when I get to Los Angeles." Jodie Foster also asked Ronald for a business card, hugged and kissed him again, and left. "She really has a great figure." Ronald touched his lips, savoring the feeling of Jodie Foster, still a little overweight from puberty, close to him. This blonde was a Yale graduate, even if they were to swap. They'd have to be clear about it. Chapter 831 The Plot of the Skyscraper. Jodie Foster was petite but incredibly intelligent, excelling academically throughout her 5 years at Yale. She wasn't the stereotypical Hollywood starlet, beautiful but brainless, completely ignorant of common sense. Having finally secured Ronald's verbal promise, she cleverly offered to hitch a ride on his private jet back to Los Angeles. These big directors were incredibly busy. If you didn't stick close to them, appearing beside them and reminding them of things, you might quickly be forgotten. Ronald wasn't averse to ambitious actresses. Ambition was a good thing. So he agreed to Foster's request. Besides, chatting with a smart and beautiful woman on the plane was much better than discussing work with two men. Michelle Canold. "What novel are you reading?" "This one. Nothing Lasts Forever, a crime thriller." Ronald's novel was still on his chair. He found it brilliantly written and had planned to reread it on the return trip. "You want to adapt it into a movie?" "Action movies aren't like they were a few years ago. They're a bit sluggish." Jodie Foster was clever. She saw through Ronald's plans from his schedule. "It's not decided yet. I just think the novel is very good." "What exactly attracts you?" Jodie leaned over, reaching past Ronald to reach the novel. "Tisk," Ronald sighed. Foster was petite, but not small in stature. Among movie actors, she was quite well proportioned in real life. Of course, such a figure would appear a bit plump on the anamorphic widescreen. "I don't understand why you think so highly of this novel. It's a very old detective novel." After reading for more than an hour, Foster finished the novel and, seeing Ronald handling official business, came to disturb him. "You've made quite a few movies. You should see the advantages of adapting it into a screenplay." Ronald asked the flight attendant to pour him a glass of ginger water and began chatting with Foster to pass the time. Because the novel's structure is so good? And the way the protagonist unexpectedly defeats the bad guys at the end. Excellent, Judy, excellent." Ronald took a sip of ginger water, a rush of energy to his head, and his mind became much clearer. It seemed chatting with a highly intelligent woman really did stimulate rational thinking. At the end of the novel, the protagonist strapped a pistol to his back with duct tape and unexpectedly killed the kidnappers, a plot point very suitable for a movie. "Anything else?" Ronald smiled at Foster. "Yes, the kidnappers initially claimed they wanted to liberate the Panamanian guerrilla leader, but their real aim was the gold in the building. That's a great MacGuffin. It misleads the audience's attention at first, then reveals the kidnappers' true purpose." Foster had been making movies since childhood and had learned a lot about various films. "I have to say, you could be a director, Judy." Ronald had already overestimated Jodie Foster's abilities, but he hadn't expected her to surprise him. "How many points would I give my answer?" "An A+, absolutely, haha. I don't think I missed anything." "Right, if you're not a producer, then there's no problem," Ronald replied with a laugh. "Where? Tell me, where did I miss?" Jodie Foster simply got up and sat next to Ronald, hugging his arm and starting to act coquettishly. A fragrance wafted from Jodie, and Ronald was startled by her. Perhaps it was because business jets are higher than commercial flights, cruising at over 10,000 feet. Ronald looked at the petite Foster's snow-white skin and felt a little dizzy. "The biggest reason I'm interested is because almost all the scenes in this novel are in a skyscraper, which saves a lot of money to film." Jodie Foster didn't expect Ronald to give such a non-artistic reason, and her mouth dropped open. "Kelly, this is Jodie." "Jodie, Kelly." Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Ronald first took Jodie Foster to Kelly McGillis's place, where she was anxiously waiting for Ronald's recommendations. After introducing the two women, Ronald said goodbye and went home. You know I want to play District Attorney Murphy, and you're here to play the victim, right? No problem. Ronald told me everything. I'm open to any challenge. The two women chatted at the door, while Ronald watched from the back seat of his car as McGillis opened the door and let Foster in. Foster took McGillis's hand. The car turned a corner, and Ronald didn't see what happened next. He had some doubts, but quickly dismissed them. He had many things to do. The next morning, Ronald arrived at Joel Silver's office. Joel Silver, the producer of Ghetto Justice, unusually arrived early in his luxurious office, waiting for Ronald. His taste was extremely tacky, everything copied from Wall Street investment banks. Even the receptionist and secretary were several well-built blondes dressed as office ladies, but the way they swayed their hips while holding folders betrayed their empty minds and their true desire to use this to get into filmmaking. "How's your screenplay coming along?" Ronald asked as soon as he saw Silver. "You're interested?" "Indeed, I've read the novel several times, and it's perfect for a film adaptation." "Great, great, great." Joel Silver grinned widely, saying great several times. "So, you're agreeing to join. I need to see the adapted script, Joel. Then we'll decide on the investment amount." "Invest? How much can you put in?" Joel Silver hadn't expected Ronald to be interested in investing, not directing. But even though Ronald was a successful director with enough money, could he really invest in a production from one of the 7 major studios? "I have a Japanese conglomerate behind me. As long as the plot satisfies them, I can provide as much as they want," Ronald stated his terms. "You want to adapt the script?" Joel Silver frowned. "I only require a high-ranking, positive Japanese character, preferably someone who can lead many Americans. That's it," Joel Silver confirmed with Ronald. "That's settled, but the script itself has to be of a quality that satisfies me before I'll consider directing." "No problem, you're in on this big pie." Joel Silver was delighted. Securing such a large investment from Japan was a testament to their talent. "Could you include a character like that in the script?" "Of course. I'm very lenient with the screenwriter. By the way, his name is Jeb Stewart. He'll agree to anything less than writing an important supporting role." "How about having a Japanese guy as the company's chairman and CEO? The American employees in the building will all be his subordinates. I think the Japanese side will have no problem with that." Ronald thought the arrangement was good. "Haha. Didn't they say they wanted to buy New York and Los Angeles? Since they signed the agreement 2 years ago, the yen has appreciated from 250 to 160. Now there are plenty of people in Hollywood wanting Japanese investment. I didn't expect you to be involved with them too. Can you tell me which conglomerate it is? Anyway, 2 big shots in the Japanese entertainment industry, controlling half of the market there, 2 more. Very good, very good." Joel Silver quickly instructed his secretary to get some good wine to celebrate. Pop, the champagne was opened, and Ronald and Silver raised their glasses to celebrate the agreement. "You said your screenwriter works 16 hours a day. How far is it now?" After taking a sip of champagne, he was still concerned about the script. Compared to the executives of the Big 7 who had never worked in film production, Ronald was a producer who truly recognized the value of the script. Unlike Shirley Lansing, who only talked the talk, he wouldn't invest if he didn't believe in the script. "I've already had my secretary call him over. Jeb's first draft is finished, but he's a novice screenwriter, so we still need to find a script doctor to polish it." "A novice? Hasn't he ever written a screenplay before? How can you trust him?" Ronald asked, puzzled. He was doing script editing for Disney and Paramount before, and because he wasn't getting enough work, I gave him this opportunity. Hollywood is full of talent, and I didn't know if he was up to the task. But he showed me enough professionalism and passion, and he needs this money to pay his mortgage. So I gave him a chance. I understood this a long time ago. As producers, we can't interfere with the creative details of screenwriters and directors. We need to find those passionate, fiery geniuses and give them full creative freedom. I don't interfere with their creative process, I only look at the result. If it moves me, I give it the green light. If I'm not satisfied, I give it the red light. It's that simple. Ronald nodded repeatedly. This producer's philosophy had a very advanced aspect. The creative process and details don't really need to be controlled too much, just let the final product speak for itself. The scripts are all interconnected, and the details are carefully chosen for their meaning. Producers who arbitrarily change things will only make things worse. If you're not satisfied with the quality, just don't film it, instead of pretending to know everything and giving unsolicited advice. But aren't you afraid they'll go astray? Ronald only didn't understand one thing: highly creative artists sometimes add too many of their own ideas, turning a commercially viable idea into a flawed one. While the creator might feel good, the final result won't be good. I only gave him 3 constraints. I wanted an office Rambo story, it had to be set in a skyscraper, and it had to include a Christmas scene. He left the rest to himself. Add a Japanese boss character. Joel Silver raised his hand to clink glasses with Ronald again, showing full respect for the investor's opinions. Ronald had basically grasped the framework of this successful producer. Unlike Don Simpson, the Top Gun producer who abused drugs and was prone to incoherent discussions, Joel Silver's thinking was actually very organized. As a producer, he needed to grasp a few elements that would make a commercial film a hit, or at least those he thought audiences would like. These 3 constraints clearly reduced the production budget considerably, but the story, within this framework, would still appeal to audiences. Who wouldn't want to see an action-packed battle in an office building, a film that gets the adrenaline pumping? Come to think of it, Hollywood doesn't yet have any Rambo-style action films set in office buildings. Ronald recalled the film he dreamed about during his trip to Cannes. Why use a perfectly good building to make a somber film about a heartbroken man and suicide? It would be so much better for a commercial action movie. Bang! Just as the 2 producers were discussing the project, a loud crash came from the street outside the window. The sound was so loud, it sounded like someone had fired a gun, or something had hit a rock. The 2 walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office and saw a Toyota sedan across the street, crashed into a fire hydrant. The front was completely crushed, the driver seemed unconscious, and no one had escaped. SHXT. That looks like our screenwriter Jeb Stewart's car, Joel Silver suddenly cursed. He recognized the white car, it looked very much like the one owned by Jeb, the screenwriter he had hired. Call 911 right away, I'm going to check it out. Ronald thought to himself, working 16 hours a day really isn't going to work. He quickly ran out of the office. He had received first aid training before, and rushed to the front of the car. The front of the Toyota Corolla was crumpled in, and there were shards of glass and metal scattered on the ground. Ronald got closer and saw a man in the driver's seat, his face covered in blood. An airbag had deployed and was inflated on the steering wheel. Jeb? Is that you? Jeb? Where are you hurt? Something doesn't feel right. Ronald saw that the screenwriter named Jeb had wide eyes. It seemed that apart from the cut on his nose, there was no blood anywhere else. But it was hard to say anything about a car accident victim, so he could only call out softly. I'm fine. I was just scared. Jeb Stewart was terrified. He moved his legs, then looked at his abdomen. There were no injuries. He unbuckled his seatbelt and shakily got out of the car. Watch out, Ronald said, seeing his legs were trembling, and steadied him. You are Ronald. Jeb's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized his idol in the screenwriting world, the lucky screenwriter who had earned $350,000 for his debut. Don't talk. Go sit over there for a while. Joel called 911, the ambulance will be here soon. It's okay, my script, it's still in the back seat, I'll get it for you. Afternoon, Ronald and Joel Silver arrived at the hospital to visit Jeb, who had just finished his checkup. The unlucky guy's car was wrecked, but luckily, the Japanese car-making philosophy had saved him from serious injury. Before coming to the hospital, Joel Silver had already read the first draft of the script Jeb had written over the past few days, and he was very satisfied with it. As expected, screenwriters driven by mortgages, future prospects, and ambition were indeed the most creative. The script is excellent, we'll continue this project. Ronald will also join as a producer. We've discussed adding a Japanese character to your script, that's no problem. Jeb lay in his hospital bed. Thankfully, the Screenwriters Guild's health insurance covered his completed tests. His car was wrecked, but thankfully he was unharmed. If the film got approved, he could afford a new car. However, Jeb recalled the image of his wife flashing through his mind in the moments before the crash. This morning, he'd argued with her about house repairs. He hadn't expected that in the moment of the accident, all he could think about was apologizing to his wife and seeking her forgiveness. He was terrified he wouldn't have another chance. Don't worry, Joel and I have arranged for you to drive a used Toyota first. Once you receive the official payment for the script and filming begins, you can buy a new car. Ronald knew these screenwriters were poor and had taken care of his worries beforehand. No, I meant thank you. That's not what I was thinking about. When I crashed, I had an idea to add to the script. Ouch, Jeb got excited, aggravating his nose injury from the airbag. Slow down, great writer, Ronald smiled. He'd been through similar moments before, thinking about the script day and night, and sometimes an unexpected turn of events would lead to a breakthrough. I'd like to add another plot point for the protagonist, John Ford. He comes to Los Angeles to make one last effort to reconcile with his wife, with whom he's considering divorce. This would make the audience like the protagonist even more and worry more about his fate. After rescuing a hostage in a building and killing the kidnappers, will he still be able to reconcile with his wife, who is now, the senior vice president of the Japanese company? A very good idea, but you should rest first. Ronald listened and felt that this setup would indeed grab the audience's attention more at the beginning and add a soothing emotional subplot to the intense and suspenseful plot. But how come the protagonist's name is the same as that of America's most important Western director? Hollywood doesn't usually joke about someone of such importance in film history like this. I'm fine, I can rewrite it right away. Ouch, Jeb was still frowning, the seatbelt digging into his chest and causing a slight pain. Jeb, a woman rushed into the hospital room. It looked like his wife, whom he'd argued with that morning. Anne, what brings you here? I'm fine, just a bump, Mr. Ronald called to let me know. I'm so glad you're alright. What? You scared me to death. Ronald and Joel Silver didn't bother Jeb and his wife any further. They left the Memorial Hospital and decided that once Jeb's revised version was finished, they would jointly present it to the two investors and distributors, Japan and Fox. If Ronald could direct, it would likely be a smooth ride. Even if he didn't direct, Fox and Japan would have him oversee the production to ensure it went as planned. After a thrilling day, Ronald returned to his apartment, took a hot bath, and went to sleep. The hot water soothed his mind, and soon a sweet dream washed over him. A thug in an expensive suit, sporting a thick beard, looked menacing, yet spoke politely with a London accent. Hey, isn't that Alan Rickman, the lead actor from Broadway's Dangerous Liaisons? Ronald exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the villain in his dream was none other than the ever-charming Alan Rickman. Truly a Shakespeare Company actor, he could convincingly portray any character. The thug had a family photo on his desk. His expression shifted from surprise to realization, then back to menacing. He picked up his gun, pointed it at a middle-aged actress in her 30s outside, and said, "Nice to meet you, Mrs. McLennan." Then, Alan raised his pistol and fired a shot into the ceiling. The other hostages screamed in terror. So this villainous kidnapping leader is played by Alan Rickman. You'd never guess unless you saw it, Ronald remarked. The scene fast-forwarded for a long time, seemingly to the top of a skyscraper. Alan Rickman, holding a gun, pointed it at the actress's head, talking to someone opposite him. The camera cuts, and opposite him is Demi Moore's boyfriend, Bruce Willis. He's shirtless, covered in blood, his pants are torn, and he's barefoot. Ha ha ha, Officer McLennan, feigning laughter, reaches behind his back. The camera cuts again, revealing a handgun taped to his back. Holly. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, Bruce Willis shouts, a nonsensical sentence, then pulls out the gun and fires a shot each at Alan Rickman and his accomplice. Ronald, watching Bruce Willis kill the robber barefoot, recalls the beginning of his dream from Cannes. Could that scene of him relieving travel fatigue with his bare feet be foreshadowing this? Was his dream not of an art film, but of this action blockbuster? So why the suicide at the end? Alan Rickman wasn't immediately killed. He dragged Holly, the protagonist's wife, to the edge of the building. They crashed through the glass and fell out, but he still managed to grab Holly's wrist. His face contorted with rage, he picked up his pistol, ready to shoot and drag Holly down with him. Bruce Willis rushed over, trying to free Alan's hand but failing. In a split second, he had a flash of inspiration and unfastened the watch from Holly's wrist. Alan Rickman and the watch fell from the building, and in slow motion, he tumbled from the rooftop, flailing his arms and legs. Ronald screamed and woke up. It turned out that what he dreamed of years ago wasn't jumping off a building, but a plot twist where the criminal was finally killed. No wonder he dreamed of this movie again today. Both the protagonists and antagonists were familiar faces, and he even had a new script. This movie seems to be destined for me. Oops, Ronald realized, rolling back to the ground. Damn it, we need to pay extra today to buy a California king-size bed, 20% larger than a regular king size. Chapter 832, Satisfying the Japanese Sufferers. Get another bed. Littlebud heard Ronald instructing him to buy a new bed when he came to pick him up that morning. What kind this time? Yes, a bigger one, Ronald said, pointing to the old bed. Bigger, wider, longer, you know what I mean. Littlebud scratched his head. He didn't really understand. His boss was good in every way. He paid a good salary and even lent him and Lucy an apartment. He was a very easy boss to please. His only flaw was his constant buying of new beds. Since becoming his driver, he bought several new beds. The general trend was that they were getting bigger and bigger, and Ronald seemed to have a cleanliness obsession, always changing beds whenever he changed female companions. If you want something new, you could just change the sheets, or maybe the mattress, Littlebud said, noticing Ronald's displeasure. I mean, if you don't want it, could you give it to me? Lucy and I are thinking of getting a new bed. Take it. Then get a new mattress for you two to use. Ronald was embarrassed to say that he was getting a new bed because he kept falling off. He counted out a wad of cash and gave it to Bud. Have them deliver it today. It has to be a big one. No problem, buy a big one. Littlebud happily measured the size of the bed. It was already a king-size bed in the hotel, of excellent quality. If he took it home and got a new mattress, Lucy would definitely love it. However, Ronald had succeeded now, and the bed was getting bigger and bigger. How many people would it take to fill it up? Ronald was very satisfied with the new bed that night. Now he wouldn't fall off so easily. Ronald happily stretched himself up and down on the bed, which was a size bigger than before. This time there was no problem. After a few busy days of work, Ronald received representatives from Kataka from Japan and also made contact with 20th Century Fox. It was the weekend again, and the screenplay adapted from the novel Nothing Lasts Forever had been revised by Jeb Sterling. This time, he personally hired a taxi and delivered the newly bound script to his office. Ronald and Joel Silver were both very satisfied with it. Some plot points in this novel, published 8 years prior, were outdated. Jeb had retained several key elements well, such as the protagonist's initial hiding in the skyscraper and evasion of the kidnappers, and the scene where the protagonist used duct tape to conceal his gun from the kidnappers. However, some specific details were altered to reflect contemporary societal trends. For instance, the sheriff waiting downstairs and the driver who brought the protagonist in a luxury car were both portrayed as black. The relationship between the detective and the company president's secretary was changed from father and daughter to husband and wife, with added elements such as their separation, consideration of divorce, and continued love for each other, making the plot more intriguing. Of course, there was also Ronald's specific suggestion. The multinational corporation president, the one tragically murdered by the kidnappers, was changed to a Japanese man, perfectly reflecting the current state of Japanese investment in America. First-rate work, Jeb. First-rate. Joel Silver recognized the quality. He knew the script had excellent pacing and, with the right director, could produce a great action film. What do you think, Ronald? He asked, turning to Ronald. Like you said, first-rate work. Ronald replied, looking at the screenwriter Jeb Stewart, who was gazing at him expectantly. Ronald knew he had to acknowledge the work of screenwriters brimming with desire and passion. Most of these people didn't have much money. They relied on sheer enthusiasm to work day and night, trying to turn their lives around and join the ranks of Hollywood's top screenwriters. Sure enough, a smile finally appeared on Jeb's face. Ronald, whose first script had earned an Oscar nomination for Best Screenplay, was an idol to all the Hollywood screenwriters who silently wrote with pencils and broken typewriters, trying to make a name for themselves. His affirmation seemed even more reassuring than that from producer Silver. The fruits of their hard work, working over 10 hours a day, were finally paying off. We'll use this version of the script. You can expect your first payment soon, Silver said generously to Jeb. He then called his secretary in and instructed her to prepare the paperwork for payment and to prepare the check. Thank you, Jeb stammered, seemingly surprised that Silver was offering him money directly instead of buying stock options. His wife, Anne, was his high school classmate. She married him right after graduation and became a full-time housewife. He, who was supposed to bring bread home, hadn't brought home much money, forcing Anne to work as a waitress to earn tips to support the family. Now, with the first 20% payment for the script, he wouldn't have to worry about income for at least 6 months and could even postpone the mortgage payment. I really don't know what to say. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Silver. Jeb signed the documents, received his check, and was delighted with the amount. He went to the bank to deposit it. Should he take his wife out for steak or trendy sushi tonight? You should thank Ronald. If it weren't for the Japanese investment he brought in, we might not have started filming so quickly. Now, as long as the promised money arrives, we can hurry up and finish filming by the end of this year, making it to next year's summer blockbuster season, Joel Silver said with a smile, explaining why the project could be approved so quickly. Yesterday, Ronald had already contacted 2 Japanese investors, especially Katakal Shoten, a powerful conglomerate in the publishing and entertainment industries. The vertically integrated conglomerate in Japan had long coveted the American market and resources. Steve Bannon, acting as the middleman, visited Silver's production company with a Japanese team and found his collaboration with Ronald's daydream to be a strong one. Their new films, Lethal Weapon and Spicy Dance, have the potential to sweep the box office charts this year. As a trial project for Japan-US collaboration, working with 2 of the most powerful producers in America today is very suitable. Bannon and Ronald will also invest some capital in the project, both to reassure the Japanese investors and boost their confidence, and to participate in the later profit sharing. 20th Century Fox was overjoyed to have Ronald involved. His substantial Japanese investment would not only elevate the film's production to a higher level, but his involvement, experience, and vision would also provide significant assurance for the film. In short, all parties involved are very satisfied with the collaboration and look forward to deeper cooperation in the future. 20th Century Fox's new president, Leonard Goldberg, personally oversaw the project. He was recruited from Paramount's television network by Chairman Rupert, an Australian. A veteran of the television industry who participated in the development of the hit series Charlie's Angels at ABC, he was looking to secure several major projects to build his reputation upon joining Fox. I've heard Weintraub talk about you many times. You're an amazing director and producer. I heard that many of the original ideas for Dragon Boy came from you. Leonard Goldberg agreed to greenlight the project even before receiving the script, but on the condition that Ronald would serve as the project's producer. Regardless of whether he directed or not, he would oversee the entire creative and production process. So today, Silver followed Ronald's advice in everything. Of course, thank you, Ronald. Your affirmation is a great honor for me, thanks to the Japanese capital. Jeb Stewart decisively decided to have sushi for dinner. Oh, wait a minute, Jeb. You don't think we can start filming right now, do you? Ronald said to screenwriter Jeb with a smile. The overall framework of the script is very good, but some dialogue, details, actions, etc., still need to be revised by professionals. I see. Jeb Stewart sobered up a bit from the impulse that came with the script being bought. Ronald knew that he couldn't give the screenwriter too much praise now. Instead, he had to point out some flaws. In the film's production process, the credited screenwriter's task is now largely complete. He will gradually withdraw from the production process, at most participating in casting and discussing the plot with the actors and stars. Ronald, will you personally make some changes? Joel Silver, of course, knew that Ronald himself was a screenwriting genius, and he hoped Ronald could contribute some content. There are indeed a few places that need polishing and fine-tuning. Ronald opened the script again, pointing out a few areas he felt were lacking to Jeb and Joel. Based on a dream he had, Ronald suggested that when the protagonist arrives in Los Angeles from New York, he takes the advice of his seatmate on the flight, takes off his shoes during a break, and fights the thugs barefoot, creating more trouble for the protagonist in later action scenes. Then, some details to glorify the Japanese character would be added, such as the multinational corporation president, Yoshinobu Takagi, who not only needs to be loyal and righteous, stepping out of the safe house to face the thugs and protect the employees' safety, even to the point of being killed in the end, but also needs to be humane and well-liked by his employees. Ronald added 2 words to the script, watch. This indicated that the Rolex gold watch the protagonist released from his wife's hand during the climax of the rooftop action was a gift from President Takagi to his capable assistant, the protagonist's wife. He then added luxury car, explaining that President Takagi specially sent a luxury car to the airport to pick up his capable subordinate Holly's husband for a company reunion. The Japanese value family, making employees feel like they were part of a large family, a stark contrast to the American vice president who took advantage of the protagonist's separation to pursue Holly, a good leader indeed. In short, the Japanese character needs to be very positive and admirable, embodying Japanese culture, and speaking like an American business elite, Ronald set the tone for the script revisions. "Relax," Ronald noted after adding some annotations, then realized screenwriter Jeb was a bit nervous. He quickly understood Jeb's thoughts. Only 3 names can appear in the screenwriter's credits for a film. If Ronald wanted to take one, Jeb had no way to resist. "Your name will still be credited. I won't add it to the script. The subsequent polishing will only be minor adjustments to the details. Anyway, well done, understood?" Basically, let the Japanese CEO Takagi possess all the virtues, then shoot him dead. Jeb understood Ronald's intention. Hearing that he would have exclusive credit for the script, which would allow him to join the Writers Guild, he happily picked up his pen and diligently noted Ronald's comments. "A rookie like me, to receive the praise and protection of the master, is truly lucky," Jeb thought as he wrote. Ronald smiled and nodded at his words. "That's it. Make the supporting character noble without affecting the main plot. His death will highlight the brutality of the bandits. In the face of Japanese capital, everything will be accounted for. Also, I have 2 more questions." Ronald patted Jeb on the shoulder. "Why did you name the protagonist John Ford?" "Because I'm a huge fan of westerns. I think this movie is a recreation of a western. The protagonist isn't a perfect hero, but like those tough guys in old westerns, he's a flawed hero. Through terrible experiences, they learn how to become better versions of themselves, not someone else." Jeb Stewart was now very impressed with Ronald and quickly explained all his considerations for creating the character. "Good idea, but John Ford won't do. That name could cause commercial disputes. How about something else, like John McClane, McClane?" "I think it's great." Jeb Stewart was very surprised to hear Ronald's suggestion. He himself was of Scottish descent, and hearing the name McClane, which had a very Scottish flavor, and thinking of the protagonist's nonchalant attitude towards difficulties, it seemed very much like the Scottish way of doing things. Truly a master screenwriter. Even a name fits the character and the plot perfectly, making it unforgettable. Jeb thought to himself, some people really are more famous the moment you meet them. You can tell their level of skill just by looking at them. There's another question. What does the protagonist mean by yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker? Ronald noticed that the protagonist repeatedly used this line in the script when faced with difficulties and having to push through. It's a famous line from Roy Rogers, the big star of westerns. He always says yippee-ki-yay, kid. Okay, let's keep it then. Ronald understood his die-hard western fans' thoughts, and besides, the catchphrase was easy to say and wouldn't affect the movie. So he agreed. After finishing the movie business, Ronald didn't accept Joel Silver's invitation to party at his mansion with lots of bikini-clad women. Instead, he went straight home. He wasn't willing to mess around with those brainless blonde bimbo girls. Without interaction, Ronald felt like he was paying for something, and Richard and Yasida had repeatedly warned him not to be taken advantage of. Now that he was famous, many women would secretly keep evidence and then demand benefits. In truth, after gaining some power and prestige in the industry, Ronald's pool of potential female companions narrowed considerably. He was best suited to actresses of similar stature within the industry, ensuring that neither party wanted the privacy compromise, a safest approach. "Ronald, have you heard? Shirley Lansing has a new idea," Kelly McGillis called, thinking of her girlfriend in the industry. "What is it?" Ronald answered, puzzled. "She auditioned Jodie Foster, but thought she was too fat. She wants Molly Linwood to play the victim." "Molly Linwood? She seems even fatter, doesn't she?" Ronald blurted out his thoughts. That John Hughes muse, the young actress who once spearheaded the trend of American girls dyeing their hair red, had rapidly gained weight after starring in Goddard's disastrous King Lear, and in her newly released The Pickup Artist with Robert Downey Jr., she appeared even more robust. "Let me talk to Ronald," Jodie Foster said, taking the phone. "Ms. Lansing doesn't like me, and I don't like her either." It turned out that after auditioning for The Rape of Pear Blossom, Jodie Foster hadn't received a second-round interview invitation. She and Kelly had seen the gossip in the newspapers about Molly Linwood potentially starring in the film. Both actresses sensed Shirley Lansing's malice. "There's nothing I can do about it," Ronald said, overhearing the two beauties' joint pleading call. He realized he had no say in the project and couldn't possibly direct the film. Jodie Foster's forgotten career seemed inevitable. After hinting that she could join Ronald in a trade, to no avail, Jodie Foster had no choice but to accept the fact that her acting career was over. Fortunately, she was a top student, so there were other paths she could take. Looks like I need to prepare for the grad. Some literature and psychology professors at Ivy League universities might accept me, HMPH. I'm sorry, McGillis also held Judy's hand. Female celebrities just don't have the power to negotiate in these kinds of situations. Ronald, this is Shirley. Would you like to direct this movie? Early Sunday morning, Ronald was waiting for the box office results for Spicy Dance for the new week when he received a call. Ronald didn't hear it was about the box office results, and this strange woman was referring to herself by her own name as if the whole world should know her, so he blurted out, Shirley who? Shirley Lansing. L-A-N-S. I know how to spell your name, but I don't know why you're calling me. Ronald stopped her from speaking inexplicably and angrily. Do you want to direct The Rape of Pear Blossoms? Shirley Lansing didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. No, how? Who said I wanted to? Then don't interfere with the casting. Who the hell interfered? Ronald cursed. You didn't? I was going to invite Molly Linwood to play the lead role, but you strongly recommended Jodie Foster. I didn't strongly recommend her. I just thought she could audition. She's not suitable to play a female victim. She's too fat. No, isn't Molly Linwood even fatter? You still want to interfere? After all, I don't want to. Whatever. Foster is completely unsuitable to play a female victim. That character is a low-level restaurant waitress, superstitious about astrology, and uneducated, while Foster is a Yale graduate. No, so what if she's astrological? First Lady Nancy believes in it too. You don't understand. This is a women's film, a voice for women. In short, neither you nor Ned Tanning can interfere with my project. Nonsense. Who you cast is none of my business. Ronald hung up the phone. He increasingly felt that sometimes, women becoming producers was just about being assertive for the sake of being assertive. I was just introducing Foster to McGillis for an audition, he thought. If you don't want to, you don't want to. It's not like I'm forcing you to interfere. You have no idea what I'm like when I interfere. But what was this Ned Tanning he was talking about? Hey, Ned, what's going on with Shirley Lansing? Ronald called Ned Tanning to find out what was happening. Ha. She's determined to use this project to compete with me. I heard you recommended child star Jodie Foster. Maybe, perhaps, she's using your name to veer her idea, like Lansing. Tannin, who is also Jewish, laughed shamelessly on the phone. Damn it, you owe me one. What are you and Lansing up to? I owe you one. Ned Tanning laughed too. And what else is going on? She wants to replace me and become the head of Paramount, is that so? This woman's ambition is too big. What's your plan? Stop using my name. Actually, I don't dislike ambitious producers, but this is a bit complicated. Come talk to me? Maybe I can help your girlfriend, Foster, achieve her wish. No, Judy isn't my girlfriend. Come on, I have some good wine, and something you're interested in, a Best Director Oscar nomination next year. Do you want it? Go on. Chapter 833 Oscar Contender. What did you mean on the phone? How can I get an Oscar nomination for Best Director? Ned Tanning wouldn't reveal his intentions over the phone, so Ronald had to go to Paramount's president's office for a face-to-face meeting. An Oscar nomination for Best Director is a huge temptation for any Hollywood director. Ronald was no exception. He went straight to the point after entering Tanning's office. Ronald was confident about the box office, but less so about the awards. Dirty Dancing continued its box office surge, earning a whopping $4.45 million in its fifth week, ranking third at the box office, only behind two newly released big-budget films. Second place went to 20th Century Fox's The Pickup Artist, starring Robert Downey Jr. and Molly Linwood, which was playing in over 1,120 theaters, barely surpassing Dirty Dancing by $100,000 to take second place. And the box office champion was Paramount's new film, Fatal Attraction, starring Michael Douglas and Glenn Close. Although it was only shown in over 700 theaters, it grossed a whopping $7.6 million, with an average theater gross exceeding $10,000, more than double that of Dirty Dancing and The Pickup Artist. The film also received excellent reviews, achieving both critical and commercial success. Adrian Lane, who worked with Ronald Reagan on Flashdance, had a knack for making erotic films, and he cleverly always condemned infidelity and marital breakdown at the end. This condemnation was appreciated by critics, who said Lane showed the destructive power of immoral lust on screen, warning those with such thoughts. Audiences could also use this as an excuse to go to the theater to see passionate performances. This combination of critical acclaim and commercial success is precisely what Ronald Reagan's works lacked. If there were an award in Hollywood based on box office revenue, Dirty Dancing would undoubtedly be nominated. If there were another award based on return on investment, Dirty Dancing would have a very high probability of winning the grand prize. But the Oscars are different. They are decided by members of the American Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, on a one-person, one-vote basis. Dirty Dancing didn't offer anything particularly outstanding in terms of directing or acting, so even getting a nomination wouldn't be easy. Ronald, having experienced the awards for several commercially successful films like Fame, The Kid from the Dragon, and Top Gun, knew this. A nomination for Best Original Song for Dirty Dancing would be quite remarkable. This award is most closely related to the song's popularity. All three films Ronald was involved in achieved good results in this category. Therefore, Ronald was self-aware of his chosen path in filmmaking. Next year's Oscars and other awards were only for a Best Original Song. When Ned Tannen suddenly said he could help him get an Oscar nomination, Ronald was skeptical, but out of respect for Paramount's past winning history, he went to the office to hear the plan in person. While Orion Pictures, a mid-sized production company, has been the biggest winner at the Oscars in recent years, with Oliver Stone's Platoon and Woody Allen's Hannah and the Sisters sweeping Best Picture, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Supporting Actress among other awards last year, Paramount Pictures still managed to unexpectedly win Best Actress for their successful low-budget commercial film Children of God. Out of favor, they excel at getting commercially successful films to also win Oscars, a completely different approach from Orion's strategy of using the Oscars to boost box office revenue. Perhaps Tannen has some other tricks up his sleeve to make Dirty Dancing work its magic? Relax, Ronald, Ned Tannen said, beaming with satisfaction. Ronald, always a loner who refused to be tied to any studio for long, had finally found his weakness. So you're not so aloof after all. You want to make blockbuster movies and win awards too, don't you? Haha, I'm just curious, can you get a nomination for Spicy Dance? If you can, what do I need to give in return? Ronald realized he had lost his composure, but since Tannen was willing to name a price, it couldn't be nonsense, so he decided to lay it all out. Did Tannen want him to direct a film for Paramount, or something else? It was all negotiable. Wait a minute, we're waiting for one more person. Ned Tannen wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely lit a cigar, poured himself a glass of brandy, and handed it to Ronald. Come on. Ronald saw that Tannen was still putting on airs, but he was eager to know how to get involved in the Oscars, so he had no choice but to sit down and chat with him over drinks. So what's going on between you and Shirley Lansing? She called me and inexplicably yelled at me. Ronald took a sip of his drink, then looked around his table to see if Tannen still had that expensive-looking cigar he had in his mouth. Here, Tannen opened a drawer, took out a cigar, cut it open for Ronald himself, and lit it with a special extra-long poplar match. Wonderful, Ronald took a puff, exhaling directly without letting the smoke enter his lungs. It was indeed a top-quality Ashton cigar, a Philadelphia native, a luxury reserved for American old money. You know what? She and her partner, Stanley Jaffe, have been eyeing my position for a long time, Ned Tannen said leisurely, watching the match burn slowly. SHXT, do they even deserve it? Besides, with your performance so good, it's not up to two independent producers to threaten your position, is it? Ronald narrowed his eyes. No wonder Tannen was using his name to suppress Lansing's new film. How you? Ned Tannen gently blew out the match. These poplar matches emitted only a pleasant fragrance, unlike cheap Zippo lighters that would leave a kerosene-like smell on a fine cigar. Actually, I don't want to stay in this position anymore, but I don't want someone like Lansing to take over Paramount after me. What do you mean? Ronald suddenly heard a juicy piece of gossip. Why was Tannen, who had delivered a film with Top Gun that rivaled Michael Eisner's success, quitting? I heard you also started your own production company, Ronald. Tannen shifted the topic back to Ronald. Yes, it's a small company, with enough capital for only a mid-range film, but with the success of Spicy Dance, you'll have more than that, Tannen interrupted Ronald's feigned politeness. Now everyone in Hollywood knew Ronald was rich. The guy had even generously shared profits with the main cast and crew, causing a sensation among artists. What I mean is, who do you think is happier, me as the president of Paramount, or you as the owner of a small production company? Ronald paused, thinking. He understood Ned Tannen's meaning. Unlike his predecessor, Michael Eisner, Ned Tannen's rise to power wasn't a popular choice, but rather a compromise among several candidates. This resulted in him having many unresolved issues within Paramount. His job was more about balancing things out, and he guessed that independent production companies like Shirley Lansing, who had long-term distribution contracts with Paramount, probably weren't very respectful to him. But he's still the president of Paramount. Ronald finally spoke his mind. The president of Paramount, a prestigious company that had stood the test of time in Hollywood for decades, was surely better than owning a small production company. Do you know how much severance pay Frank Price, the president of Columbia who promoted you, received when he left his positions at both Columbia and Universal? Huh? And to reach our position, we can sign long-term distribution contracts with the company, and we can set up our own small production company, giving our films limited distribution rights. If you put it that way, it's not bad. Ronald took another puff of his cigar. These gold parachutes given to departing presidents come with a large severance package, plus investment in their personal production companies, and priority distribution rights for future films. In reality, it's all about keeping quiet, preventing them from revealing the various dirty deals they made during their tenure. Do you think this is an easy position? More and more film company presidents are being taken by people from television stations. I'm taking advantage of the box office success of the films you helped produce, Ned Tannen started to say, but Ronald probably understood what he was about to say. At 20th Century Fox, a former ABC executive took over. Ned Tannen, riding the wave of box office success with films like Top Gun, received his coveted golden parachute and left, no longer sitting in that coveted position, his dream when he first rose to power, a wise choice. The position of film company president is becoming increasingly unattractive. Everyone just wants to work for 2 or 3 years, produce a blockbuster film, and then retire immediately with severance pay to enjoy life. So what do you mean by calling me here? What can I do for your retirement plans? And who are we waiting for? Ronald felt that Tannen's call and confiding meant he wanted help securing his retirement, in exchange for an Oscar nomination. These two things are actually one thing. Tannen laughed, then began to talk about trivial matters. Knock knock. A knock on the door interrupted Ronald and Ned Tannen's pointless conversation. A tall, handsome man walked in, his suit perfectly tailored, with long hair and a full beard, exuding the charm of a film actor. Sid, you know Ronald. Tannen nodded to the newcomer, then turned to Ronald. Ronald, this is Sid Ganis, Paramount's Director of Marketing and Public Relations. I've heard so much about you, Director Ronald. It's an honor to meet you. Sid Ganis was very debonair. As a senior manager in charge of marketing and public relations, he was truly well-suited for the film industry. Without an introduction, most people would mistake him for an actor. Sid was in charge of the entire marketing for Top Gun, and he also handled the publicity for the first 2 Indiana Jones films, which was very impressive. In addition, he was in charge of Paramount's awards public relations. Children of God was his work, Ned Tannen said with a smile, introducing Ganis's achievements to Ronald. Unlike Ronald, whose films were known to everyone in the industry for their box office success, Sid Ganis's abilities were only known within a very small circle. It's an honor. Ronald stood up and shook hands with him. Ronald pulled out a chair and invited Ganis to sit down. He also glanced at Tannen, who was sitting behind his desk. Clearly, inviting this award contender was a deliberate arrangement. The youngest Best Actress in history? Wow, impressive. Ronald turned to Ganis, seemingly pleased to hear what the award expert had to say. Ronald is a very good director, but the film critics don't like him much. He wants to work with Paramount, and his next film will focus more on artistry. That's why he asked you to explain Paramount's approach to the Oscars to him, Tannen said to Sid Ganis, then gave Ronald a meaningful look. Actually, Ronald's current film has a lot of award potential. Sid Ganis immediately became interested upon hearing that the purpose was to recruit Ronald to Paramount. I brought both ears, Mr. Ganis, Ronald said, looking at Ganis with great interest. Is it too late to get Spicy Dance sorted out? Your unreleased film, Moonstruck, is actually more in line with Oscar tastes, as long as the distributor, MGM, Sid Ganis paused. Ronald's one of us. You can tell him how we've been lobbying for awards for our new film, Fatal Attraction. Ned Tannen's preferred candidate was Sid Ganis, the man he'd personally promoted, to take over as president, ensuring his retirement benefits. Ronald was his biggest asset during his time at Paramount, and after his departure, Ganis needed such a commercial film genius to help achieve good results. Now was the time for them to get to know each other. Fatal Attraction, Sid Guinness smiled. This film was the latest from Stanley Jeffy and Shirley Lansing's production company, and it had good box office potential. The female lead, Glenn Close, played a twisted woman who had an affair with Michael Douglas, and when she couldn't force him to marry her, she tormented their family. She was a strong contender for an Oscar for Best Actress. Let me tell you about her approach to these award-winning films. Director Ronald can learn about our influence in the film critics community, as well as in technical and artistic academies. Guinness began, outlining his standard award-winning strategy. He wasn't actually going to go all out for Jeff Lansing's production company, which was vying for the next president, but he used this opportunity to hint at how he negotiated with MGM to help them secure awards. First, your film needs to have the quality recognized by industry associations, Guinness began, explaining the secrets of Oscar lobbying. To qualify for a nomination, a film had to have been shown in more than 10 theaters in America for at least 2 weeks before the end of 1987. Secondly, nominations were voted on by the industry associations and senior film critics. For example, the Directors Guild selected nominees for Best Director, the Screen Actors Guild for Best Actor, and so on for Best Cinematography and Best Screenplay. Therefore, before the nominations were announced early the following year, several major film critic associations and their respective unions in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles would release their awards. These union awards and Film Critics Association awards are essentially indicators of nomination success. Because, in essence, they are chosen by a group of people. After the nominations are selected, winning depends on luck. At the award stage, all members of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences with voting rights vote collectively. That is, everyone, actors, cinematographers, screenwriters, and directors, can vote for all awards, ultimately determining the winners. At this year's 69th Academy Awards, Paramount's Children of God made Marie Matlin the youngest actress in history to win the award because Sid Guinness, through public relations maneuvering, heavily promoted her deafness. Ultimately, this resonated with a group of actors receiving the most votes, defeating formidable actresses like Jane Fonda, Sissy Spacek, and previously nominated actresses such as Catherine Turner and Sigourney Weaver, winning the youngest Best Actress award on her first nomination. Paul Newman, on the other hand, received a lot of sympathy votes because, despite his acting skills being recognized by the industry and audiences for many years, he had never won an award. Therefore, the most important thing is how the acting community perceives you, Sid Guinness concluded, summarizing his strategy. Ronald secretly noted down the key points. These were all lessons learned from experience: how to deal with film critics associations, how to subtly and legally transfer benefits, and how to improve the impressions of older judges, many of which were closely guarded secrets of major film studios. Having a better understanding of these things meant he wouldn't be easily deceived by distributors in the future. He also had a better idea of how much MGM had invested in helping Moonstruck win an award next year. Thank you, Sid. I think Ronald has a full understanding of Paramount's capabilities. He'll consider them for future collaborations. Thank you, Mr. Guinness. The two men saw Sid Guinness off without a word, then exchanged a smile. Ned Tanyan was unwilling to let Jeffy and Lansing become the successors of his semi-independent production company under Paramount. Therefore, he used Guinness to subtly remind Ronald to strive for next year's Oscars and prevent the recent blockbuster Fatal Attraction from becoming a bargaining chip for those two to succeed him. Ronald, through Guinness's introduction, learned the key points of Oscar public relations. Furthermore, Sid Guinness himself was a strong contender for the next president of Paramount. This entanglement of interests, if handled skillfully by Guinness, could subtly weaken the public relations efforts surrounding Fatal Attraction. With both sides combined, Ronald's Moonlight Seduction seemed to have a very good chance. I hope your film will be loved by Academy members and critics, Tannen sincerely wished Ronald. Thank you. Ronald accepted his kindness. As a pawn in his scheme to weaken Jeffy Lansing's production company, he had indeed gained a tangible benefit. Also, purely out of curiosity, Ronald stood up to say goodbye, then casually asked about the robbery of Pear Blossom. What do you think about the casting of the female victim? Anyway, he didn't like Shirley Lansing, so he wanted to see what Ned had to say to put her down, and also help Jodie Foster and Kelly McGillis fulfill their wishes. You really don't want to direct that movie, Tannen confirmed Ronald's intentions. Actually, I'm preparing an action film, And I'm not interested in that kind of movie for the time being. The script makes me physically uncomfortable. You know Lansing's personality." Ned Tannen nodded in agreement. In this male-dominated industry, for a woman like Shirley Lansing to succeed, she must be tougher than men in everything. Ned had already been confronted by Lansing several times. This former actress, who had acted opposite John Wayne for more than 10 minutes, always liked to argue with an air of expert authority. Her theories were all gleaned from other directors or producers, and she often resorted to sophistry. It wouldn't be good for his interests if someone like that came to power. If Lansing became president after his retirement, and he were to be questioned by her about film projects, Ned Tannen had to try his best to prevent that from happening. Therefore, it's best if Lansing and his partner Jaffe's Fatal Attraction doesn't win too many Oscars, especially the 5 most prestigious ones: Best Director, Best Picture, Best Actress, Best Actor, and Best Screenplay. Molly Lindward, her new hairstyle cost $2,000, and now every high school girl wants to be like her. Ned Tannen is somewhat worried about Lansing's decision to cast Lindward, who is currently a top pop idol. Although her new film The Pickup Artist had mediocre box office performance, her acting was still praised by critics. Many critics mainly criticized Robert Downey Jr.'s performance, saying he had no chemistry with Lindward in the romantic comedy. With such an idol starring in The Heist, both the potential box office increase and the critics' enthusiasm for Molly Lindward's transformative role will give the film an advantage in both box office and critical reception. Your choice, Jodie Foster, is clearly better. She's a mature woman now, after all. Molly Lindward from The Pickup Artist isn't convincing enough to portray a mature woman, Ned Tannen said, indicating his support for Ronald's choice. But the production rights are with Lansing, and she called me yesterday and was very rude. Ronald shrugged. "Yeah, I can't stand her either. I need to think of something." "By the way, you said Lindward is still a high school idol? How old is she?" Ronald suddenly realized a blind spot. "Let me see." Tannen pulled out the Rape of Pear Blossoms folder from his desk drawer, finding Molly Lindward's audition resume. She was born in 1968, not even 20 yet. "You know what? Completely unrelated to this, I remembered something from the past." Ronald stroked his chin. "Oh? What's the interesting thing?" Ned Tannen chimed in, trying to sound amused. "Back when Tom Cruise made his name with Good Boys, Bad Boys, they initially wanted Diane Lane for the lead role. I was on the set of Coppola's The Outcasts at the time, and I saw Tom invite Diane with my own eyes, and then what happened? Why was Rebecca De Mornay chosen instead?" Now Tannen was really interested. Diane's father said he would never let his daughter play a prostitute. At that time, Diane was not yet 20, so, on a completely unrelated note, it's really a pity. Diane Lane deserved a much better career. Ned Tannen grinned and shook hands with Ronald goodbye. Molly Lindward announced her withdrawal from the casting of The Rape of Pear Blossom before filming began. Her mother claimed that this decision was immature on her daughter's part. After seeing the full script, they decided that they would not let their daughter play a victim of assault. Especially since the script contained violent scenes that were more than necessary. The next evening, Ronald saw the news of the casting change for The Rape of Pear Blossom in the gossip section of The Hollywood Reporter. Ned Tannen's speed is still as fast as ever. Ha ha ha, Ronald wanted to laugh out loud. "Ms. Lansing, if I really interfered with the casting, the result wouldn't be like this." Ronald, you're a god. I've come to you to fulfill my promise." In the evening, Jodie Foster called, her slightly magnetic voice very pleasant. She had just received Lansing's call and immediately made her the lead actress. Excitedly, Jodie Foster threw away her grad exam materials and rushed into the bathroom to start getting ready. "Where are you going? You already know you've been chosen, right?" Kelly McGillis entered the room, about to tell Foster the good news, when she suddenly noticed that Foster had applied glamorous eyeshadow, dressed in an office lady outfit, black stockings and high heels, exuding a strong sexy charm as she was about to leave. I have to thank the biggest contributor, McGillis was also dressed in a light gray office lady outfit, with neat trousers underneath, and her long hair styled into big waves again, paired with bright red lipstick. This was her preparation for the image of a lawyer for the district attorney. "Ronald? Just call him over." McGillis lazily lay down on the sofa in the living room, picked up the phone, and dialed a speed dial number. "Hello, Ronald, there are two ladies here who are feeling very hot. Can you come and put out the fire?" Chapter 834, a $25 billion big deal. The next morning, Ronald opened the large refrigerator in the kitchen of the temporary apartment where McGillis and Foster shared. It was a double-door refrigerator made by GE, with a GE logo in cursive script. Ronald recognized it. His Aunt Karen had one too, filled with baked cookies and various ingredients. This was a brand that had been a part of American families for decades, from gas-powered to electric, always a helpful tool for American housewives. Before entering politics, the current president had hosted a program for GE, promoting these new lifestyle appliances. Why is there no meat in the fridge? Ronald rummaged around for a while. The usual bacon, sausages, and steaks were nowhere to be found, only some chicken breast among a pile of vegetables, eggs, and juice. Whatever. Ronald took a few tomatoes, washed and cut them, then added some lettuce leaves and pickles, scrambled some eggs, and combined them with a few slices of bread that had popped out of the toaster. He then used a high-end knife to trim the crusts off the bread and cut it in half diagonally. Finally, he added fresh OJ juice, and Ronald carried the tray into the bedroom. "Oh, I didn't know you were such a chef," Jodie Foster said, taking a slice of sandwich and happily biting into it. "He's always been good at making breakfast," McGillis added, also taking a slice. "Enjoy your meal," Ronald said, taking a sip of orange juice and biting into the bread he'd just cut off. Jodie Foster's eyes lit up. The sandwich contained red tomatoes, green lettuce and cucumber, yellow scrambled eggs, and some mustard. It looked appealing and tasted wonderfully balanced. It was a rare vegetarian breakfast, but Ronald had made it very appetizing. "I didn't expect your breakfast to be so delicious. You really can do everything." Foster happily took another big bite, her eyes shining as she looked at Ronald. "When I was in high school on Staten Island in New York, my aunt had to work several jobs to earn money and would come home very late at night. I made breakfast for her every day for a long time," Ronald said, smiling as he wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth. "Ronald, you've been to Canada to film, right? What was it like filming there?" "We'll be filming entirely in Canada this time too. There are fewer and fewer film crews staying in Hollywood these days." McGillis came up from behind and put her arm around Foster's shoulder. She was a size bigger than Foster, and sitting next to the petite Foster, she seemed to have claimed her territory. Foster took her hand in return, and the two had a bit of a sisterly vibe. "This is the first time I've filmed all by myself. In the past, my mother would always come with me to the film crew. And in Canada, Jodie Foster rarely showed a hint of a young woman needing protection. The security there is excellent. You don't need to worry at all staying in a hotel. The language and customs are also very similar to America. As long as you stay in the film crew's hotel and don't wander off, it feels almost the same as here." Ronald also mentioned the story of the dirty trash can prop from the nanny's adventures, which was taken away by the cleaning staff early in the morning. "Ha ha ha," Jodie Foster laughed so hard she almost fell over. This was clearly not the reaction one would expect from a Yale graduate. "Very good. Keep it up." Ronald understood that Jodie was slowly beginning to embody the role of the high school dropout waitress. "Really? Do you think this approach is okay? I did have my mother taking care of everything on set before. The female lead is all alone. Her mother left home and found a new boyfriend. When she heard that her daughter had been assaulted, she was indifferent, only wanting her daughter not to ruin her life." The highly educated actress was indeed ahead of the other actresses Ronald had worked with in terms of the depth of her thinking. Many people in the acting profession rely on intuition, but someone like Foster, who has both intuition and an understanding of acting theory, would likely be better able to convey the director's intentions to the character when working with a director. "Keep it up, Kelly will love a co-star like you." Ronald gave the two beauties a light kiss goodbye. He still had to go to MGM to discuss the upcoming marketing arrangements for his film Moonstruck. To win awards, he needed MGM's marketing plan to cooperate. MGM United Artists is a publicly traded company. After Weintraub failed to secure the CEO position and angrily left to start his own independent production company, the company had been in constant turmoil, and its stock price had fallen abnormally in a bull market. As a result, apart from the scheduled release date, no one from the distribution department had proactively contacted Ronald. Fortunately, Weintraub's secretary and lover, the red-haired Susan Awakens, greatly admired Ronald. Much of her knowledge of filmmaking came from observing Ronald up close on the sets of the two Dragon Boys films. After Ronald couldn't find the head of distribution at MGM and had no choice but to ask her for help, Even though she was already the vice president of Weintraub Productions, she still accompanied Ronald to his old company, MGM, to negotiate the distribution plan for Moonstruck. Of course, MGM United Artists will definitely give Ronald's work a prominent place in our portfolio, a senior manager Ronald had met before said in a businesslike manner, addressing Ronald and his companion, Susan Awakens. "How can you do this? This isn't how Mr. Weintraub taught you when he was here," Susan Awakens said, clearly indignant that his business philosophy had been blatantly abandoned at Columbia Pictures. Moonstruck is the first film produced by MGM United Artists after resuming production. Mr. Weintraub personally decided on it. Ronald will bring the company a chance for revival. By doing this, you're essentially abandoning everything Jerry has done for us, everything. The senior manager seemed embarrassed by Susan's words. After all, he was a trusted confidant promoted by Weintraub. After Weintraub was ousted from MGM by owner Cochran, he didn't leave with him but stayed at MGM United Artists as a senior manager. Facing his former boss's trusted confidant, he always felt a little insecure. "Miss Atkins, Director Ronald, I'm not just giving you the runaround. Mr. Weintraub was the man who could lead the company back to its peak, but after he left, owner Cochran sold the company to Turner Television last year. And Ted Turner, unable to pay the remaining amount, sold the company back to Cochran this year. Internally, this past year, besides selling, splitting, merging, and selling back to the original owners, we haven't done anything else, we've just stayed where we are, huh?" Ronald inquired about the situation and then asked Susan about some details he didn't know. It turned out that so many hilarious things had happened at MGM this past year. Ted Turner, the owner of the first cable television network, CUU, to launch 24-hour live news, owned numerous media companies. Another well-known company was Turner Networks, named after him, which operated cable television networks in affluent areas of the East and West Coasts. He financed his acquisition of MGM's production and distribution network for a staggering $1.5 billion through Wall Street bonds. More importantly, he bought a massive film library. This library included the rights to all films produced by MGM before 1986, as well as the rights to all films from United Artists and RKO before its bankruptcy. It also included the rights to Warner Brothers films from before 1950, originally owned by MGM, and the rights to Pork Pie, the most famous character from Paramount's cartoon division. Ted Turner had high hopes for this. After acquiring the original library, he immediately colorized the older films and broadcast them on his Turner Networks. Last October, the first post-colorized film tour on Turner Network was MGM's legendary epic, Gone with the Wind, starring Clark Gable and Vivien Leigh. Unfortunately, audiences showed no interest in the seemingly gimmicky prospect of seeing a classic film in color on television. Turner failed to achieve the expected ratings and subscriber growth. Instead, his destruction of the film's precious original black and white copies provoked considerable outrage from major Hollywood unions and film critics. Roger Ebert, a prominent Chicago film critic, was furious, using the headline "The Saddest Day in American Cinema History" to humiliate Ted Turner. Whether it's Gone with the Wind or Casablanca, no one can escape Turner's clutches. No classic can escape his vulgar, computer-colored graffiti. A senior MGM manager lamented to Ronald and Susan about the reputational damage this action had caused MGM. Even more outrageous things followed. Because the release of classic colorized films failed to generate sufficient revenue for Ted Turner, his installment payments for the MGM acquisition were secured by bonds backed by advertising revenue and new subscriber income from the old films. Soon after, at the beginning of this year, the second payment for the acquisition failed to arrive on schedule in the account of MGM's former owner, Cochran. Left with no other option, Turner sold the United Artists label, which he had acquired from MGM, back to Cochran for $480 million. He then sold MGM's production division back to United Artists for $300 million. Next, he sold the film processing plant and some properties in Hollywood and Burbank to raise funds. Turner essentially played a high-stakes game with Cochran, buying and selling various assets under MGM United Artists back and forth. Ultimately, Turner essentially bought the film libraries of the three major studios of Hollywood's golden age, MGM, RKO, and Warner Bros., for less than $600 million. Meanwhile, MGM's production and distribution departments were bewildered by this farcical buying and selling game. "So, do you belong to United Artists or MGM now?" Ronald chuckled. It was actually quite a mess. Thankfully, Weintraub had escaped the clutches of casino boss Cochran. If things had continued like this, who knew what would have happened? I don't know. Theoretically, I belong to MGM, but the company's ticker symbol on Wall Street has changed from MGM to UAE, the senior manager said, shrugging. The two bigwigs' buying and selling game left many loose ends. The film libraries of these three companies were ultimately sold to MGM through extremely complex contracts after the congressional antitrust case and the major television offensive in Hollywood. Therefore, how much of the film library acquired by Turner truly belonged to Turner Television Network was still a highly controversial legal matter. Their lawyers were engaged in a battle of wits, both sides digging through old documents, burying various clauses within seemingly unimportant files, and submitting them to the court, hoping to present them as strong evidence in court. So, MGM can't give my Moonstruck any more support, Ronald spread his hands, asking the senior manager. MGM will still support normal distribution and marketing, the manager shook his head helplessly. So there's no extra support? Like awards or something? Ronald clicked his tongue. It seemed he would have to rely on himself and talk to them about the changed profit-sharing ratio. Would he get a bigger slice if he invested resources? Ronald, Susan tugged at Ronald's sleeve, I know a really good film marketing talent. He did the marketing plans for Spielberg's E.T. and Contact of the Third Kind. If you'd like, I can talk to him. He started his own company now. If you're interested, great, of course I'd like to meet him. Ronald was overjoyed to hear that it was the marketing and distribution director for the record-breaking E.T., the extraterrestrial. Susan was with Weintraub and knew more about these kinds of professionals than he did. You mean Michael Gray? The senior manager asked. Yes, it's him. If you guys aren't going to invest, we can do it ourselves. Susan Akins was determined to make this happen, and Weintraub also needed to maintain a good relationship with Ronald. A director like him, who made such commercially successful films, was someone they had to keep close. For one thing, there was the future of the Dragon Boys series. He's certainly good, and he just started his own company, so he has business. The senior manager also recognized Ronald's talent. Ronald stood up to say goodbye. I'll need your cooperation on some of the film's distribution matters. I will. It's my duty. The senior manager knew he was in the wrong, and carefully escorted the two out of the office. These two were now very powerful figures, and he had to curry favor with them, using the company's resources within their power to the fullest extent possible on Moonlight Temptation. No one knew what MGM's situation was like now. Cockerill might continue to sell the company, and if the new owner continued to lay off employees, he'd have somewhere to go. To meet the Oscar requirements, we just need to ensure a compliant release in December. Generally, films nominated for major Oscar awards experience a surge in box office revenue early next year, at which point we increase our distribution efforts. Then, in April, when the awards are held, if we can win one of the 5 most important awards, there will be another surge in box office revenue. We usually operate this way for these kinds of films, not investing in all distribution channels at the beginning, the senior manager said as they walked, trying to make himself seem important to the other party. Like this year's Platoon, Ronald brought up Orion Pictures' distribution strategy for Platoon, which garnered 7 Oscar nominations and won Best Picture and Best Director earlier this year. Like this year's Platoon, the group talked as they walked, Ronald quite satisfied with the manager's attitude. The three of them reached the elevator. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and filed out were 2 rows of elite-looking people dressed in exquisitely tailored suits, their hair meticulously combed. They were clearly a Hollywood legal team. Ronald recognized the air of Hollywood entertainment lawyers from their Italian-tailored bespoke wool suits and their tanned orange skin, both professional and exuding the sophistication of the entertainment industry. The 2 rows were clearly separated. Ronald looked at the senior manager behind him and mouthed lawyer. The manager nodded in confirmation. It was indeed the legal team hired by Lee and Ted Turner to handle their film copyright case. Ronald deliberately stepped back, not wanting these 2 rows of tense lawyers, their heads held high and eyes fixed on the ceiling, their egos larger than themselves, to step on his feet. The 2 rows moved towards the large conference room. Ronald chuckled and was about to step into the elevator. Is this Ronald? Ronald Lee? The greatest musical director of our time, a slick, aged voice came from the back of the 2 rows, calling out to Ronald. It's me. And you are? Ronald saw an old man with silver hair, a large nose, and 2 suspiciously surgically enhanced sausage lips. Kirk Kerkorian. I really enjoyed your musicals. They had a golden age feel to them. The old man was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Though he wore a smile, there was a depth behind it reminiscent of Marlon Brando in The Godfather. I've heard so much about you, Mr. Kakirian. Ronald extended his hand and shook hands with the owner of the MGM Casino and Production Company. Susan, you're here too. Did you say something bad about me to Ronald? Kakirian smiled and stepped forward to hug Susan Atkins. I need to see Ronald about something. Could we have some privacy? Kakirian politely requested Susan, but his tone left no room for refusal. You're here, surely for your new film? I heard it's a good movie, but unfortunately, it's not a musical, and it's about Italians. You know I don't like Italians. After Kakirian sat down in his office, he gestured for Ronald to sit on the sofa to his right. Why? Do you have a grudge against them? Ronald hadn't expected this from the start. Hey, I know people outside say I'm part of the mob, burying people alive in the Las Vegas desert and stuff. But it's all legitimate business, Kakirian chuckled. Ronald hesitated, unsure whether to believe him. Perhaps he had indeed toned down his arrogance in recent years. I just don't like the flamboyant style of Italians. It's fine as an artist, but as a business partner or rival, it's terrible. I'm from Armenia, and we take business commitments very seriously. Ha ha ha. Then you should check out my Moonlight Seduction. The lead actress, Cher, is also Armenian, although she plays an Italian. I will. Kakirian placed his fingers on the coffee table and tapped them rhythmically. After a while, neither of them spoke. Is what you wanted to talk to me about the movie? I'm actually interested in doing some distribution and marketing myself. We just need to renegotiate the contract. Ronald couldn't hold back any longer and asked first. No, Ronald, I'm not talking to you about a movie, I'm talking about a much bigger picture. So big that in Hollywood, only a handful of people understand me, and you're one of them, me. Ronald thought to himself, I know nothing about the casino business, and besides, I don't know any of your shady dealings. I wonder how big your picture is. Ronald noticed that one of Kakirian's characteristics was that he rarely spoke first, but rather put pressure on the other person to speak first. A whopping $25 billion, huh? Ronald thought he'd misheard. Every year. A market potential of $25 billion every year for the next 10 years. Chapter 835. Do you want to be the president of a world media distribution group? Upon hearing about a potential market of $25 billion annually, Ronald's mind raced. Such a huge market, and Kakirian really wants me to join? What industry in America has an annual revenue of that size? Automobiles? Retail? Defense? Certainly not the film industry. Back in 1986, the total box office revenue for all films in America, including North America, including Canada, was just over $3 billion. Mr. Kakirian, what scenario are you referring to? Last year, the total box office of the more than 300 films released in the US was only $3 billion. I'm just a film director, I don't know anything else. No, I'm talking about the film industry. Kakirian shook his finger, then stopped Ronald from continuing. You know the total box office figures for last year, but do you know how many people went to the movies? Ronald started to do mental calculations. In Los Angeles and New York, in relatively new cinemas, a movie ticket costs about $4 to $5. In smaller towns and older cinemas, the price is even lower. So, on average, 800 million, only 820 million viewers went to the movies last year. In our great country with 240 million people, that means each American only saw 2.4 movies a year on average. Seeing Ronald's furrowed brow, Kakirian knew that these Anglo-Saxon whites, especially artists like directors, weren't good at math, so he just rattled off the numbers. But I don't understand. You say there's a market potential of $25 billion over the next 10 years, and I can't think of any way to get moviegoers to go to the cinema 8 times more each year. Do you know how many moviegoers there were each year before and after World War II? No. Ronald shook his head. He didn't remember those numbers. Before the war, 95 million people went to the cinema every week. And at that time, America's population was only a little over 100 million. If we could get audiences to go to the movies as frequently as they did before World War II, then the total box office for the year would be $25 billion, Ronald answered with a laugh. Movie ticket prices had increased by 20% this year. If we calculated it at an average of $5 per movie, and we could restore the frequency of movie-going to pre-television levels, then the total box office for the year could indeed reach that figure. But, Mr. Cockley, we all know that's impossible, unless you sit in the time machine from Back to the Future, go back to the 1950s, and kill the inventor of television. Ronald chuckled. Was Cockley getting old and a little slow? Cockley laughed too, not minding the joke. If there's another country in the world called America, where audiences still maintain the habit of watching more than 20 movies a year, and where television penetration is negligible, do you think it's possible to reach a market potential of $25 billion? That's certainly possible, but there's no such place in the world. Ronald's speech slowed down. As far as he knew, there was indeed such a place with a population exceeding 1 billion, a strong movie-watching culture, and where ordinary households didn't have televisions. Was Cockley targeting that place? It seems you've got it. China is the next biggest film market. I've seen the statistics there. There are over 25 to 30 billion moviegoers annually. Ticket prices are constantly rising. And it's already opened its doors to Hollywood. The number of moviegoers there is indeed staggering, but we won't make any money. Ronald laughed. His film Breakdance had just been released there, and the distributor, Cannonball Studios, sold copies for a huge sum, $20,000. What if I said that MGM and the other two largest Hollywood studios wanted to join forces to develop the Chinese market, and then exert pressure on them through trade to open up the film market and implement a revenue-sharing system? Can we do that? Ronald thinks it's unlikely they can open up the market. Right, of course we can. We're America, fucksk. The trade agreement the president signed with Japan has forced them to open up the Japanese film market. Next, they'll target the computer chip market. Do you think China's bargaining power can compare to Japan's? Ronald listened, increasingly convinced that what Cochran said wasn't entirely impossible. If they could open the market and get Hollywood studios to charge a fee for each copy, like Hollywood used to, they could probably account for 1/5 to 1/3 of the entire film's box office. I can see you have a keen business sense. Cochran smiled, his gaze shifting from casual conversation to the predatory instincts of a seasoned businessman. Mr. Cochran, Ronald began to take the conversation seriously. Ronald, Cochran smiled and nodded. I bought MGM because I've been a movie buff since I was a child. I really admire the artists, stars, and directors who make movies appear on the big screen. You've impressed me deeply after talking with me. I think you're not only an artist, but also have a keen business sense. I'm always generous to talented and ambitious young people. I enjoy doing business with them. It makes me feel young again. After successfully piquing Ronald's interest, Cochran began to discuss his grand plan. MGM, Paramount, and Universal, the three largest Hollywood distributors, have been secretly discussing this for a long time. The three of us have decided to establish a world distribution company headquartered in New York, primarily targeting the Chinese market and other parts of the world, unifying our overseas distribution operations. Ronald listened intently. This was quite an astonishing plan. The three strongest and most successful studios of the Hollywood Big Seven, traditionally focused on international distribution, were considering a joint venture, unifying their overseas distribution operations, collectively attacking the world's most populous market. The company will be called the World Media Distribution Group. Not only Hollywood Films, but our three television networks will also collaborate with the other side of the Pacific to export our television dramas. If we can open up and dominate this market in the next 10 years, it will be the biggest commercial adventure in Hollywood history. Mr. Cockley, what you're saying sounds good to me too, but why you? Cockley smiled. Because we need a young man who is familiar with both Hollywood production and the Chinese market to serve as president. Universal and Paramount have their own plans, but I think this kind of pioneering work requires a young man with ambition, a lively mind, and some connections over there. Ronald straightened up, and suddenly felt that Cockley's ugly face seemed so kind. Pioneering mind, familiar with Hollywood, familiar with Chinese films, isn't that me? If you're willing, we can bring your daydreams and invest in it together. You don't need to completely give up your directing work, but for the first year or two, you'll need to shift your focus and time to this work. As long as you agree, I'll handle the persuasion work with Paramount and Universal. I'm sure with your relationship with Ned Tanning and Tom Pollock, this won't be a difficult task. After hearing this, Ronald, completely unprepared, fell into deep thought. This opportunity was simply too big, and it wasn't impossible. If he could become the de facto president of overseas distribution for Hollywood, he could use Hollywood's resources to impress the Chinese Ministry of Culture. Given his good relationship with them, it was certainly possible. Conversely, if he could capture the entire Chinese market, plus markets in other countries, wouldn't his film production business be unstoppable? This was a much bigger platform than Minahan Golan's clumsy method of raising $400 million and acquiring theaters. The only problem was that he would have to temporarily give up his roles as director and producer and become a businessman for 2 years. Only after successfully developing the market could he have a few months to make movies again. What, do you still have any doubts? You'd better ask them all while I'm here, Cochrane said with a smile, seeing Ronald deep in thought. I want to ask, is your assessment of the potential of the Chinese film market too high? Ronald thought it over and realized that there was a factual error in the dream scenario described by Cochrane that he didn't quite accept. Movie tickets in China aren't expensive. At the best cinema near the Bund, a first-class ticket costs just over $1. Even if 25 billion people go to the movies every year, it's still far from $1 per person. By the way, what's the exchange rate between the dollar and the US dollar again? He continued. Besides, how can you guarantee that the television industry on the other side of the Pacific won't develop rapidly and repeat the American story? Another flaw in this dream scenario was the influence of the television industry. After World War II, television rapidly dominated the entertainment choices of American housewives within 10 years, and since then, movie box office revenue has declined rapidly, never again seeing the average person watch 20 or 30 movies a year. You know what? Asking these two questions far exceeded my expectations. I was originally planning to assemble a consulting team for you, and then have you form a business development team with people experienced in business development. Your business intuition might even be better than your intuition in film art. I'm now completely certain that my thinking about you is correct. Hey, Ronald smiled happily. Of course, I'm not bragging. Every movie I make makes money. It's all about having a good eye. We did a lot of research on these two issues beforehand, and we hired McKinsey & Company to investigate the market situation there in detail. Cochrane pulled out a McKinsey report, which included research and forecasts on the local film and television market. First, movie ticket prices that were rising very rapidly. In the late 1970s, a widescreen movie ticket cost 25 cents, and a regular screen ticket cost only 10 cents. But by 1984, cinemas began market-oriented reforms, and popular movies with high attendance could raise ticket prices by 30 cents. A ticket for such a popular movie with high attendance now cost over 50 cents. And by 1985, ticket prices had exceeded. After the initial 80 cents mark, cinemas obtained policy allowing them to raise prices under various pretexts, such as heating, air conditioning, renovations, and seating. Last year, in major cities, the price of tickets for popular movies in top-tier cinemas exceeded $1. Meanwhile, various new types of cinemas are springing up like mushrooms after rain in cities. These new cinemas are larger, better decorated, and can charge higher ticket prices. According to estimates from consulting reports, ticket prices will rise to 3 to 5 yuan within 5 years. At the current exchange rate of 2.8 to 3.2 yuan to the US dollar, the potential of a market worth $25 billion annually will soon be within reach. On the other hand, television sets there are still quite expensive. A small black and white television costs 300 to 500 yuan, while a large color television costs 1,200 yuan. Televisions imported from Japan were only freely available for purchase in a few coastal areas, costing an astonishing 1,800 yuan or more. Keep in mind that the average worker's monthly wage there was less than 100 yuan. Even for officials, senior engineers, doctors, and university professors, after wage reforms, their wages were only around 150 to 200 yuan. Only senior technicians and managers in a few large and medium-sized enterprises received slightly higher bonuses after the reforms. Given this price relationship, the spread of televisions there wouldn't be as rapid as in America in the 1950s. Even the Soviet Union, the leading power in the Eastern Bloc, had fewer than 20 million television sets, meaning only 1/3 of households owned a television. Therefore, in the foreseeable future, ordinary people there would still rely on movies as their primary means of transportation. The main form of entertainment, film production and distribution, is very likely to outpace television growth in the next decade. Mr. Kochlian, Ronald listened, increasingly excited. His films were better than Minahan's, he was more handsome, and actresses were willing to work with him. The reason he wasn't as wealthy as Minahan was mainly because he missed out on opportunities like this. It was rare to find a good person like Kochlian who could help him make money. No, it wasn't really about being a good person, but rather about his unique advantage in understanding Hollywood and the other side of the Pacific. His greatest asset was his market competitiveness. I know you're very excited right now, but before making any major decisions, I always talk to people I respect, think it over, and then get some sleep. Only then are my decisions well considered, not impulsive, Kochlian said, noticing Ronald's eagerness and discouraging the young man from being too hasty. However, you're not without competition. The president of the American Film Institute, Jack Valentine, has someone recommended for him. So you should choose your conversation partners carefully. Thank you for the reminder, Ronald thought to himself. Cochlean is quite honest, he doesn't hide anything. I wonder why there are rumors that he's cunning. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Cochlean stopped there. Ronald took his leave. I heard you have some connections in politics. When you were filming Top Gun, the Navy was very cooperative, and the president even said he liked it. World Media Distribution Group always needs to deal with government departments there, and negotiating to break through certain policies is necessary. Ronald, Mr. Michael Gray is the founder and president of Gray Film Distribution Consulting. Ms. Chen, Daydream's secretary, came over to introduce Ronald to the distribution consulting firm they had hired for Moonlight Seduction. This was personally introduced by Susan Akins. Hello, Mr. Gray. I was a little distracted just now. Ronald was still thinking about Cochlean's affairs. It's a pleasure to meet you, Director Ronald. My company has provided distribution consulting advice for many Universal TV series and films. Susan's recommendation is spot on. Let's see what you think. Ronald crossed his arms, waiting for Michael Gray to explain his marketing ideas. I believe that current Hollywood marketing, with its media packages sent to the media, isn't enough to capture the essence of a film. So I invented the electronic media package, replacing the traditional paper and photo summaries with videotapes. That's why it's called the electronic media package, Michael Gray began, outlining his innovation for film marketing. Before each film's release, media packages containing synopses, photos of exciting scenes, stills, and so on, are sent to various media outlets and film critics. However, these alone aren't enough for journalists to intuitively grasp the film's highlights. Since videotapes exist, Gray plans to replace paper photos with short films. Simply put, these are behind-the-scenes clips, plus extended trailers, and the creator's thoughts on the film. The cost isn't much higher than traditional methods, but the effect is far superior. We can also send these short films to some of the judges who have voting rights in the academies. Ronald's distribution director, Michelle Canold, noticed him drifting off again and reminded him that Michael Gray's presentation was over. Mr. Gray, I was just thinking about how much your new method will change distribution, and maybe it will become the industry standard in the future. Ronald pulled his thoughts back from Cochlean's position. I thought so too, and I hope to do a good job of distribution for you and Daydream on this film. Of course, Canold will work with you to get the contract sorted out with MGM. I think your offer is very reasonable, and I look forward to your next preliminary proposal. Ronald, your favorite lead actor, Bruce Willis, turned down the role. He doesn't want to film a movie while shooting the TV series Blue Moonlight. Joel Silver came to Ronald. His initial contact with Bruce Willis hadn't been very successful. Part-time, no thanks. Ronald was spacing out again. He started repeating what the other person had said. I said, he turned down the role in this movie. Silver found it strange. Ronald seemed a bit absent-minded. What? He turned it down? Why? Sorry, I misheard you. I thought he needed more flexible filming schedules. Didn't you tell him that Michael J. Fox filmed a family sitcom while also filming Back to the Future, and it wasn't a problem? He said that kind of filming would kill him, and he also needs to make time for dating his girlfriend. Oh, I'll talk to Demi and ask her to talk to him. Ronald remembered that Bruce Willis's current girlfriend was Demi Moore. What? Ronald saw Joel Silver's mouth moving but didn't hear what he said. Hearing about that $25 billion revenue market seemed to capture Ronald's entire attention. I said, we need a backup plan. A backup plan? A backup plan? Why do we need a backup plan? Am I not good enough? Ronald was annoyed at the word backup plan. Who could be more suitable for this job than me? Do you have my connections in China? Do you have my familiarity with Hollywood? You want to be the lead? Joel Silver looked Ronald up and down. It's not impossible, but you're a bit too handsome. John McClellan is a character who needs to resonate with ordinary people. If you're willing to audition, that's fine, but we'll need an assistant director for you. What? I can't be the lead. Ronald realized he'd misheard. Do you have any backup options? Joel Silver looked at Ronald, wondering what was wrong with him today. It was strange that he'd heard Willis say he wanted to go on a date and didn't want to act in a movie. Could it be that he and Willis's girlfriend, Demi? We're considering Schwarzenegger. He's good. Ask him to come and talk to us. Ronald was a little absent-minded, just casually agreeing with Silver. That night, Ronald tossed and turned in his brand-new California king-size bed, unable to sleep. Coakley's kindness was too much. He suddenly had a chance to surpass Minahan Golan and become Hollywood's most successful young producer. Golan approached junk bond king Milken, paying exorbitant interest rates to secure $400 million in financing. With the vast markets on both sides of the Pacific Ocean at his disposal, wouldn't he be able to wield immense power in the future? What was $400 million? Perhaps bankers would be begging him for a loan of $4 billion. After a sleepless night of contemplation, Ronald woke up in the morning, determined to do everything in his power to secure this position. I need to talk to experienced people in politics, but without any direct conflict of interest. Ronald thought for a long time. His closest confidants were Vice President George and Barbara. As vice presidents, they didn't wield much real power, unlike the president whose every move had far-reaching consequences. Moreover, Elder George had served as a director equivalent to an ambassador to China and was quite familiar with the situation in China. With this in mind, Ronald dialed the phone of the vice president's eldest son, younger George, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time. George, are you still in D.C.? I'm going back to New York soon. Are you free to come over? Let's get together, have some barbecue and beer. Haha, we should have had some barbecue a long time ago. The barbecues here in D.C. are all too small, not as satisfying as those in Texas. You set a time, Laura, the kids, and I will come over. I don't have a single real friend in D.C. right now. It's a deal then. My aunt has her house on Staten Island. We can go there. Yeah, we can take the ferry there. The Godfather's house is on the island, the one where they filmed The Godfather. Wow, this is my first time visiting a movie set. I really love that movie. I gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. I love that line. Then, Ronald called his childhood friend, Douglas Hanson Jr. Doug, I've received a job offer. Ronald relayed what Coakley had told young Douglas. What do you think, SHXT? This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. How are you going to handle it? What can I do to help? Just tell me. These things require boldness, but also meticulousness. I'm planning to invite the vice president's eldest son, George Jr., a director of the Screen Fund, to Staten Island to visit my aunt and uncle for barbecue and beer. His family will come too, and you, don't say anything more. I'll handle everything. I know a chef who's good at barbecue. When you get to Staten Island, we'll discuss it in detail. You need to tell me all the details again. Young Douglas was also very interested in this incredible business opportunity. Finally, Ronald called Aunt Karen. Hello, Auntie? This is Ronald. Ronnie, this is Donna. My mom just went out. Why are you calling? Shouldn't I be asking that? Didn't you go to work at that company on Long Island? What are you doing at home? I'm doing some legwork right now. Mr. Simons wants me to start by getting familiar with some companies on Wall Street and in New York. I haven't qualified to look at his investment formulas yet. Legwork? Ronald asked after hearing this. Then what are you going to do on Wall Street? Just chat with those bankers. A lot of things can't be seen from numbers. You need first-hand experience. Mr. Simon said that once I understand what numbers can tell us and what they can't tell us, I can start investing using formulas. I see. Ronald felt that Donna's words resonated with him. You still haven't told me why you called my mom. I invited the vice president's son and his family over for barbecue. He helped me a lot, and I've been wanting to invite him over for a family dinner. Oh, then I'll tell her. Donna has met many people now. A vice president's son, not holding a public office, nothing special. The president's son with his ex-wife is still receiving welfare in Los Angeles. Do real work, talk to people, understand what truth the numbers can tell us. Ronald listened to what Donna's boss said and thought it made a lot of sense. Indeed, he seemed to have been frightened by that number, and then all his subsequent actions were led by the nose by that enormous number. He should understand the number itself more before continuing. Ronald took out his business card book, flipped through it for a while, and found the business card of the Chinese-American actor, Lee, who had been to China with him. Lee, this is Ronald Lee. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. I haven't heard about this. I'm not familiar with the domestic television market either, but I can help you find someone in China to inquire. If this works out, it would be great for us Chinese actors in Hollywood. Lee listened to Ronald's explanation in the coffee shop, thought for a moment, and then said the above. Really? That would be wonderful. I happen to lack understanding of the film market there, however, if the relevant departments find out, they might seek your opinion. Are you willing to frankly discuss the pros and cons of this matter with them? It sounds like this involves many departments and won't be that simple. Based on my understanding, Lee's understanding of things in China was far deeper than that of Ronald, a foreigner. Of course, I'm always willing to share my thoughts. What's that saying again? I'll speak my mind without reservation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 836 The Most Profitable Investment. Ronald hadn't told any of his friends in the industry about his trip to New York. Coakley's warning was right. With such a large project, anyone could be a competitor or someone who might tip off the competition. So, his cousin Donna picked him up at the airport. Ronald had only called her. His relatives were the people he could trust most. She drove over to pick him up and take him to the Marriott Hotel. Donna, thank you for picking me up. My trip needs to be kept secret from Hollywood, and you're the person I trust most. I hope you didn't take time off work to pick me up. Ronald sat in the passenger seat of the car he'd given Donna years ago. The Japanese car had a nice design, although small. Ronald, a tall man of over 6 feet, was quite comfortable. It's alright. It's hard to get appointments with those bankers these days anyway. I often have to ask them 10 times before one agrees to meet. Donna's attire was gradually shifting towards an office lady style. Her overall competence was much better than in college. Although her speech and action sometimes still retain that youthful naivete unique to college graduates. They'll be begging to meet you one day, Ronald laughed. The sister of the president of World Media Distribution Group, haha, Wall Street bankers will be lining up then. Hopefully, Donna laughed too. Actually, those bankers working on Wall Street aren't bad people, they're under a lot of pressure too. It's just that sometimes they can't judge how much benefit I'll bring them, so they're careful with their time. Right now, I'm just relentlessly calling their secretaries to show my sincerity. Our fund manages funds for several Ivy League universities, and if they see me schedule appointments with them 10 times in a row, they'll believe in my sincerity. I'm just a fresh graduate, and Mr. Simmons isn't giving me much support either. He says understanding how Wall Street bankers operate is good for my career development. I'm not one of those rich kids, driving a Porsche and wearing an expensive watch. Those bankers can tell they're rich just by looking at me. He'll have the nice car and the expensive watch. Ronald felt his cousin had suffered quite a bit of injustice. By the way, you seem to really admire your boss, Mr. Simmons. Ronald changed the subject. He's actually more of a mathematician, but he felt he couldn't be a top mathematician, so he became an investor. Donna, a top student in MIT's physics department, explained Simon's investment philosophy, using many academic terms Ronald didn't understand. The two arrived at the Marriott Hotel, and after Ronald checked in, he had dinner with Donna in the restaurant. Seeing that Ronald had finished eating, Donna hesitated for a moment before asking him, Ronnie, what brings you here this time? You can't be making it so secret just because you invited the current vice president's son to dinner, can you? I called Diane, and she didn't even know you were coming. What did you say to her? Ronald put down his knife and fork and asked. I said the vice president's son wanted to discuss a film fund with you, Donna replied, wiping her mouth. Her childhood best friend Diane sounded a little awkward on the phone when she heard about Ronald's secret visit to New York. This needs to be kept strictly confidential. I haven't even told my agent. I haven't told any of my friends in Hollywood, so you shouldn't tell anyone else either, Ronald said, wiping his mouth. What's all this secrecy about? Surely no one wants to invest in you. Donna, having grown up in the investment firm, felt a sense of déjà vu with Ronald's style. Many investment bankers like to keep projects secret. It's pretty much the same, Ronald replied, recounting what Cockley had said about MGM, Universal, and Paramount's planned joint venture to enter the Chinese market. Mr. Cockerell is going to nominate me as the head, but I'll talk to little George for now and see what his father thinks about opening up the Chinese film market. Oh? Is the film market there that big? I heard they're quite poor. How can they afford to spend so much foreign exchange to import American film copies? Of course, you don't know, do you? Although their income isn't high, not many families own a television. We're facing a huge market with 5 times the population, where everyone watches 20 movies a year. Ronald explained the concept of the $25 billion market to Donna. What do you think of this business ambition? A future Wall Street banker? I think from a numerical analysis perspective, it's certainly possible. Donna was serious, not noticing Ronald's teasing tone, and instead started advising her cousin. And it's a very good concept. Wall Street money will love this idea. It's big enough, crazy enough, greedy enough, and exhilarating. I told you it was good. Looks like you know a lot about investing. Ronald was pleased, and Donna thought so too. However, Mr. Simon said that the only place where you can go wrong when investing with numbers isn't in the math, but in the source of those numbers. If those numbers aren't deliberately distorted or fabricated, then following the mathematical formulas won't lead to mistakes. You're right, Ronald stroked his chin. Donna had been working at the fund company for a few months and had already grasped some of the thought processes of Wall Street investors. What she said was indeed very reasonable. The business plan was logically sound, and if there was a problem, it wouldn't be here, but rather hidden in. The devil is in the details. Mr. Simons always says that. You're practically becoming a die-hard fan of Mr. Simons, Ronald said, seeing Donna calling him fund boss so often. All right, I'm going home now. I told Mom. She'll prepare everything at home. Little Douglas will take care of it. Tell Auntie not to be too busy. She said she'll prepare some cookies for you. The rest is for little Douglas. Donna's eyes flashed with disdain as she spoke of little Douglas. This classmate of her brother was always so eager to please her. He was acting like a fool. Did she really think she was as superficial as those Hollywood actresses? Give my regards to Auntie. I have to meet some people here tomorrow. Ronald saw Donna to her car and waved goodbye. Hollywood secrets might be kept for a while, but Wall Street secrets are obviously leaked very quickly. Ronald had just accepted Cochran's invitation and was carefully considering the job when Steve Bannon, who had previously worked on Wall Street, somehow got wind of it and called to request a meeting in Manhattan before Ronald even set off for New York. Ronald was surprised by Bannon's excellent connections, but Bannon explained that the matter had already been discussed on Wall Street for some time, though Hollywood artists hadn't yet realized the commercial implications. As for why news of Ronald being a new candidate had reached him, Bannon said that Cockley's team had proactively leaked information to a limited number of senior executives at major banks on Wall Street. Therefore, Ronald was staying at the Marriott Hotel in Lower Manhattan, near the financial district. The two arranged to meet the next day. Cockley's actions made Ronald somewhat uncomfortable. He had been asked to keep things secret from Hollywood, yet he himself was leaking information on Wall Street. What was he up to? Donna's earlier comments also stirred up some doubts in Ronald. While in Los Angeles, he had mentally rehearsed the steps of that grand plan every day. Every detail seemed logical, and he couldn't see any flaws. However, if the numbers input into the mathematical formula were wrong, even the most logically sound approach wouldn't yield the correct result. Alone in his room, silently drinking his cola, Ronald felt he needed to confirm the details of Cockley's grand plan further. He took out his phone book, found Xiao Yan's number, and called her, who was taking community college courses at Stanton College. Xiao Yan? It's your brother Luo. I just arrived in New York and thought of you. Are you free tonight? Come to Manhattan and chat with me. I promised your dad I wouldn't be paying as much attention to you lately. Brother Luo, look at you. I owe you so much for my TOEFL and schoolwork, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to go to school at all. I'm in my dorm. The Staten Island ferry is still running. I'll come find you. What hotel are you staying at? Come on over. I'm staying at the Marriott. I can walk to the Manhattan Pier and wait for you. Ronald hung up and put on his coat. He slowly walked to the Battery Ferry Terminal, located at the southernmost part of downtown. It was right next to Roosevelt Street and Whitehall Street, and not far behind was Wall Street, the financial center of the universe. The iconic World Trade Center towers were reflected in the wide expanse of water, marking the Manhattan skyline. The lights emanating from the Twin Towers and some of the smaller buildings around them were reflected on the dark blue water, creating a beautiful, multicolored spectacle. Ronald was momentarily mesmerized. Such a stunning night view was rare even in America. The West Coast has a lower population density, and such a mega-metropolis scene only seemed natural in the Big Apple, New York City. Whoosh, a whistle blew, and the yellow ferry docked. This startled Ronald from his reverie. He glanced at the yellow JFK Kennedy ferry, which, among several small boats on the water, was slowly approaching, much larger than the others, making it very conspicuous. A stir began to rise in the crowd. Many low-ranking secretaries on Wall Street couldn't afford Manhattan apartments and lived on Staten Island. Several female secretaries, with their hair styled in high buns, carrying expensive high heels but wearing more comfortable running shoes, rushed to the dock, hoping to find a seat on the ferry and get a short rest after their busy workdays. When they got home, there were chores to do, like tidying up the room, and maybe their boyfriends would even come over for dinner. Ronald thought of Teresa Kate, his partner in the leg warmer business. She used to be a hard-working secretary like him, but after meeting him and selling the leg warmer business, she continued working in the shop and selling goods. She and her husband, David, had a lovely son, and their lives had escaped their misery. All of this gave Ronald a sense of familiarity: New York, the ferry, the Statue of Liberty, the World Trade Center, the hard-working secretary. It was as if he had dreamed of this scene. Brother Ronald, Xiao Yan rushed off the Kennedy against a flow of people, waving to Ronald. Xiao Yan, Ronald's thoughts were interrupted, and he stepped forward to take Xiao Yan's hand. After they hugged, Ronald looked Xiao Yan up and down for a while. Xiao Yan's clothes were already quite similar to those of native-born Chinese, except for his demeanor, which still showed traces of mainland China, and his distinctive English accent. It seemed he had integrated well into school. "So, are you happy studying here? I thought you were going to ask me about my grades," Xiao Yan answered in English, his accent aside, but now his English was much more fluent than back in China. "I really like Stanton University. The atmosphere is very free. I can choose any courses I want, and I can even sneak into classes that aren't my own. My grades are still very good. We Chinese can endure hardship here. I also have a part-time job handing out flyers on campus." Xiao Yan was very grateful to Ronald and told him all about his good situation. Ronald took him to a nice restaurant in Chinatown. The two ordered char siu and leafy greens, and brewed a pot of pure chrysanthemum tea, chatting as they went. "The chefs here are even better than those back home. The waiters are also very polite, unlike back home where they're often indifferent." Xiao Yan remarked that the Chinese food here was no less than what he had back home. "You have to tip too," Ronald replied with a smile, acknowledging that every advantage has its disadvantages. "I called you here to ask about the domestic film market. How much do movie tickets cost us? The children of employees at our film studio get free tickets every month, and we also get some imported copies that are only shown internally. You can use those tickets to pick up girls," Xiao Yan replied, sipping his tea. He'd used that trip to rekindle his relationship with his ex. "If you buy a ticket yourself, how much does it cost? Can you get one for $1? Ronald was primarily concerned with verifying the price. $1? That's for renting. Tickets for scheduled screenings are much cheaper, only a few cents. Renting? Scheduled screenings." Ronald's heart skipped a beat. He really needed to verify the accuracy of the data. The scheduled screenings are the original planned screenings. The head office buys the plans, and then distributes them to various cinemas. They're mostly not very good films, and some are re-releases of old movies. The rentals are imported films, like Brother Luo, Breakdance, and those popular films with good print orders. Cinemas have to pay print rental fees. Nowadays, cinemas are also focused on profitability, so they just go through the motions with the scheduled screenings. Getting rental prints means they're capable. What's the ratio of those two types of films? Scheduled screenings are still the main focus. The rental ratio isn't high. There are only a few films that audiences like each year. At screenings, you see film companies from various regions, and you see films that are snapped up, but not many. Domestic directors don't like making them anymore. Anyway, what they make is all planned purchases. The price is the same. There's a bonus for completing the planned tasks, and what about the screening time? Rentals are always more common, right? Ronald's heart sank. He thought for a moment and then asked about the allocation of screening times. Hey, these days, all the copies in China are production quotas set by a head office. Many cinemas can't even get copies for rent. They have to find people to run the distribution. One cinema shows the first 2 copies, and they're immediately transported to the next cinema by bicycle, no rest for a minute. Many cinemas, especially those in the south near Hong Kong, are still secretly showing pirated copies, and head office doesn't seem to care. Ronald's face changed. This meant that projected revenue had shrunk again and again. Mackenzie? I bet they just make up reports sitting in their offices. Tea, and some snacks. Ronald was in a bad mood and didn't even want to eat, so he urged Xiao Yan to eat more. So, how many of your regular employees are buying TVs these days? Ronald was still unwilling to give up. Even if revenue was only 20% of what it used to be, it was still a significant market size, and besides, the economy over there seemed to be doing well. What if more people watch Hollywood movies in the future? As long as TVs don't get into homes too quickly, there's still a lot of potential. Brother Luo, you know TVs are in high demand over there? I only realized how expensive they are after I got here. Unlike where I'm from, you can't even get married without a TV, huh? Ronald was puzzled. Why couldn't they get married? Xiao Yan explained his situation. His fiancée's family was having housing difficulties, and she would have to live with his father after marriage, which her family didn't want. They demanded that Xiao Yan's family buy all sorts of appliances, including a TV, refrigerator, and washing machine. The girl was a college student, she couldn't possibly wash clothes by hand after marriage. They also wanted furniture with 48 legs, a 5-drawer chest, a wardrobe, a dressing table. Nothing could be missing. Xiao Yan's father didn't earn much, and he spent a lot of money on inventions, so he couldn't raise that much money right away. The girl's family cut off contact until Xiao Yan went abroad to study. When they tried to reconnect, aren't TVs over 1,000 yuan there now? How much does your family earn? Can you afford so many appliances? Ronald was very surprised. So many requirements for marriage? Could they really afford everything with such a low salary? There's no other way. These days, young girls all have their eyes on foreigners and men with overseas connections. If it weren't for Brother Luo's help, my parents would have to scrimp and save, even borrow money, to buy all these household appliances before we could get married, especially this TV. We can't skimp on it, otherwise people at work won't be able to talk to you about anything. SHHH. Ronald felt that the huge pie that Cockerell was painting was simply unattainable. Different cultures have different customs. Who knew that you needed a color TV to get married? You should study hard on Staten Island. I'll tell the people at Daydream that you can do some part-time work there to broaden your horizons. I'll take you to buy some clothes. Don't always wear the same thing. After finishing his meal, Ronald realized that Xiao Yan wasn't financially well off, so he got him a part-time job. Took him to buy some casual clothes to change into, and then let him take the ferry back to school. At the Marriott, Ronald pulled out the phone number of Director Wu from the Northwest factory and dialed it. Director Wu? This is Ronald. Oh, Director Ronald, are you calling from America? Director Wu's office had a phone, but international calls required a transfer before connecting. He was pleased to hear from Ronald. I'm checking some data with you. Someone here wants to sell their films to you. Great. We people want to see more advanced culture. Director Wu was happy to hear about seeing more Hollywood movies. I heard that last year, 25 billion people went to the movies in your area. Who said that? That's far too many. Director Wu denied it outright. I was at a meeting at headquarters. How could I not know? Oh, right. If you include the rural film projection teams, that's about right. What are film projection teams? It's about taking film reels to the countryside to show movies to farmers, Director Wu explained. It turns out this is a unique system in China. To ensure that farmers can also see movies, each county has a dedicated film projection team that goes to the countryside to show films to the villagers. Usually, people from neighboring villages will come to watch, making it as lively as a New Year's celebration. How much are the tickets for the projection team? Oh, there are no tickets. You can exchange whatever you have in the village, pork, local specialties, anything goes. And they're all old films, not the 35mm prints used in cinemas, but specially made 16mm prints, suitable for outdoor screenings. The equipment and screen are put on the back of a bicycle, so you can ride down to the village. How much do these prints cost? Ronald's heart sank even further upon hearing this 16mm prints are something some amateur photographers play with in America. They were only slightly better than a child's 8mm toy. Those are all state-planned productions. Every film has a production plan for both 35mm and 16mm copies. Popular films, especially those with rural themes, will have extra copies produced. These are all part of the plan, unlike 35mm copies which can be rented through channels at the reformed price. I understand. You've been a great help, Director Wu. Thank you. No problem. You must come see the Terracotta Warriors next time you come. After hanging up the phone, Ronald slammed his fist on the table several times in anger. Damn it, I almost fell for your trick. The casino owners in Las Vegas are all liars, liars. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Ronald, who had slept until dawn and regretted trusting Cochlean's highly persuasive sales tactics, had given up all hope for the deal. He opened the hotel door, and outside was Bannon, who had come to discuss a big project with Ronald. Why aren't you up yet? Bannon looked at Ronald in his pajamas, unshaven, quite puzzled. Ronald had always been a very hard-working person. Hey, don't even mention it, I was on the phone all night, Ronald yawned. So, what do your Wall Street friends want to know? Wall Street is excited about this project, and many people have high hopes for its prospects. Cochran wants to use this new project to continue raising funds in the capital markets. His sale of MGM to Turner Television Network was unsuccessful, and Ted Turner has deep connections in the political world, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, Cochran wants to continue raising funds in the capital markets to improve cash flow and then wait for the next buyer. Bannon shared some of the information he had gathered. Originally, everyone had doubts about who could open up the Chinese market, but when they heard it was you, everyone felt that although it was unexpected, it was also unexpectedly suitable. So, Bannon's eyes gleamed with the same greedy light that Ronald had shown a few days ago. Don't count on me, I won't accept this position. Ronald yawned repeatedly, picked up the phone, and ordered room service to bring breakfast. Why? Are you worried about not having time to continue your directing career? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're trading 2 years for financial freedom, then you can make whatever you want, work with whomever you want. Ronald didn't speak, waiting for the waiter to bring his delicious breakfast, then closed the door and started eating. Seeing Bannon's eagerness, but refraining from urging him, Ronald smiled, took a sip of orange juice, and beckoned to him. As they drew closer, Ronald said in a low voice, whether it's investing or taking business risks, if there's no logical problem, the only place where things can go wrong isn't in the math, but in the source of those numbers. You mean, why don't you go and learn about the box office structure in China? I'll tell you 2 keywords for free, planned screenings and rural film projection teams. Although I don't know what you mean, it's definitely important, and I'm sincerely grateful. Bannon hurriedly took his leave to verify the crucial clue Ronald had provided. After finishing his meal, Ronald tidied himself up, put on a carefully tailored suit, and then called a car to his home on Staten Island. So you mean you were tricked by Cochlean? He used your connections and your name to raise funds for himself in the capital markets. Little Douglas, having arrived at Aunt Karen's house with a barbecue chef to prepare for receiving George's family, discussed the entire matter in detail with Ronald in his upstairs room. Yes, thanks to my cousin Donna, who's a smart woman. Her reminder was spot on. Donna, indeed a smart woman. Little Douglas paused for a moment. How do we tell George now? It's all right, just consider it a friendly chat. He's actually a good friend, if you don't consider his father's background. Just think of it as having a barbecue with the neighbors. George, Laura, welcome. Here in George's car, Ronald went out to the yard to greet the couple. Where's your bodyguard? Ronald glanced back deliberately. Haha, they only provide protection for family members at the mansion. Outside, Laura and I are just ordinary people. George, still wearing his plaid shirt, entered with his wife Laura. This is my aunt, Karen. This is my high school classmate and one of the shareholders of Daydream, Mr. Douglas P. Hanson. The group sat in the garden, eating meat freshly grilled by the chef and drinking Hanson's family's freshly brewed beer. George was very happy. Here he could relax and chat about random things, a rare treat. Let me tell you, at the end of the year, the president will meet with the General Secretary of the Alliance, Mikhail, to discuss the reduction of strategic nuclear weapons. This will finally satisfy the people of America. Did you see the anti-nuclear protests in D.C.? I saw them from upstairs. They walked by holding signs. And some girls were shirtless to attract media attention. After a few beers, George vividly described some things happening in Washington, D.C. Haha, they must be so hot. Ronald and Doug joined in the laughter. Look, my wife Laura, how beautiful she is. George pulled them over to look at Laura, who was exchanging cookie baking tips with Aunt Karen. You're a lucky guy, of course. I beat out a lot of competitors back in the day. The guests were having a great time, and George and Laura prepared to leave. He hadn't had such a carefree, enjoyable party with his college fraternity friends, barbecuing, drinking beer, and making such crude jokes in a long time. What a great day, we should come more often. Ronald saw the couple to the gate. George told Laura to get in the car first, then pulled Ronald aside to talk. He knew Ronald hadn't come without a reason. Is there anything you need my help with? We're friends, so just say the word. There's not much I can do, but Mom Barbara really likes you. No, Ronald thought, now that things were really alright. We've talked about it several times on the phone. You wanted to have barbecue and beer together. I happen to be free in New York this time, so I was just asking if you were free too? It's rare to find like-minded friends who appreciate Texas barbecue, not in New York or on the East Coast. Ha, you're right. I think in all these years in D.C., you're the only one with good taste. Little George laughed heartily. Laura and I have to go back. We can't leave the kids with a babysitter for too long. We had a great time today, and Laura is very grateful for your aunt's recipe. But I really have to go now. If you need anything, just let me know. Can't I just invite a like-minded friend over for barbecue? Ronald laughed, though he genuinely did have something to ask, but now it was pointless. You're the best friend I've made on the East Coast. Those politicians in D.C. and New York, they only ask us for favors, and then they turn around and say behind our backs that we're clueless idiots who know nothing but blue-blooded people. George was surprised that Ronald really didn't ask for anything in return, just wanted to invite them to dinner. He hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Call me if you can come over anytime. George patted Ronald on the shoulder and got into the car. Bye. Laura, holding a box of Aunt Karen's cookies in the passenger seat, waved to Ronald with a grin. Being with this Hollywood director, Laura felt her husband was back to how he was when he was pursuing her, even the way he looked at her was different. Ronald, George poked his head out from the driver's seat. I thought about it and decided to tell you, you're a true friend of mine. True friends shouldn't hide things from each other, right? Of course. Ronald, unsure what the other was going to say, took a few steps closer. My father is going to announce his candidacy for the next presidential election, and I'll be joining his campaign team as campaign manager. You're the first one of my friends to know. If you're willing to help me, I'd be very grateful. Of course. Ronald, suddenly receiving unexpected news, murmured a couple of responses, then said goodbye to George. What's wrong? What did he say to you? Little Douglas came over, seeing Ronald's surprised expression, and asked. Do you know what's going on with the president's campaign manager? Little Douglas glanced at the departing car. This is a huge investment, Ronald, no less than the opportunity Coakley mentioned, perhaps even the riskiest and most lucrative investment in America. Chapter 837 Ronald is a true friend. Yes, Confucius said, rare goods can be held for a long time, Ronald blurted out. Do you know how to deal with politicians? Ronald had only voted for the president and hadn't participated in deep political activities. I don't know, young Douglas shrugged, but I know who does. Come with me, I'll take you to see Grandpa. Both friends knew that this kind of friendship from an American political elite family wasn't easy to come by. Ronald and young George had a chance that most people wouldn't encounter, which allowed two people from very different backgrounds, professions, and so on to become close friends who could confide in each other. Such an opportunity should be carefully cultivated. Young Douglas wasn't quite sure how to deal with these people either, but fortunately, he had been exposed to it from a young age in his family and knew who to consult when encountering problems. Young Douglas's grandfather, Old Douglas Hanson, was a World War II veteran, the largest landowner in the area, and an old-fashioned gentleman. He was also one of the biggest supporters during the local congressional elections. In his large house, Old Douglas was reading alone, accompanied only by his secretary and a nurse. He politely complimented Ronald's Top Gun, saying it was very well done and reminded him of John Ford's documentary about aircraft carriers in the Pacific Theater. He added that Ronald's aerial combat scenes were even more exciting than Ford's shooting Japanese turkeys. Ronald had only met Old Douglas a few times on Veterans Day. This time, he found him quite amiable. Young Douglas looked very much like him, perhaps the most similar among his grandchildren. The old man tapped his pipe and led Ronald through the family's honor room, displaying photos of family members who had served in the military throughout history, all in uniform. He was extremely pleased with his grandson as a friend. Back in the smoking room, Old Douglas invited Ronald to try his pipe. The mellow flavor of Virginia tobacco made Ronald feel it was even better than a cigar. Young Douglas relayed to his grandfather what the vice commander's eldest son had said. After listening to his grandson and good friend Ronald's words, Old Douglas put down his pipe, nodding and smiling happily. Celebrities endorsing presidential candidates locally is a shortcut to politics. It's easy to link your fame with the votes needed in politics and test its worth. However, if it fails, it comes at a high price. Ronald, are you confident in your appeal? I'm afraid not, Ronald thought seriously. When he went to promote a movie, many fans didn't recognize him, while the fervor for celebrities was more than 10 times that for directors. If that's the case, why don't you help him in other ways? For example, help him contact the endorsers he wants, or, I remember you've done commercials, you could help the campaign team with that kind of work. Generally, the profits within a campaign team are distributed by the campaign manager. Ronald nodded. This was just as he had guessed. Young George probably meant this kind of help when he asked him to. So, should I endorse a candidate? I saw Frank Sinatra reaped quite a bit of benefits during the last presidential election. Ronald recalled Sinatra endorsing his old friend, and afterwards, the president not only awarded him a medal but also pardoned him from the potential FBI investigation. He also regained ownership of a Las Vegas casino. That's a good idea, but are you genuinely supporting the Elephant Party? What does it matter? I personally quite like the vice president's family. Ronald didn't understand. American politics isn't played like that, young man. Old Douglas had put a lot of effort into politics, both for his family's political career and to support the local congressman for New York's 13th district. First of all, when you endorse a candidate, it means you support their political ideology, not that you like the person. Do you support all the political ideologies of the current vice president? Ronald didn't know how to answer. I don't know, I haven't had a chance to ask. You need to understand that your support for any politician is a drain on your most valuable asset, your reputation in the eyes of others. If the politician you support doesn't align with your own ideology, then this investment is worthless. Ronald understood what the old man meant. If a celebrity endorses a candidate, they are essentially using their reputation towards their followers to endorse that candidate. If the candidate has problems, their followers will also be angry with or even reject the celebrity. And this isn't just about you. How your friends and circle perceive the candidate will also influence how voters view you. This means that if most people in your industry are on the side of another candidate, your unconventional endorsement will be met with rejection from most of the industry, which may not be a good thing for a celebrity who isn't a professional politician. Frank Sinatra was getting old. He could make a good living off the casino. Ronald, on the other hand, had a bright future ahead of him in the industry. Everyone knew that after the inglorious Vietnam War, most Hollywood professionals were supporters of the liberal left-wing Democratic Party. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Ronald was satisfied with Old Douglas's advice and got up to leave. Young Douglas wanted to leave too, but his grandfather stopped him. Douglas, shouldn't you consider marrying a wife who conforms to traditional values? Seeing young Douglas being scolded by his grandfather, Ronald, not wanting to be present, slipped out first. Grandpa, I'm looking, aren't I? These days, women who meet my criteria, highly educated, with traditional values, and willing to live on Staten Island, aren't easy to find. Life is like a battle. I don't want to hear your excuses. Good girls are rare. You have to keep pushing. Grandpa, why did you advise Ronald not to endorse the vice president? I thought it was a good opportunity. Little Douglas nodded in agreement to continue the push, then changed the subject, asking another question he found interesting. It's for your friend's good, son. American politics is a feudal system. Congressmen and senators are like lords of large and small fiefdoms. Your friend's career is based in Hollywood, in California. It's not a bad thing to let him get closer to a president as popular as the current president. Old Ronald is an exception. Only JFK Kennedy was like him before. where voters would fall in love with him just by talking to a television camera. It's a wholesale campaign method. But not every politician can win an election without the endorsement of local power brokers. The current vice president, and Richard, who was impeached back then, similarly. The establishment rises by meticulously cultivating networks of relationships with local power brokers. Their strength lies in the art of maneuvering and exchanging favors with those who control the vote in their localities. And you, my child, can be a powerful figure on Staten Island, whether you run for Congress or support a politician with traditional values. I don't want Staten Island to be reassigned to those Brooklyn districts after I die, electing parasites who only want subsidies to represent us. I understand, Grandpa, young Douglas nodded. His roots were on the island. The old man was grooming him to lead the family business. Having a friend like this gives you a chance to build a relationship with the vice president's family. That's why I sent you to public high school. Friendships formed in youth are free from any self-interest. Ronald values you as a friend, and you treat him well in return. You two can be lifelong friends. Such true friendship needs careful nurturing. Don't let any short-term gains damage it. Why did it take so long? Ronald asked young Douglas, who came out of the big house looking preoccupied. Hey, it's the same old story. Grandpa's going to scold me. It's still early. Where are you going? Back to your aunt's, or I need to buy Donna some gifts. She's on Wall Street now, and she's being looked down upon. Plus, she gave me some great investment advice, which saved me a lot of losses. I have to reward the person who helped me avoid losses. Together, young Douglas drove his sports car, gave Ronald a ride, and they went to the ferry terminal to return to Manhattan. Donna. Ronald waited for Donna on the ground floor of One World Trade Center, where the elevators took several minutes to reach. Ronnie, are you done with your business? Donna was happy that her busy cousin had come to see her, even though there was still that annoying guy behind them. What you told me the other day was very helpful in my decision-making. I have to thank you. Are you free now? Come with me. I'll give you some gifts that will help your career development. Yes, you really need to get some nice clothes. Wall Street judges people by their clothes, little Douglas chimed in from the side. HMPH, Donna didn't give him a friendly look and took Ronald's arm as they walked forward. Really? My advice really helped you. Of course, I always follow the traditional American virtue of equal exchange. This is what you deserve, Ronald replied with a smile. My car is parked in the parking lot. Little Douglas immediately took a few quick steps to get his car. The group first arrived at a boutique on Fifth Avenue, filled with stylish office suits, women's attire for social occasions, and designer bags and accessories. In New York these days, boutiques offering one-stop shopping and complete outfits are all the rage, catering to the owner's personal taste. A tastefully dressed woman greeted the three. Gentlemen, ladies, how can I help you? Her eyes quickly scanned the room before she approached Ronald. Little Douglas looked wealthy, but his clothes were all custom-made. He didn't buy designer brands. The pretty girl's clothes weren't expensive enough, making her look like a secretary or newbie in the workplace. Only Ronald, handsome and with an expensive-looking hairstyle, was the type who usually spent the most on appearances. You guessed wrong, it's not for me, it's for my cousin Donna, Ronald said, stepping aside for Donna. He then took his wallet from his back pocket, pulled out a large Wells Fargo VIP credit card, and handed it to her. Make my cousin shine, that's all I ask, shine. The shop owner's eyes lit up. She took the credit card, called over two assistants to help Donna choose, and went to the back to call the bank to verify the credit card details. Sir, may I ask how dazzling you'd like Miss Donna to be? The shop owner quickly finished the call. The credit limit she'd just received had already doubled her enthusiasm, and she wondered how much more she could negotiate. Very dazzling. Ronald gestured for her to bring out as many nice clothes as possible. And this one too. Little Douglas also took out his credit card and gave it to her. And find some handbags to match the clothes and a few nice watches. Donna selected 2 formal work outfits and several pairs of matching shoes. The shop owner strongly urged her to also get a dress for social occasions, one that would accentuate her feminine charm. Oh, when Donna emerged in a black, pleated dress with a very fitted waist, Douglas exclaimed in surprise. Donna, carrying an elegant handbag and wearing a subtly luxurious watch, transformed from a naive college graduate into a charismatic and seasoned professional. Isn't this a bit, flashy? Donna glared at Douglas before seeking Ronald's opinion. No, it's confidence. This time, Douglas wasn't praising her, Donna genuinely possessed a capable air, and this outfit perfectly highlighted her different qualities from the average Wall Street woman. Calm and rational, yet undeniably charming. Indeed, simple and elegant. This outfit seems to say, you are a confident person, unconcerned about others' attention, and you conquer them with your intelligence. Ronald felt this outfit perfectly captured the contradictory blend of rationality and sensibility in Donna, a MIT science whiz. Okay, let's add this one, Donna said happily. The group, carrying boxes of clothes and shoes, with Douglas driving, arrived at the agreed-upon BMW dealership. This is a gift for you. Didn't you say that people often saw your car and wouldn't give you time? Now they should give you time. A red imported BMW lay there quietly. Try it, Ronald said, enjoying the light in Donna's eyes. His cousin's words had truly awakened him. Repaying those who had helped him so much was the right thing to do. Donna happily got into the car, started it, and took it for a test drive. Thank you, she said, getting out and kissing Ronald on the cheek. And me? I found this dealership, Douglas chuckled beside her. Okay, thank you too, Donna, holding Ronald's hand in one hand and Douglas's in the other, happily ushered them into the car, intending to drive back to Staten Island to show her mother. Back at Aunt Karen's house, she and her boyfriend prepared a sumptuous dinner for Ronald and Douglas. Aunt Karen, initially skeptical that Donna had helped Ronald avoid a loss, finally smiled broadly after Douglas vouched for him. That evening, Ronald received another call from the Chinese-American actor, Zhao Li. Ronald, Zhao Li said, I've contacted my brother back home, and there are differing opinions about this matter. Some think it's normal business and artistic exchange, and we can start slowly. Others think it will result in a huge loss of foreign exchange, and that it's a conspiracy by some people in America. They want to hear your opinion. I think their concerns are valid, Ronald replied. China is still a developing country with great potential. There aren't many worthwhile Hollywood movies to watch each year. Having a selection might be a better choice for you. Ronald, having lost his train of thought, became much more objective in his perspective. This country's willingness to spend money to show movies to farmers for free is actually more commendable than the American government's. Staten Island residents have low incomes, and the island's cinemas, lacking box office revenue, can only afford to show films from the last 2 or 3 years. Ronald's breakdance is still playing in the island's cinemas, and the second-run prints are already showing scratches. Newer films like Dirty Dancing haven't even reached Staten Island yet. In fact, this slow release pace is comparable to the release of breakdance in China. Earning billions of dollars in print rental fees in a country like this is very difficult. I was truly captivated by Cochlear's sales tactics. Is this your true thought? I'll pass it on, Zhao Li replied on the phone. Yes, actually, I think importing more of the best films each year is a window for cultural exchange between the two countries. Movies aren't just ordinary commodities. If you watch one, it doesn't prevent me from watching and appreciating it too, so as long as we focus on a few well-received films, the effect is not much different from large-scale imports. Your idea is very interesting. I will pass it on, especially your point about exchange, rather than a one-way output from one side to the other. That's right. If you have good films, you can export them too. America is open to films from all countries. After hanging up, Zhao Li immediately called back home. His brother's department and the heads of the cultural department all valued Ronald's opinion. It's rare to see a Hollywood director give such direct and pertinent advice. I think Director Ronald's comments are very realistic, commented a bespectacled leader. Old Yan, he's not just a director, he's also a capitalist, making his own films. His films have earned over $100 million at the box office, said a deputy minister who looked like an actor. He spoke excellent English, had been to America, and knew a lot about the situation there and Ronald's box office prowess. Over $100 million? US dollars, wow, this is more than the exports of several of our strongest provinces, exclaimed a colleague on secondment from the Foreign Trade Department who was assisting with this matter. This further proves that he's genuinely committed to the friendship between our two peoples. Not all capitalists are only thinking about making money, that's right. He also has a joint venture in Zhujiang that exports production equipment to Hollywood every year, earning us a lot of foreign exchange. Really? We can export to Hollywood? Then I need to call their mayor and ask Mr. Luo to keep the profits in China and invest more. That would count as an achievement for our department on the economic front. Of course you need to tell me. This is a treasure of the city. Every time the people from the Zhujiang factory come, They always mention that lightning lamp in their reports. As a technology that has reached the world's leading level, it's something to be very proud of. Old Sue and Old Shen always put it last, reporting it as a major achievement. You're right. How could this person be friendly to China? What connection does he have with China? The bespectacled leader also clicked his tongue in amazement. How come such advanced world technology is produced in China? I heard that at the 1984 Olympics, he happened to see the women's volleyball team's performance and became a fan on the spot, which is how he became a fan of China. I heard there's a rumor in Zhujiahu that his ancestors were of Chinese descent, which is why he treats us so differently. Another leader in a Shuangshansu chimed in. That's a good thing. I'll ask the relevant departments to investigate. People like this are our asset. The president of the American Film Association, Valenti, always says nice things whenever he comes, never offering a single opinion. When you ask him, he just says Chinese culture is great, the people are kind, and the scenery is beautiful. And those who like America, they just keep saying how great it is there, as if it has no flaws at all. Only someone like Director Ronald, who speaks the truth about everything, good or bad, is a true friend of our cause. Ronald, who had become a true friend of the Chinese people, was being scolded by his agents, Nisida and Richard, at his home on Staten Island. Ronald, you absolutely can't run off like that without a word again. We're all frantic in Los Angeles, we've received so many calls looking for you. Yes, Ronald, we've been working together for years, you should trust our loyalty. We'll always keep your private life strictly confidential. We just need you to leave your whereabouts and contact information. As an agent, not knowing where your client is extremely unprofessional. Anyway, this was my fault, but I had my own reasons. This isn't something that happens in Hollywood, nor is it my personal matter. I had compelling reasons to act on my own. I'll talk to you in detail when I get back to Los Angeles. Who's been contacting you these past 2 days? Okay, Ronald. We all know you're Hollywood's most exemplary client. You must have a very important reason. Next time something like this happens, you can designate a contact person to reach you through them. These past 2 days, it's mainly Tom Pollock from Universal and Ned Tannen from Paramount who's been contacting you. They both say it's extremely urgent. I'll call them back immediately. It's about the same thing I'm dealing with. Ronald realized that Cockerill had deliberately pointed out his competitors to prevent him from contacting the presidents of the other two companies too early. This way, Cockerill could monopolize information and reap more benefits from Ronald. And then there's Joel Silver. He said the male lead for the new film needs your confirmation and he wants you to call back as soon as possible. Okay, didn't he say Schwarzenegger? It seems like there's some progress. And then there's the MPAA president, Jack Valentine. He said he needs to speak with you about Hollywood's overseas markets. I understand, I'll contact him. Valentine has been dedicated to developing overseas markets for years, and this time he's probably heard the rumors and wants to discuss things in detail with Ronald. Finally, there's your spicy dance music producer, Jimmy Reiner. He said he'll be in New York about the record. Oh, I see. Ronald wrote down all the phone numbers that had been contacting him and called them back one by one. Ronald. Are you in New York? The first person he called was Jimmy Reiner. He sounded excited on the phone. The spicy dance record sold very well, and the RCA notified us to go for the second settlement and discuss releasing another album. Haha, that's great. I'm on Staten Island, going to Manhattan tomorrow. Come find me. Then Ronald returned the calls one by one. Tom Pollock and Ned Tannen both inquired about Ronald's appointment as head of world media distribution. Ronald denied any interest, saying he was in New York for other reasons. They were somewhat skeptical, but since they had already contacted Ronald, they didn't need to rush and let Cockerill control them. Then came Joel Silver, who called to say that Schwarzenegger had other ideas and wanted to meet with Ronald to discuss the role in person. Demi Moore also agreed to talk to Bruce Willis to see if there was any chance to win her boyfriend back. Ronald agreed to go back to Los Angeles to handle it. Finally, there was one more call to make. Hello, Mr. Cockerill. Ronald, how's it going? Any progress in New York? Any news from the vice president? Does he support our plan? The vice president has other things to attend to. He probably won't get involved in this matter, Ronald replied. Oh, this is very important for our American cultural export and for expanding into overseas markets, Mr. Cockerill. Ronald interrupted the casino owner's phone sales call. I haven't finished yet, Kochlian seemed not to have expected Ronald to speak to him like this. I have some friends in China, and according to their inquiries with higher-ups, there is almost no chance of this matter being approved there. Therefore, I cannot agree to take on this position. Oh, Kochlian hadn't expected Ronald to actually have connections in China. He was silent for a moment. Ronald, we are true friends, aren't we? If it's inconvenient for you to join, I hope you will also remain silent in front of others. True friends help each other, Mr. Kochlian. Right, you mean, speaking of something else, the film I'm shooting at MGM, Moonlight Seduction, is about to be released at the end of the year. I wonder if we can increase the investment in publicity and distribution? People who have seen the sample footage all say that the film is of good quality and has the potential to achieve high box office returns. Speaking of which, I'd also like to see how that Armenian actress, Cher, performs. Well, Mr. Kochlian, I'm afraid I'll be very busy with work soon, and I regret to inform you that I have to decline that offer. I appreciate your kindness, but I accept your suggestion. To avoid embarrassing the other candidates, I think it's fairer for everyone else in this competitive game to remain silent. Very well, that's settled then. Kochlian hung up the phone, then rang the doorbell and called his secretary. Call those vampires on Wall Street. Expedite the bond issuance. Call both banks. Ronald also dialed Bannon's number. I'm withdrawing. That matter is cancelled. I understand, Ronald. I was just about to call you. The atmosphere on Wall Street has been a bit off lately. It's good for us to wait and see. Chapter 838 How to Spend $20 Million? The next morning, Ronald's personal accountant, Lawrence Wang, arrived at his home on Staten Island with a young man and woman. Hello, Director Ronald, said the two managers from PricewaterhouseCoopers, one of the world's 8 largest accounting firms. They had come specifically to visit Ronald, intending to take over the auditing business of Daydream Company from him. From then on, Lawrence Wang would primarily handle his personal business. One of the dark-haired managers, Ed Bastian, was a native New Yorker. The other, with black hair and yellow skin, was Ms. Zhang, who had studied in China and, after graduation, had stayed on to work in PricewaterhouseCoopers' New York office due to her diligence and intelligence. Ronald looked at their business cards, somewhat puzzled. Ed Bastian was not yet 30 and not a partner. Ms. Zhang had only graduated from university a few years prior. Was his business not big enough to attract the attention of the accounting firm? Seeing Ronald's look, Lawrence whispered an explanation in his ear. Of course, PricewaterhouseCoopers had long been involved in Hollywood business, and they were commissioned to compile the Oscar votes every year. They were well aware of the box office revenue a blockbuster film would generate. The reason they chose a young man who wasn't yet a partner to work for Ronald was primarily because his expertise lay in uncovering loopholes in financial statements. Hollywood's distribution business has always been a hotbed for financial fraud, and the person Lawrence recommended happened to have this strength. Ed Bastian was familiar with this kind of distrustful look from clients. He briefly introduced his professional experience, including considerable work in the entertainment industry and some experience auditing overseas accounts for multinational corporations. From his introduction, Ronald felt that this person had high professional competence and a clear mind. Apart from not being a partner, working for his own daydream was actually a waste of his talent. Ed is the best auditing talent in our New York office. For any multinational corporation, as long as our team handles overseas accounts, Ed can always find problems where others can't, Ms. Zhang said, her English excellent, and she also felt indignant on behalf of her superior. Zhang is my best partner. She handles the initial accounts meticulously, and we always travel together for business. Ed Bastian introduced his partner, Ms. Zhang's strengths. Hearing the praise, Ms. Zhang, unlike her earlier outspokenness, displayed the traditional Chinese humility, simply smiling shyly. If you still have doubts, I can find someone to recommend you. You can call them. Ed Bastian's personality was enthusiastic and outgoing, the complete opposite of Ms. Zhang's. No. I'm very satisfied with your team, Ronald snapped out of his reverie. The way the two professional elites, a man and a woman, worked together so well in the workplace had vaguely reminded Ronald of certain scenarios. Ronald was a little puzzled. He heard Ed's long list of clients, many of whom he had developed himself. According to the rules that partners need to bring in new clients, he should have already qualified. You two familiarize yourselves with the business. We'll leave shortly. Today happens to be the second settlement day for the film's soundtrack. Ronald took several documents from Lawrence and pushed them towards the two of them. Ed Bastian was also somewhat surprised by Ronald's quick decision. He took the documents and glanced through them. Is there something wrong here? Is this sales figure wrong? According to this number, your movie's record sales will surpass the current hottest MJ record sales. Ed Bastian raised an eyebrow. Artists sometimes aren't very sensitive to numbers. Even the sales figures in these documents were wrong. It's probably not wrong. Ms. Zhang secretly tugged at Ed Bastian's sleeve. Spicy dance is all the rage among our female colleagues in the office right now. Everyone has a copy and is learning to dance. Dance training classes are packed. 80% of them are there to learn the kind of dances from Spicy Dance. My mistake. Women's spending power is not to be underestimated these days. Ed Bastian readily admitted his lack of knowledge about the record market. We'll go to the RCA Records office. You can continue to familiarize yourselves with the materials in the car. Ronald got to work, pulling the two newly approved accountants into the luxury car, and drove to RCA's New York office. Jimmy Reiner, the producer of the Spicy Dance record, was already waiting for them in the office. Bob Busiek, vice president of RCA, and the finance director greeted Ronald at the door. The film's soundtrack had achieved RCA's most successful album sales in 3 years. Bob, so the R in RKO, Rock Kickboxing, is RCA. Ronald and Vice President Busiek chatted in the largest conference room, looking at the RCA history brochure on the wall. Ed Bastian and Ms. Zhang, meanwhile, were intently studying the sales reports for Spicy Dance. Indeed, back then, RCA approached the father of President JFK, Joseph Kennedy Sr., and with his help, acquired Keith K. Oppenheimer Productions, renaming it RKO. However, although RKO was one of the 5 major studios at the time, it encountered severe financial difficulties during the stock market crash of the 1930s. RCA withdrew its investment, and aviation tycoon Howard Hughes acquired RKO, retaining the RKO name. It ceased film production in 1950 due to the rise of television. Ronald listened with great interest. Back then, President Kennedy Sr. formed a consortium specifically to acquire mid-sized studios and theater chains, then sell them to large corporations. His Irish background played a crucial role in this. Hughes, on the other hand, was a playboy who dated many of Hollywood's most popular actresses. His eccentric personality, his strange behavior in his later years, and the controversies surrounding his estate were widely circulated in Hollywood and even made into film. Here, and here, Ed Bastian marked 3 places with a pencil and pointed them out to Ronald's personal accountant, Lawrence. Have you finished looking at those? Ronald noticed his newly hired accountant, Ed, and seemed to smile smugly. These ledgers are actually difficult to find problems without careful examination. This visit was more about letting PwC's accountants familiarize themselves with the business. Please explain this, the revenue and sales expenses recorded at Bertelsmann Records in Europe. And the figures here with the distributor Sony in Japan. Ed Bastian pointed to the 3 circled areas towards RCA's finance manager. Bertelsmann is a private company, but we can easily obtain financial statements from Sony, a publicly traded company. I think this might be a misunderstanding. The finance manager was sweating slightly. Multinational business is always confusing. If you need help, I have many friends in Japan and Europe who can help clarify things. Ronald smiled at RCA's vice president, Bob Busiek. Like you said, consolidation of multinational businesses is always fraught with pitfalls. Frank, Bob Busiek winked at the finance manager, signaling him to handle the matter properly. How could the reports be so poorly prepared that the accountant could spot the flaws in just half an hour? Let's continue. I'm very interested in the old history of Hollywood's golden age. Why was Howard Hughes unaffected by the Great Depression and still had the money to acquire RKO? That comes down to his amazing adventurous spirit and accurate grasp of audience tastes. In 1930, he raised a whopping $2.8 million to film the aerial combat film Hell's Angels, achieving record-breaking box office success. This film made him famous and greatly facilitated his subsequent financing, enabling him to build the aircraft the military desired. Then came World War II, and his aircraft company made a fortune. A long time passed before new documents arrived. This time, Ed Bastian's smile was much more composed, and he nodded to Ronald. Thank you for the RCA distribution work. Now we can talk about the release of the new record. Ronald looked at the final figures, very satisfied. They proactively brought up the topic of discussing a second Dirty Dancing album. The Dirty Dancing movie featured fewer than 20 songs, and the first, wildly popular album selected 12 of them. However, the unexpected success of the album's sales led RCA to consider combining the remaining tracks with some 1950s mambo tunes to create a more spicy dancing album, to be released the following year. Because the soundtrack rights were still held by Ronald's Daydream Records, they couldn't afford to manipulate the album's sales figures too much. Who knew the accountant Ronald had hired would be so astute? Cheers, they toasted with beer. At a Cantonese restaurant in Chinatown near Wall Street, Ronald treated the two accountants to dinner. As the dim sum carts were pushed around, Ed Bastian seemed quite familiar with Cantonese dim sum, skillfully taking 2 boxes and eating them with chopsticks. You two truly deserve to be called the most professional. It seems Lawrence has found some of the best accountants, Ronald exclaimed repeatedly. Ed Bastian and Ms. Zhang really had a keen eye. In a very short time, they were able to grasp the key points and immediately fool the RCA people, making them obediently produce more accurate figures. In less than an hour, the two of them helped Ronald find at least $2 to $3 million of hidden income. They will also play many tricks, but these are unavoidable in multinational business. We will continue to monitor this business, as long as you pay our consulting fee. Ms. Zhang also picked up a steamed dumpling and started eating. No problem, this is the most worthwhile consulting fee I've paid this year. Ronald was very happy. PwC's accountants were indeed highly skilled. This is our work order, please sign it. Ed Bastian took out a work schedule from his briefcase, filled in the numbers, and asked Ronald to confirm. This kind of consulting work not only required paying PwC a large sum of money, but also paying the two people's hourly wages. Ronald glanced at the quote and readily signed, though he was a little surprised by the hourly wage. Both quotes were very low, clearly not commensurate with their abilities. If you don't mind, may I ask why? Ronald asked again, even though Ed Bastian's skills were more than enough to qualify him as a partner. Isn't it because he's so incredibly talented? Ms. Zhang, relaxed after working with Ronald, the director of the sexy dance film, and knowing that securing this big deal brought her boss at one step closer to becoming a partner, revealed everything. It turned out that Ed Bastian was an exceptionally gifted young man, the eldest of 9 children. Although his father was a dentist with a decent income, he graduated from an ordinary university early and started working as soon as possible. Just 2 years into his job at PricewaterhouseCoopers' New York office, during an annual audit, he discovered inflated revenue figures for the renowned advertising agency JWT in an inconspicuous corner of the financial statements. He upheld his professional ethics and exposed the scandal, which ultimately revealed a staggering $50 million in inflated revenue. Not only did the SEC launch an investigation into JWT, because many of JWT's clients are publicly traded companies, but it also led to the dishonorable forced retirement of many senior executives in PwC's New York office. Despite his high skill level, no one in the company wanted to work with such a troublemaker. After all, in accounting and auditing, no one could be sure they wouldn't be involved in such a situation. Thus, a brilliant financial professional was relegated to the hourly rate of a senior manager. If you need my support when you're promoted to partner, just ask. Ronald had decided to entrust all of the company's financial affairs to him. After cashing the check with Lawrence, Ronald stayed in Manhattan. This line of work really can make a lot of money. Alone on the large bed in his expensive hotel penthouse suite, Ronald began to roll around. Just one soundtrack album had recouped his entire $10 million investment in spicy dance, more than doubling it. This included the money Ed had helped him find. Daydream Pictures had instantly become a production company with abundant funds. Now, Ronald could finally start filming the 2 movies he'd promised, Hairspray and The Ecstasy Master. Thinking about the lucrative soundtrack and sequel, the box office revenue, and future videotape income, Ronald already imagined that by the end of next year, he might have significantly increased his wealth thanks to sexy dance. Maybe he could even become a billionaire? Oh dear, so much money, but making 2 small-budget films won't cost much. What should I do? Ronald began to ponder this happy dilemma. That's it, let's go back to where we came from. Ronald remembered that most of his wealth came from stocks in companies like Coca-Cola and McDonald's. Now he could buy back the stocks, grow them again, make more movies, make more money. For generations to come, it will be endless. No sooner said than done. Ronald immediately picked up the phone to call Lawrence, then pressed the call button again. Well, his investments in Coca-Cola and McDonald's were just lucky. It wasn't that he truly understood it, and expecting several times the initial investment was unrealistic. He'd ask Bannon tomorrow to see if he had any suitable investments. With so much money, as long as he played it safe, he'd probably never be poor again. The next day, Bannon arrived at the Ronald Hotel early. The two chatted privately in the living room about the World Media Distribution Group. So, that $25 billion market, 90% of it is based on faulty sources, Bannon suddenly understood after Ronald explained the so-called film projection team arrangements. This approach was truly for the benefit of the masses, much more solid than the Civil Alliance, which claimed to be for all humanity. It was just that it damaged profits too much, the two lamented. Cockley's goal is probably to raise funds through the bond market, hoping that your appointment as head will be a huge boon to the capital markets. You've really offended him this time, HMPH. I haven't even settled accounts with him yet, and he actually used those evangelical pastor preaching methods to trick me into not contacting anyone related to the other two shareholders. I almost fell for it, Bannon laughed. This kind of talent is actually quite common on Wall Street. His financing plan is going to be significantly scaled back. I heard that his MGM studio is losing a lot of money. If he can't raise $300 to $500 million this time, it may have to close down again. Sigh, the once most glorious studio, Ronald also sighed. This once undisputed king of Hollywood was taken over by Cockley, who painted his name on a casino. Nowadays, young people probably know MGM more as a casino than a great film company. By the way, what stocks should I buy recently? Or should I make some safer investments? How do you Wall Street usually handle these kinds of requests? Usually, private banks handle it, offering you various high-return investment options. But I suggest you wait a while before making a decision. The atmosphere on Wall Street isn't quite right now. What do you think is wrong? Is something amiss? This was the second time Ronald had heard Bannon say that Wall Street was acting strangely. I don't really know, it's just a feeling, an intuition. Bannon touched his long hair, feeling quite uncomfortable. The stock market has been too good this year. Many companies' PE ratios have risen to 40-60. The previous positive factors have been fully priced in, so now seems a bit inappropriate. And I've heard some strange positions, heavily shorting the Dow Jones and Nikkei indices. In short, something's not right, you mean? The stock market will fall. I just happened to collect some investor comments. Take a look yourself. Bannon took out several copies of the Wall Street Journal and Investors Daily from his briefcase, marked with 3 meters transparent tape. The Dow Jones is overvalued, haha, maybe to some extent, but I think the Nikkei is also severely overvalued. Who is this guy? Ronald found an answer from someone named George Solo in an interview, which Bannon had marked. He's a Jewish philosopher, a student of Karl Popper, wrote a best-selling book called The Alchemy of Finance, and recently founded Tiger Fund, specializing in hedging. Oh, so he means the Japanese stock market is more dangerous than ours, and if it's going to crash, it'll be them first, pretty much? Many people speculate that his Tiger Fund has bought a lot of short positions in the Nikkei and long positions in the Dow Jones. Ronald continued flipping through, and another passage, highlighted in red and longer than Solo's interview, caught his attention. I think there's almost no fear on Wall Street. Instead, there's euphoria. Why not? What could be more exhilarating than participating in a bull market? In a bull market, the returns for business owners are brilliantly decoupled from the slow, steady performance of the companies themselves. Unfortunately, however, stocks cannot outperform business performance indefinitely. Perhaps our stock market has risen a little too high, a little too fast. And who is this? Ronald looked at the person he was interviewing, Warren Buffett. He's an unconventional investor, a country bumpkin from Omaha. His publicly traded company neither pays dividends nor splits its stock, and now it's $3,000 a share. I think he's hit the nail on the head regarding the psychology of many people in the market. It's risen too fast. $3,000? Doesn't that mean his stock is the best in America? Ronald was startled. Other stocks were considered very expensive at just over $100 a share. How can you calculate it like that? If I split one share into 100 shares, $30 a share, wouldn't it still be the same stock? Oh, right. Ronald did the math, realizing he'd made a fool of himself again. He'd have to ask Donna about the stock. It seemed her boss also invested in stocks. Maybe buying some of his fund would be good. Maybe he should buy less, Ronald thought, remembering Bannon's concerns. What was he going to do with all that money? By the way, let's buy a house. It's time to get myself a nicer place. Hey, Rick, Nisita? I want to buy a house in Los Angeles. Can you help me look for one? Yes, not too luxurious, and not too close to any noisy parties. I want something quiet. In that case, it won't actually cost you much. $1 million or $2 million will do. You can even consider hiring a designer to rebuild the house. I'll find a few candidates for you to choose from when you get back. Ronald exclaimed that it was cheap. It seemed he could get one in New York too. Hey, Lawrence, I want to buy a house. Can you help me look at penthouses near Central Park? Yes, not rent-controlled. I'll live there myself. Then you might need to go through the Homeowners Association's eligibility review, but your status shouldn't be a problem. It just takes some time. If you're in a hurry, there are quite a few real estate developers in New York building new ones. Of course, older houses are better. I'll keep an eye out for you too. It's not expensive. Ronald asked about the price, thinking that buying 2 houses and not even spending a quarter of the money? It seemed he really wasn't good at spending money. Maybe he should just get a mansion and settle for it in one go? Thinking about mansions, Ronald suddenly remembered his hometown on Staten Island, the old house Capella used to film The Godfather. Hey, Aunt, do you know any real estate agents? Yes, on Staten Island. I want to buy a house. Yes, I definitely need a house on Staten Island someday. The feeling of buying things is great. Ronald happily lay down. The key wasn't the thing itself, but the feeling of being able to afford it without much thought. It was wonderful. Ring 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 ring. The phone rang. Ronald, this is George. Your agent gave me the number. My mother, Barbara, has entrusted me with a New York primary campaign. You'll have to help me. I'm planning to shoot a short campaign ad for my father, which we can release when he announces his candidacy. No problem. I have everything ready here, just waiting for you to come. Chapter 839, Chapter 400. Most of the houses on the Upper East Side near Central Park are co-op apartments. These are cheaper to buy, but the monthly rent is higher, and if you use a mortgage, there's an additional state tax. The buyer, as the owner, also needs to submit an application for approval from the homeowners board. However, Mr. Lee's qualifications should be fine. So I brought photos of several houses that best match your requirements, all near Central Park, penthouses. Please take a look. The real estate agent Lawrence found was a white man, very enthusiastic. I liked this one. Ronald flipped through the photos. He liked a house with windows facing Central Park, and the interior decoration had a classic style, somewhat like the one Ingrid Bergman lived in. How much is Mr. Lee planning to borrow? Hey, he's Ronald Lee. He doesn't need a loan. Lawrence, of course, knew Ronald had just made a fortune and was a little dissatisfied with the agent's questions. Hadn't Ronald's background been explained beforehand? Okay, then that saves on state taxes, the agent said, slightly surprised. Many movie stars actually take out loans to buy houses. Only Chinese Americans like Lawrence prefer to pay in cash. This is the application form, Mr. Lee. Let's go through it item by item, and I'll fill it out for you. The agent quickly filled in Ronald's name, occupation, and so on. The ownership of co-ownership apartments is legally complicated. Buyers need approval from the owner's board of directors, and there are many questions to be asked to prevent people with considerable income who could affect the property value from moving in. For example, criminals, escorts, etc. Are you single? How many family members do you have? Will you sublet the apartment to others? This is buying a house. Why are you asking me such personal questions? Ronald snatched the application form, which still had more than 20 questions. This is the standard procedure, Mr. Lee. The homeowners board doesn't want to see buyers renting out properties with tenants they don't like, or profiting from rental market fluctuations. So there's a penalty clause. If you sublet the property within a year, you'll have to pay a subletting fee. Are you vetting a home buyer or a criminal suspect? Ronald chuckled, annoyed. His small apartment back then didn't have this much trouble. I'll fill out the forms for you. They're all very simple questions. If you buy a newly built condominium, not only will the monthly fees be higher, the location won't be as good as Central Park, and the price per square meter will be about double that of this co-op. The agent was quite competent. The trouble was on the other side. The price was cheaper. And most of the properties near Central Park, New York's most desirable residential area, are co-ops. How many days a year do you live on the Upper East Side? I don't know, maybe a month or two. My main job is in Los Angeles, Ronald, considering the affordable price and prime location, patiently answered the questions. That won't do. You need to live here for at least 6 months each year. Isn't the Upper East Side part of America and New York State? I live here, and I still need a green card, Ronald chuckled in exasperation. In a way, yes, it's different here. I have a cousin who can live in this apartment. Ronald wanted Anna to help him with his immigrant jail job and give her a place to work. Sorry. Your cousin isn't considered an immediate family member. If it were your wife or long-term girlfriend, fuck, Ronald was furious. How could a famous Hollywood director like me, spending real money to buy a house, be subjected to such difficulties? Introduce me to a condo. I'm willing to pay double. Actually, it's not that difficult. I can arrange an interview for you with the owner's board members. They'll make an exception and give you some preferential treatment. I'd rather not. Ronald could already imagine the board members using all sorts of excuses to pry into his private life after he moved in. Well, Mr. Lee, United Estate is a better choice for a client like you who values privacy so much. I recommend this building to you. It was built in 1983, and the floors above 39 are all apartments. It has excellent service and a very tight security system. Many people in the entertainment industry also choose to rent here. Isn't this the apartment that Demi Moore used to rent for $8,000 a month? Ronald immediately recognized the glittering interior decoration in the photo and the real trees planted on the rooftops of the lower floors. This is a landmark building on 5th Avenue. From the 30th to the 55th floors, the decoration is uniformly done in bronze and mahogany style. From the 68th floor upwards, it can be decorated according to the owner's needs. Very good, very good. Ronald looked at the interior photos. The upper floors had many connected lofts, true urban villas. Located on 5th Avenue, the most bustling shopping center, it was convenient for dining and shopping, perfect for someone like him who occasionally came to New York but didn't want to stay in a hotel. Which floor are you more interested in? 66, 68, seem auspicious, Ronald thought. The top floor sounded good. Those 3 floors were reserved by the developer for himself and his wife. She's a famous model from Eastern Europe. Hey, good eye. Ronald thought the developer had a good eye for choosing 66, 68 as the top floors. Actually, the middle floors were skipped. Above the 20-story shopping mall and office building, the apartments started counting from the 30th floor, artificially creating auspicious numbers. How about 58? 58th floor is nice too. There's a very nice 2-story apartment on the 58th floor. I can talk to the developer. It's the best one besides the one he reserved for his parents on the 63rd floor. Okay, you should arrange a meeting with him. Ronald decided on the house he wanted to buy and then began preparing to attend the pre-primary party hosted by George Jr. for his father's party nomination. George Jr., as a manager of his father's soon-to-be-established campaign office, was very enthusiastic about the New York primary nomination. His mother, Barbara, didn't really approve of her eldest son, who is an alcoholic, unfaithful, and business-challenged man. Not for any other reason than that George Jr. was too similar to his father. Even his infidelity with his wife was similar to his father's, involving his secretary. However, since Ronald and George Jr. rediscovered their lost faith in church, and with his film investment business being far more profitable than his oil business, his reputation in New England's high society began to slowly improve. Barbara, unable to resist her eldest son's pleas, gave him a chance to start over, allowing him to campaign for the family patriarch, George Sr. In the family's most important election, Barbara, a pivotal figure in the family, highly valued her children's willingness and effort to contribute to the family cause. Her favorite youngest son, Jeb, had volunteered extensively for George Sr. during the 1980 election. Last year, he played a crucial role in the campaign of George Sr.'s ally, Florida Governor Martinez, and is now Florida's Secretary of Commerce. However, he couldn't attend her husband's election this time. George Sr., also brimming with confidence, volunteered to come to New York State, the most important state in the East and the state where the president won a landslide victory in the 1984 election, to persuade more local power brokers to support the incumbent vice president in his father's primary. Douglas Jr., a powerful figure in the Elephant Party on Staten Island, was already at the hotel introducing George Sr. to various influential figures in New York. They saw Ronald's arrival and came up to greet him. "Laura, you continue with them for me. Douglas, Ronald, and I have some things to discuss," George Jr. let his wife continue socializing with the big spenders while he pulled Doug and Ronald into a small room next door. These are the competitive candidates from the Elephant Party, those who have nominated themselves. These are the candidates from the Donald Party who are rumored to be promising. George Jr. pointed to two piles of materials on the table and explained to Ronald. He and Ronald needed to work together to figure out which direction George Sr.'s campaign ads should take. These guys are really handsome. Like movie stars, Ronald couldn't understand what these politicians' political views and resumes represented. He could only judge the candidates from a film director's perspective. On the Elephant Party side, the most handsome guy was New York State Representative Jack Kemp. He was a former NFL quarterback, and the material said he was the current Elephant Party's JFK Kennedy. On the Donald Party side, the most handsome was a Tennessee senator named Gore. He was also very handsome and had a lot of audience appeal. He could play a typical small-town youth in a Hollywood movie. What? You're only looking at the candidates' appearances? This isn't a movie casting call, young Douglas joked. Not necessarily. These days in America, the most important tool for elections is television advertising, and the most influential factor in voting is televised debates. For example, the last president against Mondale, Ronald's own aunt also voted. Rather than particularly agreeing with the president's policies, she seemed to agree more with the face that represented conservative values. So, you mean the handsome candidate has a better chance of winning? Young George asked thoughtfully. Not entirely. Different movie genres need different leading men. The current president wasn't the biggest star in Hollywood back then, but he's perfect for the role of a smart, strong, and compassionate president, Ronald commented on the candidates' appearances. This camp is more appealing to female voters in big cities, and this Gore fits the image of female voters in the South. These two could star in a romance movie. Wait, I remember the presidential candidates had to be born in America and be at least 40 years old. Ronald suddenly realized, this Gore is only 39 this year, he'll be 40 next year, just meeting the legal minimum requirement. He's also the youngest presidential candidate in history. Oh, this one can't be the lead, he looks like a villain. Even whose smile has a cunning feel to it. Ronald looked at a Republican candidate named Rumsfeld, an Illinois bureaucrat. I see. What about this one? Little George found this discussion about physiognomy interesting and wanted to join in. This one's a bit cunning too. Ronald saw he was a Delaware senator, and his smile also looked like a villain's. This one's better. He can play a serious role. Ronald flipped to a picture of the governor of Arkansas in the South. You have to admit, this guy has a sunny disposition and is very approachable. He's more believable than the two more handsome candidates. Our main opponent in the primary is this guy. George noted Ronald's impressions, pulling out a picture of a somewhat unattractive old man and pushing it towards Ronald. Robertson, isn't this the evangelical charlatan pastor? Ronald remembered this pastor who preached on television and disliked him. He'd flip the channel the moment he saw him on TV. He's calling on his followers to endorse him. If he gets 1 million signatures, he'll run for president. He's already got 3 million signatures and officially announced his candidacy. George tapped the table. This was his father's biggest competitor in the primary. He has a candidate too. Ronald was skeptical. A charlatan? People in America would vote for him as president? 3 million signatures. That's a force to be reckoned with. What's his charisma? Ronald carefully examined Robertson's resume. He claimed to be a Marine combatant who served in the Korean War. This guy is fake, isn't he? Look at his eyes, they don't have that warlike quality your father had. Ronald stared at Robertson's oily eyes, finding it hard to believe that such eyes could belong to someone who had fought on land. Those eyes reminded him of Michael Cimino, the director of The Deer Hunter, who avoided direct eye contact with a camera, always seeming to be hiding something. Cimino had also fabricated his military service. I'll have someone check it out. Do you think my father's image should lean towards that of a soldier? George Jr. also felt that his father could project a fearsome aura when needed. Veterans are always respectable, especially your father with such a legendary experience. We could actually leverage that. I always feel that seeing your father on television, even if he doesn't have the charisma of the current president, makes us feel safe knowing the country is led by someone like him, and that no one will dare to bully us. Ronald explained his general thoughts, which Douglas wrote down and handed to George. When I get back, I'll talk to my mother about your opinion. She's hired a campaign consultant named Roger Ailes, who I heard was one of the president's campaign advisors back then. In the end, George was still the son of an old political family, and with Ronald's advice, he felt reassured. He continued to go out and chat with upper-class people in New York, listening to their opinions and views. "What do you think?" Douglas asked, pulling Ronald along as he watched George making vulgar and outrageous jokes in the crowd. Fortunately, his father's image is relatively good. Ronald also felt that old George was more like a politician than his son. If George were to run, he'd have to choose his script carefully. Maybe he could play a Western cowboy? Anyway, we've made contact with him. This deep involvement in this national election is like getting a ticket to the Staten Island congressional district and local elections. We can have some influence during the next mayoral, governor, and congressional elections. Then you'll have to work harder, Ronald said, patting Douglas on the shoulder, unaccustomed to this kind of insincere banter. "Ronald, what are you doing here?" A deep voice came from behind. "What are you doing here, Arnold?" Hello, Maria," Ronald greeted his wife, who had come with Arnold Schwarzenegger. "I've always supported the Elephant Party. As for you, I thought you were like most Hollywood people, supporting the Donald Party." Actually, I've voted for both parties' candidates. I came with my good friend, Douglas. We were on the same wrestling team in high school." Ronald didn't want to reveal his political leanings, so he pushed Douglas forward. "Hello, Mr. Schwarzenegger, I really like your movies." Douglas smiled and stepped forward. "My support for the Elephant Party was actually a complete coincidence. I had just come from Europe and watched a televised debate. The Donald Party candidate was talking about social justice, and when I looked at it, I thought, isn't that just like my hometown? I didn't come to America for this. Then I saw the Elephant Party candidate, Richard, talking about small government, free competition, reducing public spending, and tax cuts. I liked the party, and from that day on, I've been an Elephant Party member." Ha ha ha! Ronald and Douglas burst into laughter. This Schwarzenegger was quite the actor. His homeland was Austria, and his words made it sound like he came from the Eastern Bloc. "So, what did you think about that movie? Offer you a role?" Ronald remembered the Joel Silver movie, the one where Schwarzenegger had been approached. "Honestly, I didn't want to do it. You know, Ronald, action movies don't do as well as they used to. If I'm still relying on muscles for acting, I don't have many years left. Haven't you noticed my muscles are smaller than when I played the Terminator?" Having left Hollywood, in this place devoid of other entertainment figures, Schwarzenegger became less formal. "Indeed," Ronald remarked, noting that Schwarzenegger did indeed appear to have shrunk considerably. "I need to explore some comedic opportunities, so I'd like to do more comedy. I've taken on a role in a comedy film called Twins of Dragons." "Sorry, Ronald, I understand." Ronald had also noticed that Stallone's box office appeal was declining. Audiences seemed to be getting tired of pure action movies that just showed off muscles. "Let me introduce you to little George, the vice president's son." Ronald knew that Schwarzenegger's trip to New York with his wife, a descendant of the Kennedy family, wasn't without reason, so he introduced him to George. "Ugh, these people are even more hypocritical than Hollywood actors." Ronald quickly grew annoyed. The performances between politicians were no less elaborate than those of actors, and their acting was so bad he wanted to yell cut. Just then, a real estate agent paged him. The developer had agreed to sell to Ronald and wanted to meet with him. Ronald decided to go see the house. "Welcome, my friend. This is my wife. Welcome to my building." The building's developer, a tall man, was waiting for Ronald in the lobby. Luxury homes take a long time to sell, so Ronald, who could pay in full, was considered a very good client. "Thank you. I heard you're willing to sell me your duplex on the 58th floor. Of course, you deserve this building. I wish every artist in America bought a house here. What do you think?" Ronald took the private elevator to the 58th floor. This was a unit connected to the 59th floor by elevators and stairs. Inside, there were several large bedrooms, a walk-in closet, a smoking room, a wine cellar, a private elevator, and a large study and living room. The existing decor was walnut wood and bronze, which Ronald found very satisfactory. "Come to my place and let's talk. Do you have any movies you could film here? I've always wanted to have a cameo role in a movie." After viewing the house, Ronald signed a preliminary letter of intent, leaving the rest to his agent, accountant, and lawyer. Ronald accepted the invitation and went to the large apartments on the top floors, 66-68. My house was originally in a brown style, but after seeing the renovations of my tenant, Saudi billionaire Jamal Khashoggi, I decided to upgrade the interior to the current gold style. I strongly suggest you do the same after you buy the house. I'll consider it. Ronald wasn't impressed with this nouveau-riche style, where even the doorknobs were gleaming gold. He felt it was a waste of such a prime location. However, the style was quite unique, immediately revealing the owner's taste. Ronald did have a thought: should he hire someone from China to furnish it with some Chinese-style furniture? Look, these are interviews I gave in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Boston Globe. The current American political scene is dominated by some old-school, incompetent politicians, like New York Mayor Ed Koch. He even accused me of going against the interests of New York City residents, and both of his lawsuits against me failed. These people play politics all day, and they can't even fix an ice rink. The Woolman Ice Rink in Central Park, built since 1980, cost Koch $12 million. I bet him I could do it for less than $1 million. And what happened? I changed the design, hired a company that builds ice rinks for the NHL, and it only cost $750,000, and was finished in 4 months. I promised them a lot of publicity, and they didn't even ask for a profit. What's that called? That's the art of the deal. It's ridiculous that Koch lost face and now he's constantly harassing me, saying my building doesn't qualify for tax breaks. He's destined to fail. Here, take a book, my masterpiece. These are the newspapers where I gave these interviews. You can read them all. Lots of wisdom. You can also watch CUU tonight. Larry King's interview with me will be broadcast, holding the book his host had so generously gifted him. Ronald returned to the hotel. He flipped through it and found that the author's name was Tony Schwartz. Ronald chuckled to himself, how stingy. Having been a screenwriter, Ronald knew that if you wanted to write a book, hiring an anonymous ghostwriter would cost twice as much as hiring a ghostwriter with a title. This person wasn't even willing to pay that much, just letting the ghostwriter be listed as the author. Anyway, his name was in large font above the title on the cover, and readers rarely bothered to look at the author's name on the inside pages. Most readers would probably still assume he wrote it himself. So you've left the donkey party and joined the elephant party, Larry King, the famous host of CUU TV, asked a real estate developer on the television screen. This was a pre-recorded video, presented as a live interview. Yes, I just joined the elephant party. Okay, why are you being interviewed in the newspaper? Are you running for president? Larry King asked him bluntly. This was also what the audience most wanted to know. No, I haven't decided yet. SHHH. Looks like you really want to. Upon hearing this, Ronald sat up. He pulled out the interviews with him in the New York Times, Washington Post, and other newspapers that the other party had given him, and the more he read, the more convinced he was that he had guessed correctly. Ronald picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hey, Doug, are you with Little George? Look at CUU, that damn real estate developer, he wants to run for president too. Chapter 840 Orchestra Pit Theory. This guy is nothing. He just left the Donald Party and registered with the Elephant Party. He even said the Donald Party's platform is no good. The Donald Party's National Committee is furious and really wants to take down someone to reverse their decline, a chubby man with thinning hair, swollen features, and a face somewhat resembling Donald Duck told Ronald and George Jr., reassuring them. This campaign advisor who came with George Jr. was Roger Ailes, whom Barbara highly valued and had hired to join her husband's campaign team. He had played a crucial role in helping the current president win re-election in 1984. Before that, Ailes was a veteran television producer in Philadelphia and had even produced a talk show hosted by Hollywood star Michael Douglas. He immediately dismissed the competitiveness of the real estate developer Ronald had seen appearing on Larry King's talk show. Really? I think this guy's political views are quite sharp. Ronald handed Roger Ailes the full-page ads he had paid for himself in 3 of America's largest circulation newspapers. Ronald had seen the complete political platform, which was why he felt this man would be the biggest primary competitor for vice president, and why he hurriedly called George Jr. for a consultation. He upholds the president's strengths, is tough on the Soviet Union, but also raises issues like the fiscal deficit of the past 7 years, the weakness towards Japan, and the widening gap between rich and poor. I think he's very popular. Ronald sifted through the 3 newspapers, every sentence made sense, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Okay, you're a film director, and considering your complete ignorance of television media, this man's strategy is completely wrong. From the very beginning, his political platform doomed him to failure. Roger Ayers didn't voice his sarcasm. Although he was highly regarded by Barbara, her eldest son seemed to trust his two New York friends implicitly. If he had learned anything at the Philadelphia television station, it was about the boss's relatives. He couldn't underestimate them, even if their ideas were utterly foolish. "Let me ask you a question, Ronald," Ayers said, adopting a more conciliatory tone. Please go ahead." Ronald wasn't offended. Capable people have the right to be proud. "Wait a minute." Roger Ayers took out a handkerchief, covered his nose, and very carefully sneezed twice. "I have to be careful. New York autumns have all sorts of allergens, and I have hemophilia. A bad sneeze could kill me." Ayers carefully folded and put away the handkerchief stained with red blood, then continued, "Let me ask you a question. If there were two people on Broadway, one saying into a microphone, 'I have a solution to the Middle East problem,' and the other walking to the center of the stage and collapsing straight into the orchestra pit, who do you think would appear on the evening news? The one who collapses in the orchestra pit, of course," Ronald replied without question. "And what about the federal deficit, and a pastor who got 3 million voter signatures?" Roger Ayers smiled. This Ronald wasn't too stupid. He glanced at the grinning little George beside him. "FXCK, I get it." Ronald suddenly realized that this Ayers truly lived up to his reputation as a television media master who understood the public's psychology perfectly. Too many tax cuts leading to a fiscal deficit, the Japanese not opening their markets, and the defense budget being too high. Aside from those directly involved in these matters, who among the ordinary American citizens would care about these things? Of course, he's also an evangelical charlatan who has collected 3 million signatures from believers nationwide in a short time. It's interesting that he wants to challenge the president in the election. So this New York congressman, Jack Kemp, who looks like Kennedy, has an incompetent campaign manager. Wouldn't it be much better if he just used the Elephant Party Kennedy gimmick instead of emphasizing his pathetic political experience? As for Rumsfeld from Illinois and former Secretary of State Haig, they're both incredibly boring and offer no comedic appeal whatsoever. The Elephant Party National Committee can easily drive them away. Our main enemy is still that charlatan Robertson. Others might get some attention, but in the long run, only he can consistently attract media attention. "George, any ideas?" Roger Ailes looked at young George, who was nominally the election manager for the New York area and the head of the campaign team. Looking at the few people who remained silent, obediently listening to his opinions like students, Roger Ailes was very pleased. If there was no other way, he could take matters into his own hands. If he could defeat Robertson in New York, his position in the campaign team would be established very quickly. "Ronald has come up with an advertising plan," George Jr. said, handing Roger Ailes the marketing plan Ronald had crafted for his father, a retired veteran image. "A veteran image, very good." Roger Ailes glanced at one page and thought the plan had a huge potential. A World War II veteran, almost eaten alive by Japanese soldiers, running for president, that would be far more appealing to voters than those dry policies. It seemed Ronald wasn't so stupid after all, but our biggest competitor, Pat Robertson, has positioned himself as a Korean War veteran. While George S.R.'s World War II veteran image is more positive, on television, people can only remember one name from one image. He's one step ahead of us, having already secured the retired veteran category. We need to come up with another image. Robertson, all those self-aggrandizing combat experiences of his are lies, George Jr. interjected. He didn't want his marketing plan, which he had painstakingly found Ronald to come up with, to be rejected by Roger Ailes. He didn't want to be seen as just someone seeking experience by his mother, Barbara. "Really?" Roger Ailes turned and stared intently at Ronald. If this was true, then old George's campaign plan could begin by exposing Robertson's fabricated past. Then, he could appropriate this image of a retired veteran, proven effective in the market. "What makes you say that? Do you know his real story?" "I've seen too many people like that in Hollywood, exaggerating one experience into 10. You can check his resume. His eyes, shifty and unfocused, it's obviously fabricated. I know it all too well. Michael Cimino, the director of The Deer Hunter, is practically a carbon copy of him." Ronald recalled Robertson's close-up shots on television. He could tell at a glance that it was acting, not genuine recollection. And, well, pretty bad acting at that. "You fucking have a point." Roger Ailes hadn't expected this trip to New York to yield such an unexpected inspiration. He immediately called Barbara. "We have a new plan that requires using some of George's old connections." "Yes, To find his supposed colleagues from his service in Korea. Are you sure? George has been away from the CIA for a long time. Are you confident I can use them again? Yes, I guarantee I'm confident. Your son, George Jr., came up with a great idea. His friend Ronald is very experienced in Hollywood. He has a knack for judging people and says Robertson is likely lying. He's a big director. He knows the difference between good and bad acting. Okay, let's do it that way. Is Ronald here too? I want to say a few words to him. Barbara was very direct on the phone. Hi, Barbara. Yes, it was George Jr.'s inspiration. He has a great instinct for campaigning. All the young people in New York like him. Hearing Ronald praise him in front of his mother, George Jr. blushed with excitement. He was rarely valued by Barbara. It seemed that coming to New York to work with Ronald was indeed a wise choice. His mother really liked Ronald. Well done, Roger Ailes gave Ronald a thumbs up. This guy had some talent, it wasn't just luck. It was a pleasure working with you. Ronald stepped forward and shook hands with Ailes. Although the man was a bit arrogant, his orchestra pit law was indeed very insightful. He needed to study it carefully and see how to apply it to the film's marketing. Will you shoot an ad for my father, Ronald? Little George looked at Ronald, eagerly hoping he would continue to build his father's image and improve his own standing in front of his mother, Barbara. Ronald thought that such a simple ad didn't need his involvement at all. But the other man was an outsider and didn't understand these things. He must think it was best for him to handle it. If Ronald disagreed, this rich kid might have other ideas. However, Ronald was prepared. I have a better candidate, George. This image ad is like a personal documentary. I found an Oscar-winning documentary director to shoot your father. Oh? Who is it? You can get an Oscar winner? Sure enough, little George's eyes lit up. Ronald really had it all. He'd found an Oscar winner right off the bat. Indeed, old George's military service is legendary. This personal ad is practically a short documentary. His name is Emil Adorino, the first director I signed with Daydream Company besides myself. His documentary won an Oscar in 1983. Ronald pushed Emil, his assistant on Dirty Dancing, forward to direct the campaign ad. He's a very talented person. Roger Ailes knew Ronald's trick, but he wasn't foolish enough to expose him. The Oscar for Best Documentary Feature is a very rare honor. Unlike regular films where there are awards for director, screenwriter, and editing, there's only one winner for Best Documentary Feature, the director. This guy is a genius. I don't know how to thank you, Ronald. Hearing Ailes' praise, young George genuinely thought Emil Adorino was some important figure and quickly came forward to thank him. Once you've finished filming the ad, just wait for news from me. Once we have the evidence that Robertson lied, we'll go all out. Roger Ailes stuffed a blood-stained handkerchief into his pocket and said goodbye. How do you plan to film our vice president? Ronald asked Emil Adorino in the room. He had come to New York to discuss with Ronald before heading to Washington, D.C., to film a documentary-style campaign ad for the vice president. I plan to use the same lighting techniques Hollywood used for Gary Cooper. The two have similar facial features and heights, Emil Adorino said confidently. Ronald had given him an opportunity this time. If the campaign ad satisfied everyone, he would let him choose a script and start filming his own movie. Haha, you're right, Ronald laughed heartily. This filming technique, coupled with the vice president's legendary escape from the brutality of the Japanese army, wouldn't it generate positive word of mouth among female voters, just like watching a Gary Cooper movie? Before you film the vice president's ad, help me film a few Moonlight Seduction celebrity marketing videos. I happen to need a documentary talent here. They're all in New York, it'll only take half a day. Ronald accepted the suggestion of film marketing expert Michael Gray. Film a short commentary on the film by several of the main actors in Moonstruck, including Cher, Nicolas Cage, and Olympia Dukakis. Then, edit this commentary, along with a 3-minute trailer and some behind-the-scenes footage, into a single videotape. This videotape will be widely distributed to members of the Directors Guild, film critics, and small theater owners, urging them to increase screenings and give Ronald some support in the Oscar nominations. No problem, Emil Adorino said, putting the materials into his bag and beginning to plan Ronald's marketing strategy. He was full of fighting spirit, knowing he could make his own film next year. These are some scene sketches I've drawn, Emil Adorino said, handing Ronald several of his sketches for his review. Very good, Ronald said, having seen a few and knowing the sketches were well prepared. He didn't bother looking at the rest, trusting in Adorino's abilities. My method is bound to succeed. Using this electronic marketing package of videos and posters to compete with other movies' print promotional materials with a few photos is like an adult bullying a child. Michael Gray, who had also come all the way from Los Angeles, was overjoyed to see his innovative idea adopted entirely by Ronald. Many Hollywood film companies didn't trust this innovative approach. A large number of marketing staff, who only knew how to copy old materials, didn't want his innovative methods to truly revolutionize Hollywood. Otherwise, many of their older staff without new skills would have to work hard to learn new knowledge, or face early retirement or being laid off. If Ronald's Moonlight Trap could achieve a breakthrough with the support of his new marketing methods, Michael Gray felt his new company would see a surge in business. That's right. Confucius once said, "We have already won before the enemy enters the battlefield." Ronald also had high hopes for this method. However, after listening to Roger Ailes' theater pit theory, Ronald wanted to add some elements to his marketing plan to generate strong interest in the film among viewers who saw the advertisements. "You guys think, which actors' gossip would generate buzz for my film Moonstruck?" Ronald thought through the cast of Moonstruck and then looked at the people present. Besides director Emil and marketing consultant Gray, there was Ronald's agent Richard, and Eddie, the general manager who had come to prepare the marketing materials for Moonstruck, Cher. Apart from her, the others don't have enough name recognition. Richard was very familiar with the star positions of these people in Hollywood. Nicolas Cage was recognized by some viewers, but he didn't have many fans. And the Broadway troupe, led by Olympia Dukasky, was only known within a small theater circle in New York. Even appearing on television news required background information to be recognized. Only Cher, as a film actress, only received one Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actress, but her fame as a singer is far greater. Many people grew up listening to her songs. I'm a little worried about how many fans Cher still has. Her new album doesn't seem to be selling well. Those most popular songs of hers were duets with her ex-husband Sonny Bono in the 60s and 70s. Oh, I see. If you have doubts about Cher's fame, you might want to try CinemaScore's new service. Eddie remembered something. What new service? It measures a star's standing among casual viewers. They randomly sample audiences across the country, asking them to recall the star's representative works, and then asking if they would watch his or her movie because of the star's appearance. Richard eagerly answered. What, is this service famous? Ronald didn't seem to have heard of this new service before coming to New York. Infamous. CAA stars hate this assessment, Richard explained with a smile. This evaluation is more objective, asking very specific questions, such as whether you would watch a new movie because of a particular celebrity. It's completely different from the traditional Q rating system used in the marketing industry for 20 years. Q ratings use subjective ratings to evaluate a celebrity's popularity. Surveyors ask passers-by to rate a celebrity, from very famous to very unknown, divided into 5 levels. Such sampling surveys are easily manipulated by the design of the questions or the influence of the surveyors, causing the audience's ratings to shift significantly in the direction the company wants. The new CinemaScore rating system, on the other hand, asks specific questions with only yes or no options, making it much less likely to be manipulated. Therefore, celebrities hate the new CinemaScore rating system. Very few people can get high scores on this system. Such fame is very detrimental to their pay. So CinemaScore's evaluation is completely confidential and only available to production companies, Eddie added. Okay, give them a call, and we'll do a survey on Cher's popularity. After a busy day, Ronald returned to his hotel. The Fifth Avenue apartment still needed to go through the lawyer's transfer process, the designer's assessment, and final renovations before he could move in. Thinking about the Fifth Avenue property, the news about the developer appeared on TV. I think his political views are more like those of the Democratic Party, a politician in a blue tie commented on him on television. PFFT, Ronald burst out laughing after seeing the subtitles under the guest's name. Roger Ailes' predictions were indeed accurate. The chairman of the Democratic National Committee, upon learning that this man had criticized the Democratic Party in the media, left the Democratic Party, and even wanted to run for president, immediately went on television to stab him in the back. This National Committee chairman, in the interview, analyzed his political views point by point, all of which were borrowed from the Democratic Party's greatest president, Benjamin Franklin Jr. I received a report and will launch an investigation into the tax issues surrounding the sale valuation of apartments above the 30th floor of that Fifth Avenue building, New York City Mayor Ed Koch, also a Democratic, began his counterattack in the media. Mayor, are you specifically targeting him? He finished the skating rink you couldn't complete in 6 years in less than 6 months, and only used 1/20th of your budget. The New York reporter's question was sharp. No, this has nothing to do with him getting the women's skating rink done and publicly humiliating me on television. His so-called low cost is actually the result of the city government already spending a lot of money on the foundation. And we suspect there was fraud involved in that price. Both sides deliberately underreported the project price to evade taxes, and then gave the contractor a few free billboards around the rink to compensate for the contractor's losses through advertising revenue. I never said I wanted to run for president. Ronald watched his disheveled appearance during the television interview. The real estate tycoon's political dreams, which hadn't even begun, seemed to be ending. Ronald was quite impressed with Roger Airs' assessment. Sure enough, even without the Elephant Party leaders intervening, the Donald Party was already considering making an example of such a high-profile defector. Since their defeat in the 1980 presidential election, the economy had grown rapidly under the president, the stock market had soared, and America was gradually gaining the upper hand in the presidential race. The Donald Party's cohesion was seriously questionable. If they allowed such a high-profile defector to spout nonsense in the media, claiming that the Elephant Party was the future of America, the Donald Party might never be able to win the presidency again. Soon, it was late at night. Ronald saw his old friend David Letterman's late-night show begin. A female singer has set a record for the oldest person to reach #1 on the singles chart. Let's welcome Grace Slick, lead singer of Starship Troopers. Thump 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 thump. Looking into your eyes, I see heaven. With a burst of live music, Grace Slick, the singer of the theme song for the film Warriors, produced by Ronald Reagan, waved to the audience and appeared on David Letterman's late-night show. The two talked a lot about Grace's life journey. On the eve of Starship's disbandment, Grace achieved her best results in recent years. She also talked about her failed marriage and its impact on her children. Her daughter's name is China, and she's a presenter on MTV. How old is your daughter China? Letterman asked. 16. Oh, I didn't even realize how old you are. Your daughter is 16. You have to be 16 to be an MTV host. Grace Slick playfully punched David Letterman. Ronald realized the two had definitely planned it. A 40-something singer regaining the top spot on the singles charts, that was the quintessential American dream story, so gossipy and newsworthy. Ronald suddenly remembered a broadcast mishap. Cher, the lead actress in his upcoming film Moonstruck, had called him an asshole on Letterman's late-night talk show last year, hadn't she? Would that be even more sensational? More gossipy? Ronald immediately picked up the phone and contacted his agent, Richard, asking him to make sure the call to Letterman's studio went through. After the broadcast ended, David Letterman called as scheduled. Ronald, what's up? You've changed your mind? Want to be a guest on my talk show? Haha, I was afraid you disliked me and it would lower your show's ratings. No, Ronald laughed. I just thought of someone who could significantly boost your ratings. I'm listening. David Letterman's show's ratings were stable, consistently around half of his mentor Johnny Carson's. What do you say? How about having Cher come on your show again and reconcile with you? Would that be a good gimmick? DXMN it. Of course, you can handle Cher. I'll call you when I have a lead. Chapter 841 For Love. Ding dong. Ronald, it's so nice to see you. Please come in. The person who opened the door for Ronald was Cher's bagel-making boyfriend. Hello. Ronald was momentarily speechless. He had forgotten the name of this Italian-American pastry chef who was 18 years younger than Cher. Rob Camilliti, the other person said, still a little annoyed. Please come in. Ronald didn't quite remember the Italian surname. He followed him into the small apartment. Where's Cher? She's on the phone with her manager. Rob gestured for Ronald to sit on the sofa in the living room, then went into the room to call Cher. Since Cher received her payment for Moonlight Seduction and paid off her hotel bill, she had rented a small apartment in New York. Of course, although the apartment was meager compared to Cher's status in the music industry, it was still much larger than the average person's residence, and in a good location. Ronald, Ronnie, it's so good to see you. How did your sexy dance do at the box office? I bought your movie soundtrack album. It gave me some inspiration. Cher came out of the next room and hugged Ronald. She was still wearing her strange see-through outfit. Ronald saw several pairs of men's shoes in the shoe cabinet by the door. This boyfriend moved in so quickly, Ronald wondered if Cher was serious this time. Sitting in Cher's cozy apartment, Ronald explained his purpose for coming. Because it involved her personal feud with David Letterman, he needed to consult Cher in person about this publicity stunt. David Letterman had arranged two plans. The first was to focus the publicity on his personal feud with Cher. In reality, their last conflict was just verbal, without any substantial tension. Whether they continue the feeling of their previous conflict or reconciled, appearing on the show together would be a great option. The second plan was to avoid mentioning their feud altogether and pretend the whole thing never happened. Instead, they invited Cher's ex-husband, Sonny Bono, to appear on the show with her. The two hadn't performed together since their breakup, and many American viewers still miss the ex-couple, especially their recurring theme song, I Got You Babe. David Letterman agreed that, in addition to the normal appearance fee, you could bring your band and perform a full song from your new album at the beginning of the show. It's like free promotion for your new album. Ronald explained the plan, then outlined the conditions. What will that bastard get in return? Cher was clearly tempted. With her new album sales lukewarm, the opportunity to perform live on Letterman's show was commercially valuable. With you, a celebrity, on the show, and all sorts of gimmicks, he can obviously boost the ratings. Ronald laughed. It's a win-win opportunity. If I were you, I would definitely agree. The only question is which option to choose. As for me, I get the lead role in my movie and the publicity stunt of inviting everyone to see the film in front of an American audience. You would agree, right? Cherry didn't speak, looked at her boyfriend Rob, then looked at Ronald, smiling silently. Ronald looked at the Italian man making bagels. Why don't we choose the first option? Cherry's every move is being followed by paparazzi. If she and Sonny appear on a show together, there will be a lot of reports. Rob Camille suggested choosing the first option. Good sign. Ronald breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was clear that Rob wanted Cherry to appear on the show for exposure. However, he had originally come to persuade Cherry to accept the second option, reuniting with her ex-husband. The spectacle of the two of them teaming up on television again was clearly more appealing than the backlash against David Letterman, the late-night show host. The American public still wants to see you and Sonny reunited, Cher. David Letterman has already extended an invitation to Sonny Bono. He said that as long as you agree, Sonny is no problem, he really needs this kind of exposure right now. As for the boundaries of the conversation, the topics, what can't be said, Letterman can arrange everything according to your wishes, but the paparazzi are constantly harassing Cher. If you two hype up her and Sonny again, I think the media will be flooded with all sorts of messy gossip. That would be very damaging to Cher, her boyfriend Rob Camilleri continued, offering his advice. Ronald leaned back, smiled slightly, and didn't believe it. He picked up his water glass and took a sip. Cher is a model of an unconventional woman. She can live with a boyfriend 18 years her junior, an ordinary bagel baker, and what's wrong with appearing on a TV show with her ex-husband? And she got hurt? Who knows who hurt whom? Even David Letterman was left red-faced by her insults. That kind of media aggression, in all of America, probably only the thoughtless comedian, Joan Rivers, can rival her. Rob, go check if our restaurant reservation for tonight is confirmed, Cher smiled, dismissing her boyfriend before speaking to Ronald. Ronnie, you've met him too, I'm really enjoying this relationship. Before, I'd only met celebrities and tycoons. Tom Cruise, Kilmer, David Geffen, only Rob met me when he was just an ordinary restaurant waiter. He knew I was a celebrity, but he still gave me his number and wanted to ask me out. I gave him my number too, and he made me feel very comfortable. That's why I let him stay at my place. He's young and doesn't know how to deal with the media and the malice from the outside world. He's acting out of a psychological defense mechanism. The media gave him a nickname, Bagel Boy, and his name isn't even mentioned in their reports. Are you serious? Ronald, seeing how protective and attentive he was of his boyfriend's vulnerable side, realized that she seemed genuinely serious about this relationship. I'm serious about every relationship. I think it's best not to drag my ex-husband Sonny into this, otherwise the media will bring up our past again, and when they mention Rob, they'll just call him the Bagel Boy. We're both in the entertainment industry, and we understand this isn't about personal grudges. But Rob doesn't understand these things, and I don't want to embarrass him too much. Our seats are booked. No problem. Her boyfriend made the call and returned quickly. Rob, Cherry tenderly took his hand, their palms pressed tightly together. Ronald has agreed to use the first option, a smart choice, Rob Camilleri still had that boyish expression of protecting his girlfriend, which, though silly, felt strangely heartwarming to Ronald. Oh well, it was Cherry's own choice anyway. Okay, I'll have Lightman's team arrange it. I have to go back to Los Angeles, so that's all for now, Ronald. Rob Camilleri jumped up from the sofa. Ronald turned to look into his eyes, his gaze sharp. We're not that close, are we? Why are you calling me by my name? Mr. Lee, sir. Rob's imposing manner immediately subsided. I'm also an actor. Making bagels is just a side job for me. I'd like to know if you have any suitable roles for me. Send your resume and audition photos to my company. They'll handle it. Ronald and Cherry hugged goodbye. Robertson, the Elephant Party candidate who has submitted his candidacy, has been accused of fabricating his experience. Several veterans from the same combat unit he claimed to have served in the 1st Marine Division have come forward to accuse Robertson of never having been on the battlefield, never having truly faced enemy fire or charges. Robertson's real job was to stay in the rear office, preparing drinks and snacks for his superiors every day. At the Los Angeles airport, Ronald, who had just returned, was watching the live broadcast in the business jet lounge. Roger Ayers' arrangements had finally worked. Barbara, through the CIA, quickly found Robertson's former comrades, whose testimonies contradicted Robertson's claims. The current vice president has officially announced his candidacy for the next presidential election. He made the announcement to reporters in D.C. today. The vice president announced that he will continue the current president's economic, diplomatic, and military policies. However, on domestic affairs, he will be more moderate towards the public. Ronald smiled. This carefully chosen timing made the vice president seem like the only obvious choice for the Elephant Party. In the applauding crowd behind him, Ronald also spotted Schwarzenegger and his wife, who came from the Kennedy family. This was a formal appearance, a show of support for the Elephant Party. How can a person go so far? How did he become who he is today? Following the news was a campaign ad that Ronald had tailored for George Sr. The image showed George Sr. and Barbara, the couple, holding Bibles and taking the oath of office as Vice President of the United States of America, under the watchful eye of the Supreme Court Justice. Perhaps it all started more than 40 years ago when George became the Navy's youngest fighter pilot. The image transitioned from the oath to a black and white photograph of George Sr. in the cockpit of a fighter jet on an aircraft carrier. Or perhaps we should start from this day in 1944, when George received the Distinguished Flying Medal for his heroic actions in the battle against the Japanese Navy. The scene shifts to George being rescued from the sea, then fades back to the scene of George and his wife taking their oath. Anyway, afterwards he started a business, brought his family to Texas and succeeded, then ran for Congress, continuing to serve the American public. Then he became the ambassador to the United Nations, then the ambassador to China, then the director of the CIA. The more you learn about George, the more you realize that in this century, no one was more suitable, more prepared to be president than George. Well done, well done. Ronald looked at the campaign ad directed by Emil Adelino, feeling very satisfied. This documentary-style narrative, without any special effects or gimmicks, simply presented George's resume in a very ordinary way. Emil was perfectly suited to direct this style of ad. Ronald, you're finally back. Ronald turned around and saw Joel Silver, who had come to pick him up. Did Schwarzenegger's agent contact you? He's officially rejected us, Ronald said to Joel Silver, pointing to the television. The action movie actor they had their eye on preferred comedy to action films. Let's go with Bruce Willis. I've been talking to the new owner of Fox for a long time. We have to offer Willis an unprecedentedly high price so he'll agree to do both. How much can you offer? We definitely can't afford Stallone's tens of millions. 5 million is possible. The new president of Fox also came from television, and he's very interested in inviting a television star to star in a movie. Let's talk as we drive. Joel Silver hurriedly pulled Ronald into the limousine. Ronald, in the back seat, looked at Silver's proposal, then glanced at him. The other nodded. They both understood. They were both very familiar with this kind of underhanded budget manipulation. Joel Silver was adept at this kind of cost-inflating trick. By raising the male lead salary to 5 million, other expenses wouldn't seem excessively high, in order to match his price. Ronald wasn't bothered by this. A larger budget meant more flexibility for the film. The script had great potential. If it became a box office hit, this amount of money wouldn't be a problem. Where are we stuck now? Ronald had heard that he was about to go to 20th Century Fox to meet with President Leonard Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg likes to see television stars succeed in the film industry. His philosophy is to integrate television stations and film production companies into a unified media conglomerate. This way, resources from both sides can flow freely. Michael J. Fox's Back to the Future showed everyone that comedy stars can succeed across television and film. Now we need to enable action stars to cross over as well. Ronald understood Leonard Goldberg's strategy. He had discussed this with Bannon when he was in New York. Wall Street's valuation of a company largely depends on how well you can tell a story that makes investors believe you can truly achieve, A. Integrate resources, B. Reduce costs, or both. This is how stocks become sought after. The value of a president and CEO largely lies in their communication with the investment community, in crafting compelling narratives and enticing promises to convince them. If they don't believe you, the listed company's valuation will be underestimated, making their business difficult. Take Cochran, for example, who almost fooled Ronald. Since Ronald's departure as president, the prospects for World Media Distribution Group in the Chinese market have dimmed. No one could convince the capital market that Hollywood in America could enter the American film market and capture a significant share. There were Hollywood stars with good relations across the Pacific, such as Gregory Peck, who was friendly to China, and the famous Italian left-wing director Bertolucci. However, they were left-wing stars with limited commercial appeal. Only Ronald could balance having films screened in China and having good relations with commercial film producers there. He could select films that the American public would enjoy while also cultivating official goodwill. Cochran's two bond issuances on Wall Street both encountered a cold reception from banks. The first bond issuance only raised $95 million, and another round of financing through World Media Distribution, a joint venture between the three major studios, was estimated to be less than $50 million. Therefore, the same applied to Leonard Goldberg of 20th Century Fox. As long as they could convince him that casting Bruce Willis would convince Wall Street that they could make a movie a box office hit with a television star, paying a mere $5 million salary would be a bargain. We only need to convince Leonard Goldberg of one thing, that he's a perfect fit for the script, more so than any other action star, and that he can make Fox money, Joel Silver explained to Ronald. Ronald was incredibly busy, which was why they had to catch him at the airport. His credibility with Goldberg at Fox was, after all, not as high as that of the undefeated commercial film maestro. The same words carried far more weight when spoken by Ronald. "I need a reason, Ronald," Leonard Goldberg said, sitting in his office. He had specifically stayed late to meet with Ronald. "You know, before the Minahan Golan brothers went crazy, the highest salary for a male star in Hollywood was only $5 million. Now you're eyeing Bruce Willis, whose first film only had a mediocre box office. If you're going to pay him the same salary as Dustin Hoffman or Harrison Ford, then why don't I just go for those two actors? He's an ordinary person." Ronald thought for a moment and replied. An ordinary person? Leonard Goldberg didn't quite understand. "Yes, only if Bruce Willis plays NYPD John McClane will we believe he's just an ordinary person. Whether you cast Schwarzenegger or Stallone, the moment they appear, the audience thinks, oh, this is the protagonist of that movie, the superhero. He'll definitely beat the enemies in the movie like Rambo or the Terminator, but the audience's impression of Willis is still that of the comedic detective from Blue Moon. We can accept that he's playing an ordinary person. The key to this script's success is that an ordinary person becomes a hero under specific conditions. And incidentally, he and his wife, who live apart, the impending divorce was resolved. This will resonate strongly with the audience. After all, those stories of fighting in Vietnam or dogfighting with Allied pilots are too far removed from our lives. They represent larger-than-life situations. The key to this film's box office success is making the audience feel that the positive characters are just like them, imperfect. They have troubles and difficulties, but ultimately grit their teeth, bravely face life's hardships, and overcome them. In a sense, this is the American dream. It's consistent with the traditional Hollywood small-town hero image, only the cowboys of the past have been replaced by middle-class urbanites. Ronald's explanation flowed smoothly. America is now highly urbanized, and the mainstream audience consists of people who grew up in cities. These people also need ordinary heroes who, like them, emerge from big cities. Small-town heroes like Jimmy Stewart represented the American mainstream at that time. You make a good point, but how can you prove Bruce Willis can do all that? After all, he's just a TV star. Leonard Goldberg, moved by Ronald's passionate words, also felt a connection. Indeed, only a new director like Ronald could grasp the mindset of today's audience. Those old-timers relying on past experience simply couldn't offer such insights, let alone film them. It's simple, Mr. Goldberg. Ronald took a document from his briefcase and handed it over. This is a sample survey of Bruce Willis, showing audience attitudes towards his movies. The score is very high. We all understand what this kind of survey is, Leonard Goldberg said, unmoved. He'd seen these tricks all the time on television. Agents would gather any kind of information to secure higher salaries for their stars. This was done by CinemaScore. Their survey only asked one question: if Willis starred in an action movie, would you be willing to watch it? Ronald still pushed the document forward. He'd done the survey for Bruce Willis while having CinemaScore conduct the survey for Cher. You're a very experienced expert. Even if there's room for manipulation, the impact on the results would be minimal. The appendix contains their sampling methods and data. You've convinced me, Goldberg said, adjusting his reading glasses. He was satisfied with the investigation. As long as Willis agrees, I'll approve the $5 million salary. Ronald, I think your persuasiveness is even stronger than before. Joel Silver looked at Ronald, as if his trip to New York had made him more like a top-notch con artist. No, a top-notch producer. That's because I've watched top-notch con artists, actors' performances. Ronald thought of Cochran's Wall Street maneuvering and Old George's election campaigning. Acting in real life requires you to believe your own words even more than your target. Alright, we'll go see Bruce Willis tomorrow, Ronnie, Mr. Silver. Similarly, it wasn't Bruce Willis himself who opened the door for Ronald and Joel Silver, but his new girlfriend, Demi Moore, who had recently moved into his home. Demi, Ronald was a little surprised, but quickly recovered. The two hugged and greeted each other like friends. Bruce will be here soon. He was on the set of Blue Moonlight late last night. Demi, who's here? A voice came from upstairs. Honey, it's Ronald and Mr. Joel Silver, Demi called out to the upstairs. Oh, I almost forgot. Wait a minute, I'll be right there. Bruce Willis poked his head out at the bottom of the stairs and greeted Ronald, then poked his head out again. Demi, where did I put my pants last night? Coming. Demi gave Ronald a charming smile, as if to say, aren't you jealous? I can give you all this treatment. Then she went upstairs to help her boyfriend tidy up. What's that? Silver looked at Ronald. He also noticed the unusual smile. Demi wants to play roles too. She's a very ambitious actress. Ronald could only say that. Oh, sorry, something happened on set last night, and I stayed there until very late. A moment later, Willis came downstairs, buttoning his shirt. It's all right, Bruce. We're here to tell you some good news. Fox has agreed to give you $5 million. Joel Silver began to persuade him to take on both the TV series and the movie. I'd love to, but you're too late. We had a meeting last night, and the producers wanted me to have a bigger role in this season of Blue Moonlight. I don't have time for the movie, but this is a great opportunity for you to get into movies. $5 million is top-tier pay for a Hollywood male star. If you miss this opportunity, your future pay will be. Joel Silver began to persuade him. Believe me, no one wants to act more than me. But my contract with the network? Can I ask what happened on the Blue Moonlight set? Ronald interrupted the flustered Silver, patting his thigh to signal him to calm down. Isn't it all for love? Bruce Willis glanced at Demi Moore, squeezed her hand tightly, and kissed it. Huh? Ronald was confused. The lead actress, Sybil Shepherd, is pregnant. She and that chiropractor, Bruce Oppenheimer, seem to be truly in love. So this season, she can't have too many scenes. A lot of them have been transferred to my character. Bruce Willis shrugged. He was also disappointed with the opportunity. For love, Ronald grinned. Shepherd is 37. This is her last chance, Demi Moore added. She was also unhappy with Sybil Shepherd, who played the lead role in Blue Moonlight. This woman was always competing with Bruce Willis for screen time, and now Willis couldn't manage both. What a hassle, what a hassle, Joel Silver complained to Ronald in the car. There's nothing you can do, you can't condemn true love. Ronald sighed as well. What a mess. Cheryl and Shepherd, in making choices for love, actually suffered the greatest losses themselves. Since they had no complaints and were willing to sacrifice their careers for love, others couldn't really say anything. After all, America is a free society, and everyone has the right to make their own choices. Let's look for other options. Sigh, sigh, Ronald sighed as well. He turned on the car radio. Affected by the tax bill introduced by the House Ways and Means Committee this morning, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 95 points today, a 3.81% drop from yesterday. This is the first pullback after the stock market has steadily grown by more than 60% this year. Analysts believe that the main reason for this brief and unexpected adjustment is the House tax bill, which will reduce tax incentives related to financing mergers and acquisitions and leveraged buyouts. Another important reason is the disappointing third-quarter international trade deficit data released today. The sharp appreciation of the yen did not reduce America's trade deficit with Japan as economists predicted. Now, let's hear the expert's analysis. Hi, Ronald changed the radio station, glad he hadn't invested his money in the stock market. Do you love me? Do you love me? Ronald's spicy dance soundtrack was playing on the music station. This record was printing money for him every day. Hey, Ronald laughed out loud. Chapter 842 Busy Ronald. This is Rachel, the one I told you about, boss. She was the production manager on the Nanny's Adventures, and she was very meticulous. Ronald's script assistant, David Simpkins, introduced a young, slender woman to Ronald. Simpkins aspired to become a producer, and Ronald also needed a subordinate who could act as a stand-in, overseeing the filming progress on various sets. This time, Ronald gave him an opportunity to be a producer on Ecstasy, a co-production between Daydream and Roger Coleman's company, which was filming in Los Angeles. He could learn more from the veteran Coleman. However, at the same time, funding was also raised for a new musical film, Hairspray, written and directed by John Waters. To save costs, Waters suggested filming in Baltimore, Maryland, where the story takes place. There were no union influences there, and Waters was a local. He had many connections there and could use many of the free extras from his high school. Ronald wasn't too worried about Waters manipulating the budget. Waters had always directed ultra-low-budget films, and Hairspray was a dream story he'd always wanted to make. In this situation, the director would prioritize high-quality production. As for inflating costs during filming, Ronald could tolerate that as long as it wasn't excessive. After all, the entire film only had a budget of $2.5 million. However, Waters was a lone wolf. In his previous ultra-budget films, made for hundreds of thousands of dollars, he handled all the miscellaneous tasks himself. The actors even brought their own makeup and costumes. In a serious film project like this, Ronald couldn't allow such a thing to happen. So, he asked Simpkins to recommend a meticulous person who understood all the details of filmmaking to be the producer for Hairspray. Simpkins recommended Rachel Talalay, the production manager he'd met on the Nanny's Adventures. Rachel, I think David has already explained the main tasks of this job to you. It's actually similar to what you did in Toronto. Ronald went up to Rachel Talalay and explained the work. Is there anything I need to pay special attention to? Rachel noted down the miscellaneous tasks Ronald assigned. Although she was nominally a producer, her actual job was similar to that of a production manager, helping the crew solve all the problems. Unlike a real producer, she didn't have the power to interfere with the director's filming. Nothing much? Your main task is to gain experience. After 1 or 2 films, you should be able to truly take on the role of producer. Just like David is about to do, Ronald said with a smile to the slightly nervous Rachel. Okay, Rachel immediately relaxed a bit. This is my phone number. If you see any problems with the director on the first day of filming in Baltimore, report to me directly. If everything goes smoothly, you don't need to worry about the filming anymore. After all, John Waters is much more experienced than you. He is indeed very experienced. Right now, I can only help him with some miscellaneous tasks, such as arranging the bus. Rachel agreed with Ronald. What bus? Oh, didn't Director Waters tell you? To save money, he decided to have the main crew take a bus to Baltimore. Sigh, no need, let's change to plane. You can just take economy class. Ronald thought to himself, Waters is really trying to save money. This isn't some $250,000 garbage anymore. It's the $2.5 million production. Ronald and Rachel quickly arrived at the bus departure point, where 2 buses were preparing to depart. One was full of actors, and the other had some crew members. Oh, Ronald, you're an angel. Just thinking about how I finally got to act in a big production and have to squeeze into this kind of bus makes me want to strangle that bastard John. A bald, fat actor got off the bus, very excited, and thanked Ronald, hugging him tightly. This is our main actor, Divine, Rachel hurriedly introduced to Ronald. Okay, don't worry. If you have any problems in Baltimore, just tell Rachel. Ronald was a little puzzled. Divine's voice and physique were both odd. He was the typical obese person, his upper body so fat he looked like a woman. What role does he play? Ronald asked Rachel quietly. He hadn't looked at the cast list and wanted to say something encouraging, but he couldn't. He plays Edna, the protagonist's mother. Oh, good. Edna is a very important role. Director Waters has a very good eye for talent to find you for the role. Ha ha ha. I've known John for a long time. I'm in every piece of trash he makes. Divine grinned widely, laughing heartily. Finally, he could make a normal movie. Wait, something's not right. Ronald finally realized what was wrong with Divine. This was clearly a middle-aged woman's role, so why was a man being cast? Ha ha ha. Divine laughed smugly when she saw Ronald's expression. See? Isn't this right? As she spoke, she took a wig out of her bag and put it on her bald head. She even tidied herself up a bit and struck a couple of poses. Boss, he's a drag queen, Rachel quickly whispered to Ronald. She thought her boss already knew about director John Waters' quirks. This Divine would appear in every one of his films. I knew it, this looks much better. He got the actors into the car and drove towards the airport. Ronald, in the back car, instructed Rachel, when you get to Baltimore, for the first few days, you need to call the company every day to report on the filming progress, understand? Simpkins said you don't need to call anymore, so stop the daily reports then. Ronald felt a chill run down his spine. This director, John Waters, actually used the drag queen to play the lead actress's mother. Who knew what other messes might arise? Yes, don't worry, boss. I'll report every day until you approve of my work. Rachel thought it was her decision to allow the actors to travel by bus that made her boss think she had a problem with her workability, hence the daily evaluation. John, look. Ronald's a generous boss, letting us fly to Baltimore. At the airport, Rachel used Ronald's credit card to buy tickets for everyone. Divine got a ticket to fly with director John Waters. He happily hugged Waters, who was waiting at the airport, leaving him speechless. Hey, Ronald, I just wanted to save some money on filming, Waters explained, finally managing to wriggle out of Divine's embrace. It's okay, these costs still need to be incurred. Taking the bus will take a long time for the actors to recover from fatigue. It's alright, these are partners I've worked with many times. Besides, I can get free accommodation at a high school in Baltimore. Ronald felt a little relieved. It seemed director Waters was still focused on making a good film. After all, it was a semi-autobiographical work. Hey, Sonny. My agent has contacted you, right? It's a shame Cher didn't agree to be on Letterman's show this time. Ronald turned back to speak to a middle-aged man with a mustache next to the director. This was Cher's ex-husband, Sonny Bono. He had also landed a role in the production. Because of his fame, only the director and he were entitled to fly to the filming location. It's alright, I'm already very grateful. Sonny seemed like a gentle-spoken man. Actually, I'm not doing this for myself, it's for my daughter with Cher. She's in LaGuardia Academy for the Performing Arts in New York. My daughter has a lot of singing talent, so I wanted Cher to help her debut. Oh, I didn't know. Ronald thought to himself, I didn't know you had this idea. I should have played that card when I was persuading Cher to go on the show. It's alright, my relationship with Cheryl is strained, but she's a good mother, Sonny Bono said, praising his ex-wife. If there's a chance, I hope you can give my daughter Chesterdy a chance in the acting world. She's studying both singing and acting at a performing arts high school, and your Fame theme song is her favorite. Studying both singing and acting, just like Aaron Carr's character Coco who sang the Fame theme song. Your daughter is talented, she has a chance. Ronald had been busy all morning, finally getting everyone on set to leave. What time is my appointment with Joel Silver this afternoon? Daydream's secretary, Ms. Zhang, took out the appointment book. It was 3 p.m. in his office. We could grab some lunch and go. Okay, let's just grab some Burger King. Their burgers are definitely better, although their stock isn't as good as McDonald's. The Dow Jones continues its downward trend from yesterday. When they arrived at Joel Silver's office, he was reading the financial news. Ronald, you're here. Silver muted the TV. We have two options now. First, we can find another male star to replace Bruce Willis. Second, we can postpone filming until next year, when Bruce can film during the summer break. Do we have any replacements? Ronald nodded. TV stars are usually available from late spring to summer. American TV series usually run through the new year, with several months of rest each summer. Michael J. Fox does this now, taking advantage of the TV break each summer to film 2 movies. The best choice is Harrison Ford. I've spoken with his agent, and he's also trying to transition his career, currently looking at new scripts from various sources. Ronald pondered for a moment. Harrison Ford was actually a good choice. His temperament was similar to Bruce Willis's, a slightly wicked, ordinary person. His previous roles as Han Solo in Star Wars and Dr. Indiana Jones in Indiana Jones were both heroes who could potentially fail. However, that was also his weakness. The characters they played were too deeply ingrained in the public consciousness. If John McClane, the male lead of this film, were to be cast, would the audience accept him? Let's contact him first. We're not really sure we can get Harrison to agree. Besides, he's a big star, which will help with the film's marketing. Joel Silver seemed quite satisfied with the casting. Let's contact him first, Ronald said, a little worried. A star with such immense popularity would definitely be vying for power on set. How to film it, whose opinions to follow, these would all be problems. Phew, back home. Ronald took out some frozen food from the refrigerator and started making himself a quick dinner. Tomorrow he had to discuss the Sex Master project with Roger Coleman. Ronald turned on the TV and ate the tuna sandwich he had just made. Since he was eating it himself, he didn't need to code it. The Dow Jones Industrial Average continued its decline on Thursday, falling 57.61 points, narrowing the drop to 2.39%. Compared to its year-to-date high, it has now fallen by 12%. Analysts say this indicates the stock market has reached a temporary bottom, and fund managers believe the bull market is still ongoing, with a potential rebound. I sold my stocks last year to make a movie, so I missed out on a 50% bull market, Ronald thought to himself as he ate. Fortunately, the movie Spicy Dance was doing quite well. Once the box office revenue is recouped and the videotapes go on sale, he'll check the stock market again to see if there's any investment potential. Roger Coleman greeted his student with open arms. Ronald stepped forward and hugged him. This is our first time working together on a movie since Rock High, right? Oh, yes. 8 years have passed. Roger Coleman couldn't help but marvel at how fast time flies. Even his New World company had been sold. Cassandra Peterson is a very good actress, and her script has great potential. Coleman was very pleased with a joint venture project Ronald recommended. This is exactly the kind of horror film I like, with a touch of humor. Yes, exactly the kind of film you're best at. So, how about it? Want to try directing yourself? Ronald asked his former boss. Ha, I'm definitely itching to, Coleman laughed. But I'll wait until later. Right now, my energy is all focused on producing. I need to make about 10 films a year. Small and medium-sized productions to recoup costs already take up all my time. This time, I found James Signorelli. He's directed several episodes of Saturday Night Live and also directed the sequel to the blockbuster Police Academy. His style is a perfect match. I have no doubt about your judgment, Ronald agreed after glancing at the director's profile that Coleman had found. Coleman's eye for directors is probably unmatched in Hollywood. The two finalized a collaboration in a few words. The remaining work was left to Coleman's wife, Julie, and Ronald's producer, David Simpkins. Roger Coleman decided to film the movie in Hollywood, Los Angeles. He was adept at dealing with unions and had a good reputation in the industry, able to find skilled staff who only receive minimum wage. Your sexy dance is making a good profit, Roger Coleman remarked, keenly aware of the film's box office potential. Not bad. I hope it does well overseas too, Ronald replied. I'm also planning to release a videotape. I hope to make a lot of money this time so I can invest in other films. You're quite good. Producers who entered Hollywood around the same time as me all invested in real estate after their success. Roger Coleman had been in the industry for a long time. Those who consistently invested in the film industry either failed, their companies went bankrupt, or they made a fortune and quit. However, you should also invest in some other industries. This industry is becoming increasingly profitable. Haha, actually, I've also invested in some real estate, Ronald said with a laugh. And the stock market. The stock market is also a good investment. I see the recent stock market correction is quite severe. It's time to buy the dip. Oh, really? You invest in the stock market too? Then I'll have to consider it. Unexpectedly, Roger Coleman also invests in the stock market. Ronald thought about how Joel Silver was watching the Financial Channel yesterday. This year's stock market has really risen quite fiercely, and he missed a big bull market. When Ronald got home, he turned on the TV and tuned to the Financial Channel. The chairman of the MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas, Cochran, announced today the issuance of a total of $35 million in bonds to finance MGM's new business ventures. Ronald had ordered Domino's Pizza for delivery today and was listening while eating. Cochran's financing did not go smoothly, only raising $35 million, and the interest rate was not low. The most powerful hurricane of the year in the North Atlantic has struck coastal cities in Britain and France, causing dozens of casualties. Britain is expected to have over 15 million trees broken, and power lines have been severely damaged. Financial centers, including the London Stock Exchange and the London Futures Exchange, announced market closures today due to power outages. Wow, that's serious. Ronald looked at the hurricane images on the news. The footage from London showed the outdoor TV presenter struggling to speak due to the wind. Today on the New York Stock Exchange, the Dow Jones Industrial Average continued to fall, closing at 2,246.74 points. With record trading volume, it's fallen again. Ronald picked up the phone and called Donna, who worked at a fund in New York, to ask if it was a good time to buy. Hello? Donna, this is Ronald. The stock market dropped again today. Is it a good time to buy? Ronnie, I'm very busy right now. The London Stock Exchange is closed today. Mr. Simmons has some algorithmic trades that haven't been confirmed by the London Stock Exchange. Our staff are all on the phone. I don't have time to chat right now. Let's talk about it next week. Oh, okay, I love you. Bye. Ronald was comforted to hear that Donna, who was back at work on Long Island, was now quite settled in. I love you too, Ronnie. Your BMW helped me a lot, allowing me to end my internship early and return to the company to participate in the company's main algorithmic trading business. I have to go now. I still have a dozen or so calls to make. Bye. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 843 Black Monday. Ronald, we've finally met. By the weekend, accompanied by his agent Nisida and Joel Silver, Ronald met Harrison Ford, one of Hollywood's hottest male stars. Hello, Harrison. Ronald carefully observed Harrison Ford. He looked exactly like his on-screen persona. His rugged face exuded an American optimism that seemed unfazed by any hardship. I often hear Steven Spielberg and George Lucas talk about a young director with a very imaginative mind. I never imagined it would take us so long to meet. Well, it's a very busy industry, and many viewers think we should all know each other. Most Hollywood stars possess an extraordinary charisma. Or rather, what allows them to stand out and become stars is this ability, a power that most people lack, to make those around them feel good. If they're willing to make you happy, stars can make those around them feel like they were really great guys within seconds. Just like Harrison Ford's attitude towards director Ronald and producer Joel Silver. Their story really piqued my curiosity. It's not like before, where a young director could work on a film set for a while and then have the opportunity to direct their own movie. How did you get into this industry, Ronald? I was very lucky because I met Roger Coleman. I was working for him at minimum wage, revising his scripts. One day on set, the director happened to be unwell and went to the hospital. It was him. Many people started out with him. I know, he paid federal minimum wage, not union minimum wage. Harrison Ford's voice was deep and charismatic. His laughter put everyone at ease. So, Harrison, how did you get into this industry? Ronald, enjoying the conversation, inquired about his entry into the field. I was pretty much like you, playing bit parts on set. Earning minimum wage $120 a week. My first movie was a delivery guy, and the producer didn't like me. He said I'd never make it in Hollywood. I know they're going to be stars the moment I see them. You shouldn't think so much. Like when I saw John Curtis, his first movie was a department store clerk, and I just knew he was going to be a star. Then I just leaned over and looked at him like that. Harrison Ford mimicked this gesture, leaning over to look at Ronald. I asked him, shouldn't you think Curtis looked like a department store clerk? Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Ronald laughed too. Some jokes aren't actually that funny. But the way they tell them makes you feel like it's the funniest joke in the world. So, Harrison, what do you think of the script? Joel Silver couldn't help but ask the big star for his opinion. I really like this script. You know, my principle for accepting roles now is that each new film must offer something different. I don't want to repeat past roles. Ronald nodded slightly. This already successful star is no longer pursuing commercial success. Instead, he seeks opportunities to win awards and critical acclaim, and to further broaden his acting range. He doesn't want to play space cowboy heroes like Han Solo or scholar heroes like Indiana Jones anymore. Joel Silver's new script, with its NYPD detective coming to Los Angeles to defeat terrorists, is a very fresh idea for Harrison Ford. I really like the character of John McClane, who is devoted to his family, ruthless towards his enemies, confident and intelligent. Ronald listened, and something felt off. Harrison Ford didn't seem to be describing the down-to-earth detective in the script, separated from his wife, earning less than her, and facing divorce. I just felt something was off about some of the plot details, so I asked you and Ronald to come and see if we could discuss it thoroughly. Oh, what's wrong? Ronald and Joel Silver exchanged a glance, both thinking, they're here. The importance of stars to production companies surpasses even that of directors and producers, far exceeding that of any screenwriter. On one hand, they can attract investment, banks will offer preferential loans because of them. On the other hand, they save on marketing costs, audiences will go to see a movie without advertising simply because a star is in it. Therefore, stars often abuse their status to influence films, changing characters and plots in their favor. However, Harrison Ford was considered one of the more polite stars, courteously inviting Ronald and Silver to discuss the matter without being rude and directly suggesting changes. For example, the character's background is that of a down-on-his-luck detective. I've read the original novel. He's a retired detective in a high position. Only an experienced detective like that could come up with the methods to deal with terrorists, right? Ronald, Joel Silver, unsure of the consequences of these plot changes, looked to Ronald for expert advice. But on the other hand, the protagonist in the original novel is a retired detective visiting his estranged daughter. This is also a kind of hero who enters the story with personal setbacks. At the end of the story, he not only solves the terrorists but also his life problems, in his own way. Ronald understood that the core of this film was different from the protagonists Harrison Ford had played in the past, who entered the story with an aura of success, and even different from all other Hollywood movie protagonists before. This is a protagonist with the troubles and problems of an ordinary person, which is the key reason why the audience can sympathize with him and become deeply involved in his story. Ronald wasn't optimistic about the box office performance of a story like this, where Harrison Ford plays a building-centric Han Solo. You're right. At the beginning, the estrangement between him and his wife, and the scene where his wife uses her maiden name at work, I felt a little uncomfortable, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. Harrison Ford frowned slightly, continuing to point out a plot issue. It's a marriage where the woman is more successful than the man. McClane's wife is a vice president of a multinational corporation, earning far more than a NYPD detective. That's why we created a detestable male vice president character who wants a one-night stand with his wife. The audience will definitely hate someone who seduces the protagonist's wife, so we later killed him off. Haha, indeed, that scene was very satisfying to watch. Harrison Ford understood that Ronald was unwilling to rewrite the main plot to fit his established star image. However, everyone here is a respected figure in the industry, so it's best to leave it at that. Would you like to take a look at my collection? I even have that laser gun from Star Wars. Harrison stopped pressing the issue and got up to chat with Ronald. 7 or 8 out of 10 Americans are Star Wars fans. Of course. Could you give me a photo and sign it? My cousin is a huge fan of Dr. Indiana Jones. Ronald asked for Harrison Ford's autograph for his cousin. Of course. What's your cousin's name? Donna. She graduated from MIT with a degree in physics. She's always thought your portrayal of the Doctor changed her perception of academic geniuses. The Doctor can be so charming. Ha ha ha. Harrison Ford was delighted, signing for the charming Donna, on a still from Indiana Jones. Can't you really change it? The plot or something? Harrison is the most popular male star right now, After leaving Harrison Ford's house, Joel Silver double-checked with Ronald in the car. He didn't want to lose this opportunity. I can't say for sure, but if you still want this story, he's not suitable. If you changed the script, it's not this story anymore, Ronald shrugged. It wasn't that he disliked Harrison Ford joining the film. But the roles of big stars like him had certain limitations. They couldn't damage the star's image. Whether it was a policeman, a cowboy, or even a president, Harrison Ford had to be the one who could handle all the trouble from the moment he appeared. He couldn't have the same troubles as ordinary people. Although you're right, but, what a pity. Joel Silver took a bottle of champagne from the refrigerator, popped it open, and poured it for Ronald. Then he turned on the car TV and started watching the news. Ronald felt that familiar feeling again. Was this the plot of a movie he had dreamed about? Boring news. Silver saw that the TV was still showing the devastation caused by the hurricane in Western Europe. He found a videotape in the corner and put it into the car VCR. A blonde woman was lying flat on her back, while another handsome man used an ice cube, starting from her navel, to make her feel the coldness along her body, teasing her. Then he took out a strip of cloth to cover the woman's eyes, made her taste strawberries, and finally replaced them with a chili pepper, making her scream from the spiciness. Are you kidding me? We're two guys, what are we doing watching this? Ronald recognized his friend, Adrian Lane, the director, and star of 9.5 Weeks, starring sexy blonde Kim Basinger and handsome Mickey Rourke. Hey, want to come to my place? Lots of blondes are waiting to meet you. Ha ha ha, Joel Silver laughed out loud. Seriously, what do you think of the male lead, Mickey Rourke? How about he play John McClane? Ronald, Joel Silver saw that Ronald was distracted and assumed he approved of his casting. Should I talk to Mickey Rourke's agent? Sure, Ronald snapped out of his reverie. The scene of watching the pornographic video in the car had triggered a familiar feeling again. Adrian, this is Ronald. Why doesn't Mickey Rourke want to act in my movie? Communication with the Mickey Rourke's agent was proving extremely difficult. Upon hearing it was a project with Ronald Lee and Joel Silver, the agent immediately rejected it, saying that Mickey Rourke had begun focusing on projects outside of acting and didn't want to repeat himself. Confused, Ronald called his old friend, director Adrian Lane. He had directed Mickey Rourke's 9.5 Weeks, a commercial success that launched Rourke's star career. Now, casting him as a detective would be a perfect way to pull him away from pornographic films and give him a chance to reach even greater heights. He's got a bit of a screw loose. Maybe he's been boxing too much? He even acted in an X-rated movie, Angel Heart, while my 9.5 Weeks is R-rated. X-rated? Who does X-rated movies these days? Ronald was relieved. It wasn't that Mickey Rourke looked down on him, it was that he looked down on everyone. Isn't that our old acquaintance, Alan Parker? That realist director who specializes in filming the dark side of society. Oh, it's him, Ronald thought. No wonder. Only this British director, with whom he didn't get along, would make a film destined to fail at the box office, exposing the dark side of America. But Britain has its share of dark sides, doesn't it? I advise you to give up on Mickey Rourke. He's gone mad again, going to be a screenwriter for a movie about boxers called Cinderella Man. If you ask me, if he finishes 9.5 Weeks and Angel Heart, and then gets beaten to death in the boxing ring, he might become an even more successful legend than James Dean. Phew, Ronald hung up the phone, thinking that his old friend had really been rude to Mickey Rourke. He must have suffered a lot. He also seemed quite resentful of his fellow Briton, Alan Parker. They were both exemplary British directors in Hollywood. It was just a matter of who would get an Oscar nomination first. Joel, it's over. My friend Adrian said Mickey Rourke has lost his mind and is now a screenwriter himself. Ronald called Joel Silver to deliver the bad news. What a dark weekend. We've lost 3 leads. Are we really going to have to postpone it until next year? If you ask me, I'd rather wait for Bruce Willis than find the right actor. You know, in New York casting directors circles, there's a saying, if you can't find the right actor, the best option is not to film. Joel Silver cursed. He didn't like that saying. The president is speaking at the White House. He says he'll consider raising taxes and lowering the tax exemption and time limit for investment income in order to reduce the runaway federal deficit. Ronald turned up the volume on the news broadcast. I'll consider raising taxes to reduce the deficit. What? I can't hear you. Ronald looked at the president on TV, who was looking smug in a brown suit and red tie. pretending not to hear the reporter's question and dodging the issue of tax increases. He pointed to the rotor blades of the helicopter parked in the south lawn, indicating that the noise was too loud. "Sorry, I can't hear your question." The president turned and boarded Marine One, preparing to head to Camp David for a vacation. He and First Lady Nancy waved to the cameras below from the porthole. The rotors of Marine One began to accelerate, and it took off. "Really good acting," Ronald chuckled. "Life goes on." Unlike independent producers like Joel Silver, who are affiliated with major studios, Ronald's Daydream Productions wasn't a shell company like Silver Pictures. His Daydream had its own distribution channels and its own production plans. Although he had delegated control to Eddie and Michelle Canold for low-budget projects under $1 million, large projects like Ecstasy, a joint venture with Roger Corman, still required his personal oversight. Today was Monday, the day Ronald went to Corman's place for a simple opening ceremony. The lead actress, Cassandra Peterson, had been waiting for this opportunity to play the lead role for a long time. "Hey, where's Roger?" At 9:30 a.m. Ronald and Cassandra searched the Concord Company conference room, where the opening ceremony was supposed to be, but Roger Corman was nowhere to be found. "I don't know, Roger is never late." Ronald pulled a female secretary aside and asked about Corman's whereabouts. Roger Corman was a true Iron Man. When he was producing 20 or 30 films a year, he and his wife Julie were in charge of everything, and there were never any mistakes. "I called him, but he didn't answer." The secretary couldn't find him either. "Where does he usually go at this time?" "He's usually in his office." Roger comes to the office at 6 in the morning, checks his stock investments, makes a few phone calls, and then doesn't go to the set until afternoon. "Have you contacted Julie?" Ronald remembered Roger's wife, Julie Coleman. "No, not really." "Strange, could something have happened?" Ronald turned around, feigning composure, and spoke to the lead actress, Cassandra. "Maybe it's Roger's kids, his 4 children, just about the age to graduate high school and go to college. You know how boisterous boys are at that age?" "Oh, it's all right. Actually, filming won't start today. I've only ever filmed for companies like Cannonball before. I've never had a formal opening ceremony like this." Cassandra took out a bottle of mineral water and took a couple of sips. "The ceremony probably won't be able to take place today. We'll head over first. I'll definitely give you a grand ceremony. I'll arrange for some reporters to come." Ronald waited another half hour, but no one answered the phone. He asked Coleman's secretary to keep in touch, then got into his car, ready to go home and read the script. Buzz, the driver, Bud, saw Ronald pick up the car phone and started pressing the button to fold up the partition. "It's okay, I'll call Donna. I found her an autographed photo at Harrison Ford." Ronald checked the time. It was already noon in New York, a quieter trading period where employees could have lunch and make personal calls. "Hello, this is Donna Parker. Please leave a message after the first beep. It's me, Ronnie. I got you a gift, an autographed photo of Dr. Indiana Jones. Would you like me to send it to your office or home?" Seeing it was a voicemail, Ronald explained the situation and hung up. Ronald thought for a moment, then dialed his agent, Rick Nisita, to discuss any other male actors he could consider. "Hello, this is Rick Nisita. Please leave a message after the first beep." "Why isn't anyone here?" Ronald hung up. "Yes, it's still about financing my partner, former Wall Street banker Bannon, to discuss financial support for the new film. Hello. Steve." This time the call was answered. "Mr. Bannon isn't here. Please leave your name and phone number, and he'll call you back as soon as he's free." The secretary hurriedly wrote down Ronald's name and quickly hung up. "How rude." Ronald hung up the phone. "Bud, let's find a Chinese restaurant. Is Lucy free? Let's invite her too. She's waiting for lunch in her office. She made sandwiches this morning. Let's go by ourselves." Bud smiled as he mentioned his girlfriend, and Ronald saw 2 rows of white teeth in the rearview mirror. "Let's invite her. We haven't seen each other in ages." "Okay." Bud turned the steering wheel and headed to the computer company where Lucy worked. Lucy. When they arrived at the computer company where Lucy worked, Bud found everyone standing at the front desk, gathered around a television watching the news. "Lucy." Bud spotted his girlfriend. "Bud." Lucy turned around, hugged little Bud tightly, her body still trembling slightly. "What's wrong?" "The stock market crashed. It's fallen even more today than on the day of the Great Depression. Is America doomed, due to a large amount of overnight futures settlement that could not be completed?" 95 stocks in the S&P 500 index were delayed this morning. After the market opened, the stock market began to plummet. Today is the day with the largest single-day drop on Wall Street since Black Friday of the Great Depression. Of the 2,257 stocks listed on the New York Stock Exchange, 195 were delayed or canceled due to overnight futures settlement failures. Due to a large influx of sell orders into the market, the New York Stock Exchange's computer system could not function properly. Starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, there was a trading backlog that prevented normal settlement for about an hour. CUU channel broadcasts 24-hour rolling news, and the anchors' faces were not as calm as usual. The major news stories made them tense and flustered as they read them, and the female anchor's voice trembled. The screen displayed scrolling text, with each stock's ticker symbol followed by a red percentage drop. Stocks down 20%, 30%, and even more were commonplace. Oh my God, Coca-Cola's down so much too. My college tuition is all gone, a middle-aged man who looked like a manager at Lucy's company exclaimed, his face ashen. Luckily I sold, didn't buy back. Ronald silently made the sign of the cross. No wonder everyone disappeared this morning. Luckily, he didn't hold any positions, so he hadn't received calls from his stockbroker or private accountant, Lawrence. Those who invested in the stock market were sweating profusely, their shirts soaked through in the autumn heat, looking like dried-out pickles. Those working in the stock market on Wall Street must be in even worse shape. Roger Coleman and Bannon must have suffered heavy losses. Wait, Donna, Ronald, also drenched in sweat, rushed to his car, only to find himself locked out. Bud, Ronald called anxiously for Bud to open the door, then dialed Donna's number as soon as he got in the car. Hello, Donna. Donna's voice came through the phone. It's Ronnie, are you alright? What happened to the stock market today? I was terrified. Thankfully, our losses were limited. A lot of hedge funds that use leverage to bet on the long side of the stock market. Someone jumped off a building today. Donna's voice was relatively stable. I'm busy here, let's talk after the market closes. Ring 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 ring. Just as he hung up, Nisita's phone rang. Are you alright? Ronald and Nisita both exclaimed at the same time. I'm fine. We had an emergency meeting this morning. Many Hollywood stars have suffered heavy losses on their investments. Hopefully, it won't drop like this tomorrow. I heard that during the last Great Depression, many Hollywood stars had to sell their houses to pay off debts. That's good. It was terrifying. Luckily, I sold my stocks last year. Yes, it's good that you and Tom didn't invest heavily. I heard that Stallone suffered heavy losses. His financial analyst helped him buy a lot of hedge fund products. Ronald called his female friends again. Diane Lane took his advice and put all her money in the bank, so she didn't suffer any losses. Helen Slater didn't have much money herself, but from what she said, it seemed that her parents' new families after their divorce had suffered significant losses in the stock market crash. In the evening, Ronald called all his friends in the industry. Everyone was worried about their own future, Hollywood's future, and the country's future. Today, the New York Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted by 22%, creating the largest single-day drop in history, surpassing the Great Depression. Chapter 844 Global Shock. It was nearly midnight when Donna called again to let her know everything was alright. Today, all the stock markets worldwide crashed. Stock markets in about 19 countries have fallen by more than 20%. The trading system in Britain hasn't fully recovered yet, and the stock markets in New Zealand, Australia, and Hong Kong continue to fall, already exceeding the Dow Jones's decline today. The crisis is spreading. It seems only the Nikkei index in Japan has seen a relatively smaller drop. Only half of ours, Donna's fund, Simon's, had fared relatively better. Their fund didn't use excessive leverage, so they didn't face a margin call. Donna was now more excited than anything else. To witness a stock market crash comparable to the Great Depression so early in her career, without actually losing money, had kept her working tirelessly until midnight, a truly rare experience. What happened? Our economy isn't as bad as it was during the Great Depression, is it? Ronald was completely confused. Everyone in Hollywood was talking about the stock market crash today. It was as if they cared more than Wall Street, like they were professional stock traders. Some people think the president's tax increase proposal triggered the panic, meaning there will be no more tax breaks on capital gains, and tax deferrals will no longer be possible. Others say it was the London hurricane that caused many yesterday's transactions to not be settled, creating panic. It shouldn't be the prelude to the Great Depression. Our American companies are doing very well. A sudden crash without any warning signs, and people here are acting a bit strange. Ronald noticed that the mental state of ordinary people in Los Angeles was somewhat off. The stock market had been doing very well in the past 2 or 3 years, and many people had put their retirement savings into it, trying to increase their wealth. The stock market's influence on the public was actually very large, far exceeding the proportion of stock market investors during the Great Depression. If a stock market crash had signs that everyone could see, it wouldn't be a stock market crash. Everyone here has their own opinion. I heard that when the Great Depression started, it was also inexplicable, and no one could explain why. Really? Is it really going to be a Great Depression? Is this an inevitable total collapse that society cannot avoid at a certain stage of development? Ronald was also a little panicked. You sound just like Mikhail, the General Secretary of the Soviet Union. Ha ha ha, Donna chuckled. Actually, I have an idea. This stock market crash seems to be a result of technological advancements. How so? Ronald, hearing Donna's thoughts on the crash, became more attentive. This cousin of his had always been clever, and her advice had yielded good results before. He wanted to hear her perspective. I'm not entirely sure, but when I was working on Wall Street with various investment banks and fund managers, I noticed something. Donna shared her observations. Since the 1980s, Wall Street investors had begun using computer technology to profit. Many fund managers started using a tool called algorithmic trading. Previously, on Wall Street, traders with quick hands and extensive networks were the most sought after. They could place orders and execute trades at lightning speed amidst the rapidly changing stock market. But computer programs are faster than humans. They have no emotions, no hesitation. As long as the set conditions are met, they will execute pre-planned trading plans without any emotion. Therefore, many hedge funds have recognized the advantages of computers, faster and more disciplined than humans, and have begun to extensively program trading. One major function of this is stop loss. Whenever their stocks and stock index futures fall to a preset percentage, they automatically sell. However, this morning's stock market was affected by the London Stock Exchange. At the opening, many globally positioned funds, having failed to complete their London Stock Exchange settlements yesterday, had to sell stocks to secure their required positions. Since everyone was trading using computer programs, a wave of selling ensued. Within the first few seconds of trading, a large number of sell orders created a situation where sell orders far exceeded buy orders. This caused a short-term drop in stock prices. After falling by 5%, the trading programs in New York also began to trigger, continuing to automatically sell stocks. This gradually increased the available positions, and the rapid price decline made it insufficient, triggering further automatic selling. Thus, a vicious cycle began to reinforce itself. The price fell, positions became insufficient, programs automatically sold, and the price continued to fall. It's like a crowd panicking and trampling each other when they encounter danger. There's an economic term for this, herd mentality, Donna explained to her clueless cousin. What you say makes sense. Then why did the Japanese stock market fall the least? Don't they use algorithmic trading? Ronald felt there was something wrong with Donna's theory. Japan's computer industry is very advanced. They can manufacture all the chips and components from CPUs to memory. There's no reason they wouldn't use computers for stock trading. Why did the Nikkei index in Japan only fall by half the amount of the Dow Jones? It's probably because Japan's stock trading system is more advanced. Their stock market has an automatic protection mechanism. If a stock falls by more than 10% or 15%, trading will be automatically suspended. International investors there are also not allowed to short sell naked. The margin for short selling orders is also required to be increased as the price changes. Moreover, their Ministry of Finance has more power than our Ministry of Finance and the Federal Reserve. When our stock market was falling unilaterally, their officials had already met with the 4 major securities brokerage firms and persuaded them, on a moral ground, to buy stocks to stop the market from falling further. Donna had been watching the performance of multiple global stock markets non-stop today, due to the time difference. Moral persuasion? What's the use of that? Ronald didn't believe that the Japanese would talk about morality at a time like this. It worked quite well. After we finished tea, they started buying a lot of shares in the Japanese telegraph and telephone company, which stabilized the Nikkei index. Okay, Ronald hadn't expected such moral advice. Remember to call your aunt. She can't get through to you and is frantic. I forgot. Oh my God, I'll call her right away. Donna hung up. The more Ronald thought about it, the more he felt Donna's analysis made sense. If her judgment was correct, then tonight the major funds could slowly clear up the mess of sell orders. And if someone stepped in to restore confidence tomorrow, the stock market could be stabilized and stop falling. But confidence, who can say for sure? Ronald had received too many calls today, everyone was in a panic, and it was really hard to say whether there would still be confidence that the stock market would stabilize and rebound tomorrow. Roger Coleman finally called. He had suffered heavy losses in his stock market investments. Coleman was very embarrassed. The cash he had on hand was already causing problems with the original filming plans. Coleman suggested postponing the filming of The Ecstasy Master until he could find the necessary funds. Ronald agreed. Such joint venture projects often have to be postponed due to these changes. Bruce Willis's agent also called Ronald's agent, Nisida, to negotiate. In a volatile stock market, a $5 million salary seemed incredibly tempting. Bruce Willis wanted to postpone filming until next year so he could receive the $5 million. Otherwise, he might not get this opportunity next year. The most anxious were 20th Century Fox. One of their bosses, Barry Diller, personally called Ronald, requesting that he proceed with filming as planned. He specifically mentioned that Fox had a good relationship with Harrison Ford due to their past relationship with Star Wars, and if needed, he could personally persuade Ford to drop some script revision requests and participate in the film. Ronald, did you finish your call with your cousin? Will the market drop again tomorrow? Joel Silver asked, looking up as he ate the takeout Ronald had ordered in the outer living room. Silver hadn't yet received payment from the theaters for the previous film, Lethal Weapon, so he hadn't invested in stocks or other aggressive financial products. He was one of the more detached figures among Hollywood's wealthy. With the situation suddenly changing, Joel Silver desperately wanted to align himself with Ronald. So he decided to meet with Ronald for a talk. I don't know, Donna said the chances of it continuing to fall and turning into a Great Depression are slim. Ronald nodded to Silver, picking up a slice of salami to eat. What do you think is wrong with Fox? Barry Diller is so anxious too. Does Fox also speculate in stocks? They're not speculating in stocks, they can't get financing on Wall Street, Joel Silver sighed. Wall Street suffered heavy losses this time, and 20th Century Fox had always heavily relied on leveraged financing from Wall Street. The Australian tycoon, after buying Fox, then used it as collateral to borrow heavily from banks, further increasing leverage. With the money he obtained, he began a massive acquisition of local television networks in America. Financially, Fox was already overburdened. You mean they'll go bankrupt? Ronald asked. Not so fast. 20th Century Fox has always been like this. Back when Hollywood faced a television crisis, they also took a gamble, investing $44 million in Cleopatra, which was $44 million in 1963. The movie made money. Ronald was surprised. Let alone in 1963, even now, a big-budget production of over $40 million is very risky. Thanks to Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton's affair, audiences flocked to theaters to see Taylor flirting with her lover on screen, which saved Fox from bankruptcy. I see. They haven't had any big productions recently, have they? Why are they so short of cash? They haven't made any big movies. But they've invested a lot of money in building the Fox building, and now it seems the renovations are about to stop. Building is a money-guzzling monster. Ronald thought of Menahem Golan, whose Cannonball was also building its own skyscraper. Although its scale and number of floors couldn't compare to Fox's, it was also in serious trouble this time. So, that old Fox cocklean slipped away again. Ronald thought back to the casino tycoon who had been considered a loser just a few days ago. Before the stock market crash, he had managed to raise nearly $90 million on Wall Street despite the low valuation. That old Fox's instincts were indeed sharp. Although the valuation was low, he couldn't raise funds now. In difficult times, those with cash on hand are kings. Many people lacking cash have to sell their good projects to raise cash to survive. Let's wait and see. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Ronald felt that at this turbulent time, it wasn't wise for him to make any big decisions before entering the market. What if Harrison is willing to compromise? Joel Silver still couldn't stop thinking about Harrison Ford. I think his finances are quite sound, unlike Stallone, who's really in trouble. Ronald felt that Ford wouldn't compromise. He didn't spend money recklessly like Stallone. What if he's willing? Then I'll step down as director, and we'll find a suitable director to make a different story. No, 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 let's think about it some more, Joel Silver said, seeing Ronald's reluctance to compromise. Ronald was more important to the project. A star could be replaced, but a director with both money and influence was hard to find. The Federal Reserve, in accordance with its mandate as the nation's central bank, today reaffirmed its readiness to serve as a source of liquidity to support the economy and the financial system. The next morning, before the New York Stock Exchange opened, Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan began his televised address. He wore small, round glasses and looked somewhat like Hollywood director Woody Allen. Like Woody Allen, Greenspan was also a musical enthusiast and possessed professional saxophone playing skills. Federal Reserve sources indicate that this conciseness was carefully considered to avoid misunderstanding. We have learned from the lessons of the Great Depression and are striving to avoid a liquidity crunch. The television presenters and guests began analyzing Greenspan's speech. Is this good news? Will it rebound? Ronald and his agent, Richard, watched the live broadcast in their office. Countless people like them were also watching the Federal Reserve's latest moves. The market's open. It's up. It's up. The stock index on TV bounced a few times after the pre-market good news turned green and began to rise. 2 hours later, the Dow Jones Industrial Average started to climb, gradually recovering yesterday's losses, having already corrected by about 100 points. The company employees were all watching the TV screen. Ronald didn't reprimand them. It concerned everyone's livelihood, and such a big event couldn't be ignored. The stock index continued to rise, and by noon, judging by the momentum, it would recover a small portion of yesterday's losses before the market closed. Let's go, that's enough. Let's go to the hospital. Seeing the midday trading volume decrease and the index curve lying sluggishly, Ronald pulled Richard along to visit Paula Wagner, who had just given birth, at the hospital. The stock market rebounded this morning, Ronald whispered in Nisida's ear as he saw him holding his wife Paula's hand at the hospital. Thank God, the two brokers breathed a sigh of relief. Many of their clients had suffered heavy losses in yesterday's crash, and almost all of the projects were now at a standstill. If the market had continued to fall today, their situation would have been dire. It's a boy, right? What's his name? Exactly, Paula Wagner said, looking exhausted in her hospital bed, unable to speak. A good name, Ronald thought, unsure of the proper etiquette between Italians and Jews. He asked Richard, but received no answer, so he went to Chinatown to buy some gifts. I went to China, and they eat these red eggs when a son is born. I had some made there. Ronald gave the red eggs to the Nisidis, who happily accepted them. Thank you, Paula tried to get up to express her gratitude. Ronald quickly made her lie down. Did Tom bring you a cake? Ha ha ha, it's a Christmas cake, Paula laughed, exhausted. You seem to be in good spirits. You should rest, Paula. Ronald urged her to lie down and then went out to chat with Nisidis. How is Hollywood going right now? The two leaned against the wall, smoking. Nisida wasn't a virgin. He had children with his ex-wife. But Paula was having her first child. It's terrible. Stallone's at risk of bankruptcy. Lots of stars have called crying. Worse still, all the big productions in the studios have been put on hold. They don't know when they'll be able to resume. You should keep Paula company. In this situation, we can only take a break. Hopefully, the rebound will be a bit stronger this afternoon. Maybe even half of it will come back. If that happens, I reckon Stallone can save his house. Nisidis smiled and turned to go back to the ward. Do you want to go on vacation and relax? Richard was with Ronald. Ronald was his only major client, so he wasn't as worried as Nisida. Where to go on vacation? Do you have any ideas? Ronald knew Richard was very thoughtful and considerate. Do you remember that model from the Pepsi commercial? Richard adjusted his glasses. Christine Torrington is now a full-time model in New York. She's been chosen by Yves Saint Laurent, YSL, to be the lead model for their latest season. Mr. Saint Laurent has been wanting you to attend his shows, and maybe even walk the runway for his collection. He has high hopes for your modeling career. Ha ha ha. Ronald laughed for a moment, then started missing Torrington's shy smile. Where? In New York. If you're interested, I'm fine as an audience member, but no modeling. Back home, Ronald was about to call his aunt to report his vacation to New York when the news started again. Today, The Federal Reserve injected $17 billion into the banking system through open market operations, an amount exceeding 25% of bank reserves and 7% of the nation's monetary base. Cough cough, the news anchor suddenly coughed, her voice trembling with fear. It's falling, little Bud, who was also watching TV with Ronald, couldn't help but exclaim. As the news of the Federal Reserve's unconventional major move broke through, the Dow Jones Industrial Average began to turn downwards again, and then continued its downward spiral, wiping out all the gains made that morning, turning from green to red. The Federal Reserve has begun acting as the lender of last resort in response to the crisis, providing liquidity through open market operations and morally persuading banks to lend to securities firms are last resorts. Greenspan has fired all his bullets at once. The economist serving as a guest looked dejected. The stock market's reaction was like that of a car accident victim rushed to the emergency room. After receiving a stimulant, the blood pressure stabilized for a while, then plummeted again. You didn't buy any stocks, did you? Ronald asked, noticing Bud's distressed expression. I didn't buy any, but Lucy bought some. We were planning to save money for the wedding. It's okay. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Ronald patted Bud on the shoulder. The wedding was supposed to be the bride's father's responsibility, but the black girl's father. Ring 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 ring. Just then, the phone rang, and a woman's voice said to Ronald, Mr. Lee? This is your international call, from Hong Kong. Hello? This is Ronald. Ronald waited a moment, and then the line was transferred to the caller. Mr. Luo, this is all along. It was Jackie Chan's voice on the other end. Jackie, hello, is there something you need, Sister Jiao? Can you ask for me? Mr. Luo doesn't understand Cantonese. Mr. Luo, this is Along's girlfriend, Jiao. Along wants me to ask you if the stock market will continue to fall starting tomorrow? The Hang Seng Index here has fallen a lot. I don't know either. It's fallen by almost 25% here in 2 days. Ronald noticed the tremor in the voice on the other end. Oh well, he's a big director, not a stockbroker. Jackie Chan took the phone, invited Ronald to meet up next time he went to Asia, and then hung up. Don't worry, Ronald, you don't have much money in the stock market anyway, but some people are in trouble. Oh well, I can't worry about that now. I'll just have Kayang sell everything tomorrow. This stock market crash, in this era of deep international financial integration, has transcended national boundaries and spread all over the world. Jackie Chan no longer had the chance to sell her stocks when the market opened. The stock exchange announced a closure until the weekend. On the third day, the stock market continued to fall, but at a much slower pace. Staying in Hollywood was gloomy, and Ronald didn't want to see so many dejected faces, so he boarded the plane arranged by Richard to attend the Saint Laurent 1987 new collection launch in New York. At least the beauties in the fashion world could still smile at him. Chapter 845 All Industries in Decline. Mr. Lee, welcome. The captain of the private jet, abandoning his usual reserve, personally came to the lounge to greet Ronald. Since Monday, the highest levels of Wall Street's investment circles have been extremely busy. Some hope to recoup their losses in America from foreign financial markets. For example, the owner of the Quantum Fund, the Eastern European Jewish businessman George Soros, had already traveled to Tokyo to oversee operations and placed massive short orders. Others accelerated their lobbying with the Federal Reserve and higher-ranking federal officials, hoping the federal government would break its night watchman rule and directly intervene to buy bonds and stocks, injecting more liquidity into Wall Street and stabilizing the situation amidst the bank run. However, these individuals were few in number. Most investors were trapped on Wall Street, closely watching the market, hoping to recover some losses from the rapidly changing market. Then, after the market closed, they would plead with investors wanting to withdraw. Coupled with anxieties about the future, the business jet market shrank rapidly. At this time, the business jet leasing company that managed to snag Ronald's business and fly from Los Angeles to New York was fortunate. The captain, breaking with convention, even came with a flight attendant to personally greet this VIP who was still able to travel. Hello, I remember you were the one flying to New York last time. Ronald looked at the captain, who seemed familiar. Yes, it's us. We're glad you chose our company. Accompanying the captain was a beautiful flight attendant. The top button of her collar was deliberately left undone, and the hem of her skirt, which appeared to have been altered, made her effortlessly charming. Ronald nodded to them. This time, the plane could take off on time. as there were few passengers on commercial flights, making the usually busy airport somewhat empty. Ronald. Director Lee. Let me in. I know him. Let me go. A real estate agent, dressed in a suit, his hair perfectly styled, looking determined, was struggling with the security guard at the entrance to the business jet lounge, desperately shouting into the room, causing the other passengers inside to turn around. Yes, Ronald quickly led him in. Wasn't this the well-known real estate agent near Beverly Hills whom Richard had helped find last week? I told you, wait until I get back. The financial markets are volatile right now, and I don't want to buy a house at this time. The agent straightened his wrinkled clothes and said obsequiously to Ronald, breaking news, Mr. Lee. Stallone's house is for sale. Do you want it? His wife has officially filed for divorce, and they can offer a significant discount to divide the assets. I got the news first and came to see you right away. If he's getting a divorce, can I wait patiently and get a discount? Ronald knew the house. It was near the Golden Triangle Commercial District near Beverly Hills, a very good location with various boutiques right outside, though the privacy was a bit lacking. Of course, if it doesn't sell, the price will drop. But if you really want this house, I think it's best to act sooner rather than later. After all, properties here are very scarce, and there are quite a few Japanese buyers right now. The agent smiled ingratiatingly. He didn't believe in any price reductions. Patience. Ronald Lee and Sylvester Stallone had a feud, and buying his house to humiliate him was a rare opportunity. I don't necessarily want this house. The privacy there isn't good. You should continue looking at those properties near Beverly Hills north of the streetcar lane and help me pick one. Ronald straightened his collar, then he and Richard turned and walked towards the boarding gate. Okay. Mr. Lee, I'll keep an eye on things for you. I'll let you know as soon as you get back if there are any price changes. I haven't told anyone. Richard sensed something was wrong and immediately swore to Ronald to clarify. It's all right. There are plenty of people in CAA and Hollywood who know about this. When I get back, you should find me a more discreet agent. Ronald waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't Richard's fault. Even if he wanted to buy Stallone's house as revenge, he wouldn't just buy it directly. He'd definitely find an anonymous buyer and show up when the transaction was complete. Otherwise, the buyer might raise the price, which would just be helping the Italian stud. But should he really do it that way? It would be rare to see Stallone's mouth twisted in anger. No, his mouth is naturally crooked. Lost in thought, Ronald fell into deep sleep on the plane. Let the great river flow. Let all the dreamers awaken this nation. Come, New Jerusalem. On the plane, perhaps because he was closer to God, Ronald dreamed again of the view of New York City from the air that he had seen on his last flight to New York. The female voice singing was very high-pitched and bright. The melody of the song had a touch of the piety of a church choir, and the lyrics seemed to be praising this new God-favored city, the holy city of capitalism, the New Jerusalem, New York. The camera panned from high above to an office window, where a blonde woman in a high-padded shoulder suit was making a phone call. Then the aerial camera slowly zoomed out, bringing more windows into the frame, each frame showing busy men and women making phone calls. Then more windows, more office buildings, and finally, the entire cityscape of office buildings against a backdrop of the city skyline. Ronald recognized it. This neighborhood was near Wall Street in Lower Manhattan. The editing was brilliant. He hadn't even immediately recognized the editing point. A continuous long take, from close-up to super long shot, was seamlessly edited, as if it had actually been filmed from an airplane. This shot required an editing master, like Walter Murch, who had designed it before filming and provide on-site guidance during filming to create a usable shot. Ronald pondered how to film such a shot. In his dream, he seemed to be flying to the filming location. On your marks. Let's do it again, this time strictly according to Walter's instructions. Can you manage? Ronald shouted into the megaphone. Ronald? You make it sound so easy. You try aerial filming. My hands are frozen stiff up there. The cameraman seemed displeased. Don't do this. Let's do it one last time. I only applied for 1 day of shooting time. Ronald had no choice but to soften his tone, not wanting to anger the photographer. Why don't you do it yourself? The photographer, relying on his union backing, put on airs with Ronald. Anyone not a union member, not registered with a photographer's union, had no right to direct. Damn it, I'll do it myself. Ronald pushed the photographer aside and boarded the helicopter. Ronald, no, it's dangerous. The Huey helicopter for aerial photography doesn't have doors. Get down quickly. A woman's voice seemed to be anxiously stopping Ronald. 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 Mr. Lee. Ronald's dream was interrupted by the blonde flight attendant, who crouched down beside him, bending down and calling softly. We're here." Ronald looked up sharply, almost bumping into the blonde flight attendant who hadn't buttoned the button, quickly rubbing his eyes and looking out the window. Outside, the city lights were everywhere. Manhattan, New York at night, the lights obscured the moon in the sky. Truly a city that never sleeps, a New Jerusalem. Why do so many buildings seem to be dark today? Even the World Trade Center's lights are dimmer. Ronald wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but it felt like New York's lights were dimming tonight. Why aren't the office lights on here? Ronald exited the World Trade Center's super-fast elevator and found that only the corridor lights were on the floor he was on. The office lights, which were usually on even when no one was around, were off. As you can see, many companies doing hedging, stock index futures, and portfolio insurance have been liquidated. So some of the tenants on these floors have already run away. There's no one here. I've complained to the building management to make them turn on the office lights. Manhattan skyscrapers shouldn't be dark just because companies are bankrupt. Portfolio insurance? What's that? Ronald knew about hedging and stock index futures, but he didn't know what portfolio insurance was. It's an innovative financial contract that automatically stops losses when the stock price falls to a certain level. The person who came to pick up Ronald this time was his old friend Steve Bannon. Bannon, thanks to his keen business sense, and also because much of his investment in the film industry hadn't yielded returns, avoided the stock market crash and thus suffered no losses. He took Ronald to a large office in One World Trade Center. The office had originally belonged to an investment firm that went bankrupt during the crash, and Bannon had rented it at a low price. He didn't even need to change the furniture. Mr. Tamura is here, Bannon's secretary announced. Ronald and I will go greet him. Bannon pulled Ronald to the door to meet Mr. Tamura, a businessman from Mie Prefecture in central Japan who had come specifically for New York. "Hello, Steve." Ronald-san, I love your films. It's so good to meet you." A young Japanese man, clearly educated in the US and with an accent different from native Japanese speakers, greeted them warmly as soon as they stepped out of the elevator. "Mr. Tamura, welcome to New York," Bannon said, ushering him into the newly rented office. After inviting the other party to sit down, Bannon quietly moved the nameplate that had previously belonged to the company manager on the table to the side. "What are your thoughts, Uncle Tamura, on this matter?" Uncle said that Japan suffered relatively little loss in this stock market crash, largely due to the effectiveness of the Ministry of International Trade and Industry's policies. The conglomerates are eager to contribute to stabilizing the financial order of Greater America. Tamura's uncle was the Minister of International Trade and Industry, who oversaw Japan's economic order. Within Japan's civil service, there were two schools of thought with differing views on economic development. One faction, led by the Ministry of Finance, consisted mainly of central government civil servants who had passed the entrance exams from the University of Tokyo. They favored the neoliberal policies of the current U.S. president and the monetarist ideals. They believed that the economy should be left to the discretion of entrepreneurs, and the government's role was merely to maintain financial and fiscal stability, without any intervention in the market. The other faction, also led by the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, comprised local officials from outside Tokyo, including non-University of Tokyo graduates who had passed local civil service exams, and political families who monopolized local House of Representatives seats in local elections. They believe in the need for government deep involvement in all aspects of economic development, proposing industrial policies suited to their national conditions, and stepping in to bail out the economy during crises. The man before them, from a political family in Mie Prefecture in central Japan, had 3 generations of ancestors who had served as members of parliament. Instead of inheriting his uncle's political career as his political secretary, he ventured into the entertainment industry. He owns a cinema chain in central Japan, has produced several domestic films, and recently, with the assistance of a financial conglomerate, has begun to venture into television. Unlike other Japanese conglomerates, he is an international figure with a focus on America, not confined to the domestic Japanese system. His investment in Ronald's project was facilitated by 2 other entertainment industry moguls. My uncle is a high-ranking official. They handle their high-level communications. I'm here now to ask for your assistance in finding opportunities for collaboration between Hollywood and the Japanese film industry, Tamura said, not on a high-level mission, but for his own business venture. Behind him were a group of second-generation scions from wealthy families. Hollywood movies were very popular in Japan, and if they could get Hollywood and Japanese stars to co-produce some blockbusters that would cause a sensation in Japan and even win awards in Hollywood, the people involved in such projects would have much more say in their families. Ronald chatted happily with Bannon and Tamura. The young man wanted to expand his influence in his family, and what could be faster than making a movie? Did their Tokyo stock market crash? Ronald asked Bannon. Why did they still have the resources to invest in us? It crashed, but by a small margin. Even Wall Street didn't include Japan in Black Monday, they gave it a separate name, Blue Tuesday. Blue isn't that bad, is it? Ronald thought to himself. This time, the Ministry of International Trade and Industries, MITI, approach has won. Governments cannot stand idly by during a financial crisis. Japan has given us valuable experience. Now the Federal Reserve is considering a full-scale market intervention. To stabilize the financial markets, they must also abandon their principle of non-intervention. This isn't just a problem for our country, but for the entire Western Alliance. Stock markets in all Western countries have been affected. Bannon still has some sources on Wall Street. And there was significant resistance to the idea of direct government intervention to buy up stocks. Some felt it didn't align with the current president's economic policy philosophy, while others believed it would allow Wall Street tycoons who recklessly leveraged their investments to make mistakes without punishment. Still others opposed it simply to monopolize the latest market intervention information and reap further profits in the stock market. Want to experience the sights of New York? I have tickets for tomorrow's Saint Laurent fashion show. Bannon pulled out 2 tickets and waved them at Tamura, who was returning from the restroom. It's a high-end fashion show by a French designer, with lots of beautiful models. Want Ronald to come with you? Ugh, I've been to plenty of these fashion shows in Tokyo, nothing special. When you come to Tokyo, I'll take you to try the latest entertainment, karaoke. The girls there are really pretty. Alright, go with the flow. Tomorrow we'll visit some more financial institutions on Wall Street that need help. When you get to Los Angeles, Ronald can accompany you. Bannon handed the tickets to Ronald. I have some too, Ronald thought. 2 extra tickets. Should I invite Douglas and Donna? Did you say Donna was coming? Douglas shook his head. He was currently focused on helping George Jr. prepare for the primary in New York, but Ronald had dragged him here today, and he was sitting in the front row of the audience. She said she was too busy with work and wanted to rest, Ronald whispered to Douglas. The music started playing, and he and Douglas sat in the best seats right next to the runway. This was personally arranged by designer Yves Saint Laurent. Originally, only Ronald had a VIP ticket, but after hearing about Douglas's background, he was also invited to the front of the runway. The downturn on Wall Street seemed to have spread to the fashion industry. Many front row seats were empty today, and after the show started, many men and women dressed like Saint Laurent's staff, wearing YSL clothing, filled the empty seats. Thump 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 thump, rhythmic music began to play, and models strutting down the runway from the entrance doors on both sides. YSL's new season clothing was all business style. Exaggerated shoulder pads and masculine elements in women's wear were very distinctive. This year's color scheme was mainly black and white, and the models wore trousers, had very high hairstyles, and their high heels stomped on the floor. Click, click, there were far fewer photographers present today. The sound and flashing lights weren't enough to fill the runway or blind the audience. Ronald took off his sunglasses. He'd originally intended to protect against the flash, but now it was unnecessary. Just then, a white model with the kind of long, wavy hair typical of black people walked out from behind. Pyramid-shaped earrings paired with a high-shouldered blazer exuded a sophisticated yet sexy aura, instantly dominating the runway. Clap clap clap, this model was the last to appear, and Ronald joined the crowd in smiling and clapping. This model had slightly protruding teeth, but overall possessed a refined and cultured air. This minor imperfection made her seem more genuine. Models undergo rigorous training, and her catwalk was impeccable. The charisma emanating from a highly educated woman was something ordinary models with only beautiful bodies couldn't match. Christy Torrington smiled, her eyes sweeping across the audience. A good model has the ability to make every audience member feel seen, especially those in the front row. They might very well be the ones buying the beautiful dress they were wearing. It's Ronald. Torrington's eyes swept over a tall man, her heart fluttering, and she radiated a captivating smile from within. Click, Click. The photographers noticed this smile, so different from their professional ones, and began snapping away. I have to go now, little George wants to meet us. Douglas, unusually, didn't linger to get to know the models after watching the fashion show. I'm meeting Donna later, aren't you coming? No, she's very busy right now, it wouldn't be good for her if I went. Douglas smiled. She had tried to meet Donna several times, but it was difficult, and even when she did, it was just a simple takeout meal. I'll bring you something nice. Ronald laughed heartily. Ronald, it's such a shame you can't be my model. Designer and founder of the YSL brand, Yves Saint Laurent, pulled the dazzling model Christy Torrington to find Ronald. Yeah, I think so too. It's a pity that when I see a stool, I want to sit down instead of stand up. PFFT, Christy Torrington, who had shot commercials and seen the director's chair, understood Ronald's joke about directing and let out a giggle. However, next time I'm making a movie with a modern setting, if you're interested, you could sponsor my male and female leads. Ronald had only seen fashion suitable for business occasions today, and remembering that his upcoming movie was about business elites and skyscrapers, he started thinking about getting sponsorships. Really? Doesn't Giorgio Armani sponsor you? Yves Saint Laurent was quite interested. His new season's fashion show wasn't as popular as before, and getting a big budget clothing sponsorship would be a good marketing opportunity. His clothes are suitable for evening events, but my movie is about business elites and skyscrapers, so perhaps YSL's style is more suitable, that's for sure. The new season's clothing uses classic black and white colors, perfect for business elites. Yves was overjoyed and finalized the collaboration with Ronald on the spot. I'm also attending an evening event. Would you like to order a custom-made outfit for a lucky lady? The one Christy wore would be perfect. Ronald thought the high padded shoulder suit was nice. Okay, I'll have my assistant reserve one for you. The lucky winner can come to my shop to have their size taken. Yves Saint Laurent and Torrington went back to socialize with other people. As they left, Torrington turned back and gestured to Ronald as if to make a phone call. As the new YSL main model, she had many occasions to attend. Shall we eat this? Ronald also went to find Donna for dinner alone, but she was still busy in her office. Donna put on her coat and said she was going to go to Subway downstairs with her cousin, where they would each have a large sandwich and a Coke for dinner. I'm very busy right now. This kind of opportunity to witness a financial crisis is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Mr. Simmons said that investors with experience in financial crises and those without are essentially two different types of people. Well, I haven't experienced one either. Ronald took a bite of his sandwich, which contained tuna and pickles, with a cola. It actually tasted pretty good. I've learned more in the last few days than in the previous months, Donna said, taking a big bite as well. For example, there are still people hoping to profit from the wavering public sentiment, amplifying this fear and exploiting it. The crisis is actually caused by these people, and it hasn't ended yet. There are such people? Are they guaranteed to make money? Not necessarily, but they do exist. These people are bursting with confidence and have a high gambling instinct. Like that newly established quantum funds owner, Solo. So how does your company view this crisis, Mr. Simons said that this experience has solidified his idea of using mathematics to manage investment decisions. He feels there's a missing link in his mathematical methods that he hasn't filled. Once he does, he can establish a new fund, managing it with entirely new mathematical methods, completely eliminating the negative impact of human nature on investment. He still dares to use mathematics for investment. Ronald shook his head. Right now, everyone on Wall Street is saying that the crisis is caused by algorithmic trading controlled by mathematics and computer programs, and related insurance contracts. Mathematics itself isn't right or wrong, it's human error in its use. Haha, you're right. Ronald admired Donna's enthusiasm for her work. At this time, Wall Street should have been bustling with activity, but the impact of the stock market crash was pervasive. In the entire subway, besides the brother and sister, only a few people who looked like Chinese students were eating the cheapest meals at a nearby table. A slightly shy boy with glasses heard Donna's words, turned around, and seemed to have a hint of appreciation and gratitude in his eyes. Hi, are you from mainland China? Ronald noticed this unique demeanor and relatively empty wallet, common characteristics of mainland Chinese students studying in the U.S. Yes, my name is Zhang, hello. I study mathematics, and hearing what you're saying makes me a little emotional. Hello, Ronald. This young Zhang seemed unsure how to socialize. After exchanging names, he didn't speak. just quietly listening to Ronald and Donna's conversation. "So, what gaps does Mr. Simmons still have to fill? When can the new funding be issued?" He said there's still a problem with pattern signal recognition that can't be solved mathematically. It requires a massive amount of data on a parameterized model to identify the maximum expected value. "I heard they need to find an expert in something called hidden Markov chains." "No, Markov chains." He said that if it weren't for his old colleague, Professor Chen, which isn't his specialty, he would have filled this gap long ago. That Chinese professor's mathematical talent is what he admires most, Donna said, glancing at Xiao Zhang, thinking that this person was also of Chinese descent, wondering if all Chinese people are good at math. "You're talking about hidden Markov chains, right? Professor Chen's expertise is in feature classes and manifold analysis. For this missing link, you need to find an expert in cryptography or electrical engineering. The problem of finding the extreme value of the expected value of unknown parameters in hidden Markov chains has applications in electrical engineering." Seeing Donna looking over, Xiao Zhang told her what he knew. Cryptography, electrical engineering, which universities' experts are the best to consult. Donna sensed this was a truly knowledgeable person and quickly took out her notebook to write down what Xiao Zhang said. "Your boss is James Simons, right? He's an expert in topology and functional analysis. If you can't find him, I heard some people at Cornell are using algebra for stochastic analysis." "Hello, my name is Donna. Here's my phone number. Can I call you to ask you some questions?" Donna promptly copied down her phone number for Xiao Zhang. This kind of person has a great feel for math. Maybe she could poach him to work in mathematics at her company? "I'm more interested in number theory, but I'm not an expert in applied mathematics. I'm afraid it won't be of much help to your question." Xiao Zhang waved his hand, ignoring the slip of paper with Donna's phone number, but instead recited his own phone number. "I'm in New York visiting a friend and I'm about to return to Purdue University, where I'm pursuing my PhD in mathematics. If you want to ask me any math-related questions, you can call me. You should keep my contact information. It'll be convenient to contact you if needed." Donna pushed the slip of paper back. "I've got it in my head." Xiao Zhang's memory was indeed excellent. He recited the phone number perfectly. "What is number theory?" Ronald watched the two science whizzes talking, realizing he couldn't understand a word they were saying. "It's the study of positive integers, some conjectures about prime numbers." "Do you understand prime numbers?" Xiao Zhang became very interested when it came to math. I understand. An even number greater than 2 can be factored into the sum of two prime numbers." Ronald mentioned a well-known conjecture about prime numbers. "How do you know Goldbach's conjecture?" "I've been in America for years, and many ordinary people haven't even heard of this conjecture about prime numbers." Isn't that taught in high school?" Ronald blurted out, not knowing why. "It really wasn't taught there." "How do you know?" Donna looked at Ronald, also puzzled. This cousin sometimes seemed to know a lot of strange, scattered, and unsystematic knowledge. "Maybe I heard it from someone." Ronald changed the subject, and after seeing Donna back to her office, he returned to his hotel. Christy Torrington arrived late. Ronald noticed she had changed into loose clothing, almost like yoga attire. "What, you practice yoga now?" "Yes, I found that yoga helps me stay energetic and maintain my weight," Torrington said, removing her hair clip and letting her curly hair fall loose. "Why did you get this hairstyle?" Ronald buried his nose in her hair, inhaling its pleasant scent. "Don't you like it?" "It's in style right now." Torrington enjoyed Ronald's adoration. "Oh," a sound emanated from deep within her. "By the way, your custom-made outfit needs to be remeasured at Mr. St. Laurent's bespoke shop with a female companion. Our clothes are all special, made specifically for show. Ordinary people need to have them remade." Torrington turned, touching Ronald's hair and gently scratching it twice. She was also curious about who Ronald had bought the new season's clothes for. "No need to change it, it's a gift for you." Ronald felt quite comfortable being scratched. "You look like a Wall Street professional in it. It suits you. A model should have a piece of clothing that she represents." "Thank you," Torrington said happily. "Mr. St. Laurent seems quite satisfied with me. Perhaps I can be their spokesperson and shoot photos for fashion magazines." However, Torrington's wish did not come true. The next day, all fashion media outlets gave YSL's new season clothing no positive reviews. Everyone was criticizing the lack of audience and media coverage. Even the high shoulder pads and the menswear-inspired style that represented the 1980s were criticized. Yves Saint Laurent was so angry that he returned to Paris overnight and, in an interview, said that Americans didn't understand fashion at all. The Wall Street stock market crash inevitably spread to all walks of life, and restaurants saw a significant decrease in customers. Ronald also saw more and more gloomy faces in New York. Oh, how pitiful. A lot of American wealth is tied up in the stock market, hoping to outpace inflation and accumulate money for retirement and their children's college tuition. Ronald understood the thoughts of ordinary Americans. The stock market crash indeed had a huge impact on the wealth of ordinary people. Not only ordinary people, but even singers who earned more than movie stars in the 1980s were greatly affected. Ronald, what you said about appearing on David Letterman's show, does that still count? Cherry pitifully approached Ronald's agent, expressing her wish. I'll ask, it should be fine. Did you agree to appear with your ex-husband Sonny? Yes, he called me. We have a daughter who wants to debut as a singer, and I need to do some groundwork for her. Wait for my call. Ronald shook his head. In the midst of an economic crisis, dignity and face were irrelevant. Now, Cherry wouldn't consider her current boyfriend's feelings anymore, would she? Chapter 846. Can I buy stocks now? Rockefeller Center, located on 6th Avenue, is one of New York's oldest skyscrapers. From the 1st to the 8th floor, the buildings are not divided into separate offices. Instead, the entire building is leased to NBC New York for use as a studio. The largest studio is on the 6th floor, the location for David Letterman's late-night show. Thank you, David, Ronald said, shaking hands with Letterman after touring the studio and saying goodbye. Don't mention it. This is a great opportunity for me to boost ratings too. Letterman readily agreed, clearing the second weekend slot of the following month for a joint appearance by Cher and her ex-husband Sonny, whom Ronald had recommended. He would give Cher a chance to sing her new song, followed by a duet of their hit I Got You Babe with Sonny Bono. This old song, once the most frequently played song at American weddings, was expected to generate considerable buzz as the two original singers reunited more than a decade after their breakup. It was anticipated to be a hit with audiences and a topic of discussion in the media the following day. This level of hype is beneficial to all parties involved. In the entertainment industry, nothing is off limits for hype. If the audience enjoys it, they'll perform. This show has become a complex web of interests for many. Cher hasn't charted in the top 10 for 8 years. To salvage her precarious singing career, she not only agreed to collaborate with her ex-husband but also signed with the Geffen Records, the new record label of David Geffen, with whom she had a bitter breakup. This show provides Cher's new album with a rare television appearance. Geffen Records' marketing is weak. Her album has been poorly received on the radio, with DJs refusing to play it or promote it. Therefore, Cher desperately needs this opportunity to boost her new song's chart performance and declare to everyone that she is still a superstar. Ronald arranged for Sonny Bono, who was filming Hairspray, to take time off to participate in the evening show and coordinated their subsequent media interviews. Letterman gave each actor a chance to answer questions about their new film. Thus, both the men would have to promote Ronald's film project to millions of viewers nationwide on their evening shows. For David Letterman, besides the increased ratings, getting interviews on such nationally significant topics was also crucial. This year, the president didn't invite him to the White House Correspondents Association dinner, instead choosing Jay Reno, also a protege of Johnny Carson, to host the annual humorous event. Since last year, Johnny Carson had gradually increased his regular rest time, and Jay Reno had become his regular substitute host for America's #1 talk show. Letterman needed this kind of guest and topic to prove he was Johnny Carson's best successor. How did Jay Reno, with that big chin, become Johnny Carson's regular substitute? I think his speech is a bit unclear, Ronald quietly asked Letterman, who had driven him to the Rockefeller Center. Such questions were inconvenient to ask in the NBC studio. You know Johnny Carson, he'd rather have someone mediocre to highlight his own status, Letterman whispered to Ronald. He had written a lot of Carson jokes, but Carson didn't approve of them. Fortunately, NBC decided to launch a late-night talk show for an adult audience, which gave him the opportunity to host a late-night show. Ronald patted Letterman on the shoulder and got into the car that had come to pick him up. Television was a foreign field to Ronald. It seemed that the male host's monopoly was even stronger than that of Hollywood male stars. Johnny Carson, relying on the audience's familiarity with his face and their liking for his humor, was very strict with potential competitors. Any man on Johnny Carson's show could only have one talent: either you could write jokes or you could host the show. If you could do both, then sorry, you would become his most targeted person on the show. Even Joan Rivers, Johnny Carson's only long-term substitute host whom he previously acknowledged, a woman he initially considered harmless, was ousted from the show after ratings and audience approval soared. Of course, Joan Rivers was known for her witty and unfiltered jokes. She was essentially Johnny Carson in a dress. After being fired, she went to Fox, where her new show aired at the same time as Carson's. She was far more daring than any of her male contemporaries. The car turned a corner and arrived at the prestigious St. Regis Hotel. Christy Torrington was relaxing in the hotel lobby, having received a very beautiful outfit, but her dream of elevating her status as YSL's top model was shattered. Yves Saint Laurent's complaints went unheard. Fashion magazines needed the support of luxury bespoke women's wear, and their reviews also significantly influenced the sales of the new season's collection. YSL's women's wear pre-orders plummeted, and Saint Laurent's London fashion show was met with a cold reception. He began to reside more in Europe, wondering if he was truly past his prime, and considering recruiting new designers for his brand. This meant that Torrington's anticipated position as YSL's top model was no longer guaranteed. Furthermore, whether the brand's top model still held her former status was also a question. Torrington and Ronald had lunch, and a limousine took her back to her apartment. Ronald was waiting there for young Douglas, who said that young George needed to discuss something with him. This stock market crash has had a significant impact on our campaign strategy. Many people blame it on the president's laissez-faire policies. He went to Camp David for vacation on the very day the crash happened. Only on the third day did he give a televised address urging the public to remain calm. Therefore, my father's campaign team has considerable disagreement on whether to uphold the president's overall economic policies in the election. I suggested coming to New York to ask for your opinion, and my mother also wants to hear your opinion. She values you highly. George Jr. secretly came from Washington, D.C. He found Douglas Jr., and the two quietly entered the St. Regis Hotel, went to the top floor executive suite, and talked with Ronald about George Sr.'s campaign strategy. George, I'm just a film director. Shouldn't this kind of thing be asked of campaign advisors? The campaign ad for George Sr., created by Daydream, was remarkably effective. Everyone felt a strange sense of goodwill towards this veteran politician, from a family of loyal and courageous men, who is leading America forward. Robertson, the Elephant Party's biggest primary rival and an outsider, suffered a significant drop in credibility as a pastor after being exposed as a sycophant on the battlefield and for lying about his military service. Meanwhile, some candidates within the Elephant Party, such as Rumsfeld of Illinois, agreed to withdraw after the vice president's alleged collusion with the Elephant Party National Committee. This leaves only two truly challenging candidates, New York Representative Kemp and newly minted Kansas Senator Bob Dole. Both have begun to distance themselves from the president, advocating for stronger regulation of Wall Street and even hinting at tax increases. Roger Ayers still supports the president's economic policies in principle, but downplays the connection. He's focusing on gossip that the public cares about. He's also suggested that all of us children appear in the next version of the campaign ads. I support it. You're photogenic, George, and you're very sincere. The audience will believe you, but another campaign advisor, Lee Atwater, says we should stand with the president's economic policies. He says the people like the president, and if we stand with him, voters will vote for us. The playground principle? Forget the grand principles. Can't we talk about some gossip? Ronald shook his head. This kind of advisor was clearly not as shrewd as Roger Ayers. But my mother, Barbara, is now leaning towards Lee Atwater's strategy, mainly because little George revealed some inside information about the campaign. Barbara was a very strong-willed mother. She insisted that all her children contribute to their father's campaign. Several children returned to volunteer in the campaign team. However, only their youngest son, Jeb, didn't return because of his public service job in Florida. Barbara showed leniency towards her youngest son, Jeb, a favoritism that resented her other children. Jeb, holding a public office in Florida, was the most politically successful of her children. His opinions were also valued by Barbara more than those of her other children. Jeb supported Lee Atwater's strategy. The president was very popular in the southern states, and a president who had already served 2 terms was most concerned about whether his successor could continue his policies. Therefore, Whether George Sr. would fully inherit his strategy would be a crucial factor in whether the president endorsed his running mate. Barbara felt that the logic of Lee Atwater, the campaign advisor Jeb supported, was perfect. Lee Atwater was also the strategist in the previous presidential debates. In the second debate, he turned his age disadvantage into an experience advantage with a single sentence, defeating Mondale decisively. Barbara felt that the opinions of such a young and talented man were more reliable than those of the less attractive Roger Ailes. Wasn't that idea for the reversal in the debate my original suggestion? Ronald thought to himself. He was also somewhat dissatisfied with Lee Atwater claiming his idea as his own. But there were no witnesses, so he couldn't explain himself clearly. Anyway, Ronald understood the factions within the campaign team quite well. George Jr. and Roger Ailes were allied, and although Jeb didn't come in person, he had more influence with his mother than his other siblings, and he supported Lee Atwater. I need more people with influence with Mom to stand on on the right side. There's a dinner party at the White House this weekend, and Mom wants you to come over. She wants to talk to you personally. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I'm not an expert in campaigning at all. I can't think of any role I can play. But in the next campaign ad, I can make you look better. Ronald didn't want to get involved in this kind of family conflict. It's not an obligation, Ronald. You've already helped me a lot. I just want Mother to hear an outsider's opinion, nothing more. George Jr. was clearly falling behind in the battle for favor and wanted to find an influential ally with his mother. Ronald, George is also trying to find the right direction. Anyway, with the stock market crash, everything in the film industry has come to a standstill. Douglas Jr. also began to persuade Ronald. After all, he was a very promising presidential candidate and the current vice president. It wouldn't be right to refuse Barbara's request outright. Well, I can't guarantee anything. That's all right. My mother also wants to meet you. Seeing Ronald's softening stance, George Jr. quickly contacted the driver. Ronald, it's so nice to see you here. In the White House banquet hall, Ronald saw Barbara with her full head of silver hair again. She was wearing a simple long dress and warmly embraced Ronald in a corner of the banquet hall, even kissing him. I'm happy too, Barbara. You're still so approachable. Ronald also quite liked this unassuming second lady. The dress had absolutely no fashion sense. It made her look like an old lady who had just stepped out of a 19th century wooden house. We need to move a bit closer, so we don't get seen. Barbara gestured towards Nancy, the first lady in the center of the banquet hall, who wore a striking red dress and exuded Hollywood glamour. Barbara now avoided Nancy's gaze whenever she saw her. Your company's campaign ads for us were fantastic. Old George and I both loved them. Especially the shot of me standing next to him, watching him receive the vice president's oath. We both loved it. Ronald smiled. Most people knew that the president swore an oath on the Bible at the inauguration ceremony. Less known was that the vice president also swore an oath, though this was usually done indoors, so as not to overshadow the president. I hope that in the near future, I can see you two having an outdoor ceremony. Ronald, you're so good at compliments and blessings. Barbara laughed heartily, unable to resist such high-level flattery. Oh, who is it? It's Ronald. Come here quickly. Perhaps Barbara's laughter was too loud, drawing the attention of Star Nancy. Seeing that it was Ronald, whose astrological signs seemed to bring good fortune to her husband, she happily waved him over. For so many years in Washington, D.C., Nancy had been surrounded by boring women like Barbara, who couldn't even dress themselves properly. Some even called them blue-blooded aristocrats from the Mayflower. It was laughable. Go on. Barbara patted Ronald's shoulder forcefully, indicating she was all right. Nancy still considered herself a Hollywood star, lacking the self-awareness of a politician's wife. Even if she were still a Hollywood star, at this age she was already past her prime, only fit to play grandmothers. MRS. Nancy, hello. Ronald didn't dare to be careless, standing ramrod straight, striking the pose of a veteran Hollywood star. My husband saw your Top Gun and was very satisfied. You fulfilled your promise to him. Nancy looked at Ronald, as if her husband, old Ronald, had been just as tall and handsome when he played the baseball player Kip. Personally, though, I still prefer the sexy dance. When are you going to get Patrick, the lead actor, to come to the White House? I'll see how I can arrange it. Ronald hadn't expected Nancy to still be so keen on hosting dances at the White House. Last time, he got the former king of dance, John Travolta, to dance with Princess Diana, and now he's eyeing the new king. The president hasn't forgotten you. During his debate with Mondale last time, your golden words have been on his mind ever since. He says he hasn't seen such a good script in a long time. There was a hint of melancholy in Nancy's eyes. Her husband's memory was getting worse and worse, only the most profound memories could make him keep bringing them up. Like this time, that golden line that sealed the deal in the nationally televised debate. Why did Nancy say that? Ronald came up with that golden line from the debate. Barbara, who was standing nearby, heard this and became suspicious. I have to find out who came up with that game-changing line. Barbara put down her wine glass and left the banquet hall. Nancy certainly didn't want to see herself there. Barbara wasn't like Nancy, the First Lady, who could only offer her husband astrological advice. She wielded considerable power on the campaign committee and had a significant influence on her husband's key decisions. Nancy, however, maintained her celebrity demeanor. After a brief chat with Ronald, she was immediately drawn to a new guest, Kathleen Graham, the legendary female newspaper mogul and owner of the Washington Post. Before the age of 43, she was a housewife. After her husband's death, she single-handedly revived the Washington Post from its decline. She was also a strong advocate for reporting on Watergate and was the first female CEO of a Fortune 500 company, earning her the nickname Kathleen the Great in the industry. Nancy's biggest concern now was whether her husband's actions during the stock market crash would be relentlessly scrutinized by the media. She proactively approached Kathleen Graham to chat, hoping she would put in a good word for her husband. Ronald, feeling bored, turned back to find Barbara but couldn't find her. He had no choice but to go to the food table alone to find something to eat. "Where's Pepsi? Why isn't there any Pepsi here?" Ronald saw a middle-aged man, wearing large tortoise-shell glasses, muttering to himself as he searched for a waiter. "Can't you have Coca-Cola?" Ronald, seeing that the man was also ignored, went up to greet him. "I like Pepsi. The taste of the new Coca-Cola disgusts me." The old man thanked Ronald and continued searching for Pepsi. "How about you try this cherry flavor? I've had it, it's quite unique." Ronald looked at the table full of new Coca-Cola cans, knowing that some people preferred the old flavor. The White House, for some reason, hadn't prepared any cherry flavor. The old man picked one up, opened it, and took a sip. Very good. I'll drink this from now on. Actually, the new Coca-Cola just tastes different. It's not bad either." Ronald took a can of new Coca-Cola, opened it, clinked it against the old man's, and took a sip. "Actually, it's not that bad. Coca-Cola's stock price hasn't been that bad since the new Coke, not counting the stock market crash. It shows that consumers still like new flavors." Ronald still felt he couldn't accept cherry flavor. "Do you also invest in stocks?" the old man asked with a smile. "I don't really know how. I don't really look at stock prices. I just bought some shares of big companies and, with good luck, made quite a bit of money in the past few years." "What about you?" Ronald asked back. "Stocks were a hot topic these days. I'm similar to you. I don't look at stock prices either, although I'm a professional stock investor. You might not believe it, but during the stock market crash, I didn't look at the stock price once. I was focused on financial statements." "Oh, you must have made money then." "Those who lost money were very nervous, watching the live broadcasts every day." "Yes, don't be impatient when buying stocks. Don't buy today and think about making money tomorrow. Look at long-term returns. When I bought Catherine's Post stock, I held it for 10 years, and the returns are very satisfactory. I plan to hold it indefinitely." "I'm Ronald Lee, a film director." Ronald found this calm and collected professional investor during the stock market crash interesting and wanted to get to know him. "You're a film director? That's great. My youngest son is involved in music. He wants to do film scores." "What are the prospects for that?" "Film scores. That doesn't make a lot of money, but it's a profession that requires professional knowledge. There are Oscar awards for that. This kid doesn't like investing, but I know he's the smartest of my 3 children. So, do you think the stock market crash is related to the president's economic policies?" Ronald lowered his voice, catching the expert just in time to ask. "It's all right. It's just because the stock price rose too high this year, exceeding the company's profit level. But the stock market crash has dragged on for so long because of those speculators, deliberately prolonging and amplifying the crisis. You'll see, those who try to take short-term risks during the crisis are likely to not only fail to make excess returns, but also lose even more. So now, has the stock price returned to normal? Can I buy some?" Ronald didn't care about that. He wanted to know if now was a good time to buy at the bottom. Patience, Ronald, patience. The market won't give you a chance to make money from these short-term fluctuations. The old man seemed to appreciate Ronald quite a bit and said a few more words. I don't do short-term trading anyway. I just have some money recently and want to buy some stocks to preserve its value. Like Coca-Cola. As an amateur investor, that's actually a very good choice. If you have money, just buy some and leave it there. No problem, thank you. Ronald realized the other party hadn't said his name yet. Warren Buffett, you can call me Warren. You're the owner of the company whose stock was $3,000 a share. Ronald remembered what the accountant had told him. There's no 3,000 anymore, but that's not important. What's important is the company's performance. This cherry flavor is pretty good. Give me another can. Here you go. Ronald inexplicably handed him a can of cherry flavor, opened one for himself, and took a sip. Now that he mentions it, it doesn't taste so bad. It seems that no matter what happens, people will always need Coca-Cola. Chapter 847 Barbara's Trust. Ronald was drinking Coke with investor Buffett when Kathleen Graham, the wife of the Washington Post's editor-in-chief who had been chatting with the First Lady, approached. Warren, here, with a clinking of metal, a bunch of keys was tossed over, which Buffett caught. The media mogul, Kathleen Graham, sporting a 1960s-style haircut, kissed Buffett on both cheeks. Kathleen Graham looked at Ronald with some surprise, her gaze shifting between him and Buffett. Few people could strike up a conversation with Buffett at a dinner party, especially one so young. Hello, Mrs. Graham, Ronald greeted her. Oh, you must be Director Ronald? Nancy mentioned your name quite often. Graham recognized him. Before purchasing shares in the Washington Post Group, Warren Buffett was merely an investment genius from the small town of Omaha, unknown in East Coast high society. Initially, Graham suspected Buffett of being someone's front man, trying to acquire and control the Washington Post, thus manipulating the capital's most influential newspaper. Buffett repeatedly assured him that he simply admired Buffett's management and was optimistic about the media's performance, vowing never to interfere with Reb's control over the Post. After several years of observation and adjustment, Graham fully believed that Buffett was only interested in investing and eventually gave him a seat on the board. Because of this board position, Buffett gradually participated in various high society social activities in Washington, D.C., and New York, gaining a good reputation among the wealthy elite of the East Coast. He gradually transformed from an investment prodigy in small-town Omaha into a nationally renowned investment genius. Coming from a rural background, Buffett was somewhat like the protagonist played by James Stewart in the Hollywood film M.R. Smith Goes to Washington. His lifestyle, clothing, and social interactions were completely out of place in East Coast high society. It was Graham who gradually helped him adapt. However, he remained rather aloof in social situations. Even when Graham took him to various high-class parties, he was still not good at dealing with those less intelligent people. He often ended up alone, with no one to talk to. Graham would often come over during the party to check if poor Buffy was silently alone again. As Empress Catherine, very close to the center of power, Graham couldn't possibly accompany Buffy the whole time. If this happened, she would toss him her house key and tell him to go home and sleep. I'm glad you're having a good time chatting with your new friends here, but today, it seemed Warren had found new friends he could talk to. I saw your dance movie. It was very interesting. Yes, Spicy Dance. Your Washington Post film critic gave it a very good review. Ronald stepped forward to thank him. Oh, Baby is very well portrayed, just like a girl from the 60s. The film criticism column is a great column for our Post. You see, we're not as serious as some people say. Graham was a very independent and powerful woman who single-handedly built the Post Group, left by her deceased husband, into a large and publicly listed company. She admired Baby, the protagonist of Spicy Dance, a woman dedicated to her work and independent. Nancy was just talking about your dance scenes, but if you ask me, it's your portrayal of independent women that's truly meaningful. I hope you can make a film about women's independence and strength in the workplace someday. We American women need role models. Graham inwardly scoffed at the First Lady. This Hollywood pretty face only knew how to dabble in astrology. Her understanding of film was superficial. She couldn't grasp the true meaning of Spicy Dance, and inviting him to the White House dinner was just to give her husband a break during the stock market crash. This woman really didn't understand the media. The Washington Post rose to prominence by exposing Watergate. You can go home whenever you want. I'll be home very late, Graham said after a few words with the two women before taking his leave to socialize with others. After Graham left, Ronald looked at Buffett, thinking, you two seem to know each other quite well. When you invested in the Washington Post, what were you thinking? Was their media influence a factor in your decision? Ronald had mentioned it as his proudest investment, and people generally enjoy hearing about their past glories. Haha, actually, I know quite a bit about media. If I hadn't gone into investing, I'd probably be a journalist. Buffett was quite fond of Ronald, who wasn't interested in the stock price but rather in the process of his proudest investment. So he told him some stories from back then. In 1973, the New York Stock Exchange experienced a significant stock price correction. He saw this undervalued stock and invested the vast majority of his cash in the Washington Post. Buffett only had a little over $10 million at the time, and he resolutely invested the majority of it. However, he suffered losses for 3 years before the Washington Post stock price returned to his purchase price. Starting in 1977, the Post stock price began to soar, increasing fivefold by 1982. So, when you were stuck with a stock for 3 years, what made you so convinced that it would definitely skyrocket? Ronald admired his composure. It's actually quite simple. I thought the Post was worth $400 million. At that time, their revenue was $200 million, but their market capitalization was less than $100 million. I could buy something worth $4 with just $1. Back then, most stock analysts knew the Post was worth $400 million, but all investors could see that its market capitalization was only $100 million. The difference between me and others was that I considered stocks to be a commodity. If you could buy a kilogram of gold at a 75% discount, wouldn't you buy it? Of course I would. Ronald thought to himself, I'm not stupid, then why do so many people not buy stocks? Well, Ronald's mind went blank. Think about it. Stocks aren't like those hedge fund speculators. Don't do anything stupid that will only exacerbate market chaos. Buffett shook the keys in his hand and said goodbye to Ronald. Meeting a young man here and having a chat was a great experience for him. Ronald, you're here. I've been looking for you for ages. Come to my house, let's talk. Barbara found a member of the campaign team who had participated in the televised debates before the president's second term and confirmed that the brilliant idea that turned the tide of the election was Ronald's. She immediately felt that such a talent must be recruited immediately to help her husband, old George. MRS. Vice President, okay, I'm feeling a bit confused right now, Ronald said, and they went to the vice president's residence. What would you like to drink? If you have any tea, I only have coffee. Barbara asked a Secret Service bodyguard to get Ronald a cup of coffee. Seeing that only she and Ronald were left in the study, Barbara tapped on the table next to old George's desk and suddenly asked, Ronald, why didn't you tell me that the brilliant quote that defeated Mundell was your idea? The old lady's white hair fluttered in the evening breeze, making her look like a lioness poised to hunt. A single sentence can't determine the outcome of a presidential election, Ronald answered without hesitation. Then what can? Barbara stopped her probing. This was an answer she hadn't expected. Perhaps you think that memorable quote from that debate changed public perception of his age. That might be true, but it's all teamwork. One person's brilliance shouldn't negate the hard work of others. Besides, I only offered one perspective unintentionally. Ronald didn't want to take credit for it. If he created the misconception that he was omnipotent, and then didn't work for George Sr., or if the outcome wasn't as dramatic as expected, it wouldn't be good. Besides, he didn't want to waste time on the election. I'm a film director, Mrs. Barbara. Sometimes, the success or failure of a film, in the eyes of the audience, is just a close-up of the protagonist's tearful eyes in the climax. But that's the result of all the actors' collaborative efforts, slowly built up by the editor. Besides, even if the stars give the best performances, we can't forget the cinematographers, lighting technicians, makeup artists, hairstylists, and so on behind the scenes. How much impact can a makeup artist who deliberately sabotage the performance have on the lead actress? I know a little about that, Barbara laughed. She had just gotten dressed when Nancy excluded her from the formal occasion. The destructive power of such Hollywood actresses was considerable. So what do you think of the strategic differences between my two campaign advisors? Don't tell me you didn't know. George Jr. strongly recommended your opinions to me. I know you have a preference for Roger Ailes' campaign strategy. I also asked Roger, and he also praised your advertising ideas. He said that the ads your company produced laid a good foundation for our advantage in the primaries. It turned out that George Jr. had revealed his position. Ronald blinked twice. Roger Ayers' approach was indeed effective. She borrowed it, and Cher's interview became highly valued by all parties. If she had stuck to her old ideas, wanting Cher to appear on Letterman's show and talk about Moonlight Serenade, the effect would likely have been much less, and the parties wouldn't have cooperated so well. Ms. Barbara, on set, I sometimes manage over 200 people, sometimes dozens. Most of them are working with me for the first time, and their ideas differ. Every day I receive dozens of proactive suggestions, each seemingly for my own good. Do you know how I tell who's telling the truth and who's lying? How do you do it? Barbara liked this way of speaking, but hearing these words from someone younger than her son made her quite emotional. Why wasn't her child as capable? I have a rule of thumb: if someone comes in saying how doing things this way will benefit the crew, how it will help others act more realistically, and what the final film will look like, then they're probably speaking fairly. If they're just talking about their own strategy, what value they've added to the crew, and they're already emphasizing their contributions before filming even starts, you know what? Ronald, if you were interested in politics, you'd definitely be a good one. My interest lies in filmmaking, Ronald chuckled. Just then, a Secret Service bodyguard brought in a cup of coffee. Thank you very much, Ronald, seeing these Secret Service professionals offering him coffee, quickly thanked them. Wearing a black suit and sunglasses even indoors, he looked like someone not to be trifled with. It's nothing, the bodyguard waved his hand. The guy was polite enough. The next day, Barbara quickly adjusted her campaign advisory team. Roger Ayers effectively took charge of the campaign strategy. The campaign focus shifted away from specifically describing George H.W. Bush's economic, diplomatic, and tax policies after his election. Instead, the campaign focused on the frustrations faced by the public during the 7 years of rapid development. Some who lost out in the race needed a new president who was more moderate and focused on fairness, rather than solely prioritizing efficiency. In the southern states, firewalls needed to be built to prevent a massive influx of illegal immigrants from Mexico from taking away job opportunities from the working class. Against the backdrop of the stock market crash, the public wanted more security. They needed a president who was tough on foreign policy, continued the current economic policies, but was more concerned with Social Security, safety, and punishing corrupt Wall Street tycoons. The next campaign ad also shifted its focus to family values. All of George S.R.'s children would appear in the ad, sharing their thoughts on their father's candidacy and how they saw him. Because of George Jr.'s insistence, Ronald, the campaign expert he strongly recommended to Barbara, helped her make her final decision, and he and Laura got their first appearance in the ad. The new ad script was sent to Roger Ailes for review and would be directed by Emil. Ronald returned to New York and showered Emil with praise, giving him a check as a bonus. His work had earned the appreciation of Barbara, the de facto head of the campaign committee, which secured a long-term, and very wealthy, client for Ronald's Daydream Company. After finishing his business, Ronald summoned Bannon. Tamura has gone, his uncle's message has been delivered. Someone's planning something on the Tokyo stock market, they're on high alert. Tamura had to rush back to report in person. I had him take a private jet. Very good, Ronald said, taking a bottle of Yamazaki 12-year-old whiskey, a gift from the Japanese, and pouring it for Bannon. The Japanese always strive to match the world's best quality in all their products. This Yamazaki, aside from being slightly milder, Ronald felt, surpassed even Scotch malt whiskies in aroma, quality, and taste. Our money has been transferred to the Tokyo Stock Exchange, where we'll meet up with our partners. This time, we're going to give those hedge funds, including Soro, a real beating. The Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, was triumphant this time. In the midst of the stock market crash, all talk of liberalism was meaningless. Even London, the birthplace of the policy of non-intervention, began to intervene administratively, following in the footsteps of New York and Tokyo, morally persuading banks to take over the stocks included in the index. Those hedge funds, having suffered losses in New York and London, were now shorting Tokyo to make up for their losses on Black Monday. This time, they'd learn what Eastern subtlety meant: a silent dog bites. With some money, Ronald, along with Bannon, went to Tokyo to ambush the American financial tycoon, Soro. Ronald felt no guilt whatsoever. After all, Even the American investment genius Buffett had said that it was these speculators who artificially amplified the breadth and duration of the crisis, harming countless innocent investors. "I'm here on the side of justice to punish you speculators," he said. "When are you going over? Tomorrow. I can still mobilize some more money here. Cheers, wishing us success. Cheers, ha ha ha." Bannon laughed out loud. This time, the two of them invested a total of more than 10 million. If managed well, that would be several times the return. Oh, right, Ronald recalled the stories Buffett had told him. "That company with $3,000 a share, Buffett's, you mean Berkshire Hathaway?" "Yes, how much money did they make from the Washington Post?" "I heard Buffett went all in on one stock and was stuck with it for 3 years, haha. That stock gave him at least 10 times the return. Now he can move over $500 million at a time, 10 times, Ronald thought for a moment. Is Coca-Cola undervalued now? Like the Washington Post back then, compared to its peak, Coca-Cola has indeed fallen by more than 30%. But Buffett's strategy is long-term. It's not as fast as our short-term leverage. That's true, Ronald gave a perfunctory reply, but in his heart, he decided that for someone like him who didn't understand stocks, he should learn from Buffett, find a good stock, buy it, and hold it. Ronald took a sip of his drink. Buffett's company is also a publicly traded company. I'll buy some of his company stock too. Consider it tuition. Chapter 848 Crocodile Ronnie. Has your boss, Mr. Simmons, filled the mathematical gap? Ronald and Donna were having hamburgers for lunch downstairs at the office. Bannon had already gone to Tokyo, waiting for American short-term speculators to fall into his trap. Ronald was going to stay in New York for a few more days and came to chat with Donna today. Yes, he contacted his former colleague at Berkeley, Professor James Axe, to develop an extended form of the Leonard Baum formula for stochastic processes, and combined it with a large amount of data from Wall Street transactions to look for related patterns. The Chinese PhD student, Xiao Zhang, whom Ronald and Donna had met, hadn't received much attention from Simmons. After all, he was just a lowly international student. However, the information Donna had obtained was the only one among all his subordinates that had gone in a direction Simmons hadn't considered. To encourage proactive employees like Donna, James Simmons gave Donna a benefit usually reserved for full-time employees with more than 2 years of service, the right to invest $600,000 in a soon-to-be-established hedge fund that used mathematics to trade stocks. The fund is called Medallion, and it's currently only open to company employees, long-term investors, and investment funds from a few Ivy League schools. Donna really wanted to invest, but Aunt Karen wasn't too keen on becoming a shareholder right after starting work and advised Donna to think twice. So Donna approached her wealthy cousin for help. "If I invest, who owns the shares? Will I lend you the money, or will it be held in your relative's name? If it's a loan, how will the interest be calculated?" HMPH, Donna knew Ronald was joking and threw fries at him. "You have money, I have resources, how about we partner up?" Donna joked for a while before speaking up. "A universally accepted rule in America is fair trade. Sure, I'll have my personal lawyer, Ms. Lindsay Dole, draft the official documents. Don't worry, I'll cover the legal fees. It's not that I'm interested in becoming a shareholder, but I personally agree with this investment." Mr. Simons's approach was discussed with eligible employees in an internal meeting, and I've studied it. No one has found any loopholes. This is a good opportunity. Perhaps we can get a substantial return. Ronald finished the last bit of his burger, accompanied Donna upstairs, and then called his lawyer, Lindsay Dole, to ask her to come and draft an investment contract. "What's wrong? What happened?" Donna was in her office when she saw everyone standing up, as if something serious had occurred. "Look at the S&P 500 index." A male fund manager came over, pointed to the computer, and pressed a key to bring up the index futures trading data. He was someone Donna had met on Wall Street. He was very charming and, seeing Donna, was happy to come over, wanting to show off his exceptional foresight. "Who's liquidating such a large number of S&P 500 index futures short positions?" Donna also clicked a couple of times on her computer. In the short time she'd been having lunch with her cousin, someone had released a massive amount of short positions in index futures for settlement during this trading session. "I wonder which idiot bought thousands of short positions in S&P 500 index futures earlier, and now they're frantically releasing them. Looks like someone suffered heavy losses in other international markets and is desperately trying to cut their losses." The male fund manager had foreseen a market crash on Monday and bought a considerable number of short positions. By Tuesday, his fund had made a 20% profit, and he immediately exited the market. He had carefully studied the Great Depression stock market crash of 1929 and knew that after a market crash, it wouldn't immediately continue to fall, but would have a temporary rebound before continuing downwards. So he was waiting for the second wave of the crash. Thursday morning's stock market was relatively calm, with very low trading volume at noon. He went to the office of Mr. Simon's fund next door to chat with Donna, a rare beauty consultant on Wall Street. This number of short positions in the S&P 500, Donna quickly pressed the calculator. 5,000 S&P 500 index futures contracts at 230 points, equivalent to $1 billion? Stanley, she turned to confirm with the fund manager. The number of short positions exceeded Donna's imagination. Hey, which big idiot is this? Running now? That's like cutting off a vital artery, Stanley Druckenmiller laughed. Unlike her, who had found all the trading records of the Great Depression stock market and studied the financial markets in detail, he was just flying around like a headless fly. Sure enough, as he predicted, at the 230-point price, no one was interested in the 5,000 index futures contracts. Moreover, his opponents knew the weakness of this big crocodile and would wipe him out. 220, the settlement price dropped rapidly in a short while. Still no one is buying, Donna clenched her fists. At this price, the short-selling fund, or multiple funds, would really lose a lot of money. 215, everyone watched this rare spectacle. Thousands of stock index futures contracts, but zero trades. 210, almost every few minutes a new price appeared. The opponents weren't about to let them go. 205, 200, the numbers kept dropping, and the losses of these futures contract holders were constantly amplifying. 195, finally, contracts that had broken the 200 mark started to find buyers. Stanley Druckenmiller was no longer there. He had to go back and try to get a piece of this feast of predators. Donna didn't know what to say, just staring blankly at the settlement data on the computer. Human emotions still have too much influence on trading. Relying on algorithms is still more reliable. Ronald watched from the side. He knew who the guy who lost everything was. George Salo of the Quantum Fund openly declared in the Financial Times that the Japanese stock market was overvalued and about to collapse. Who knew that under the special intervention policies there, the stock market's decline was far less than that of the New York Stock Exchange? The S&P 500 index breached Solo's predetermined bottom line. In this dog-eat-dog game, many people could only escape margin calls and collapse by pushing him down. Solo's shorting of the Nikkei stock index futures failed. However, he suffered unexpected losses on the New York Stock Exchange. He had to transfer his positions there to Tokyo to concentrate his efforts on a large-scale attack to make up for the losses and even make a substantial profit. What reason was there for Tokyo to escape the New York stock market crash? Ding 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 ding. Amidst the closing bell, cheers erupted from the Stanley Fund company next door. Their fund had also achieved considerable gains today. Ironically, after Solo dumped all 5,000 contracts at a loss, the selling pressure in the markets suddenly disappeared, and the S&P 500 futures began to rise again, even higher than his original bid of 230, finally closing at 244. "I'll make a call," Ronald said to Donna, went to a partition desk, picked up the phone, and dialed Bannon's number, who is already in Tokyo. "The tiger has been released, I saw it. He suffered considerable losses trying to raise funds to short Tokyo. Is Minister Tamura ready? Don't worry, this isn't America. All the Zaibatsu and banks will follow the cabinet's orders." "Very good. I'll wait for your news tonight." Keep in touch. Ronald was even more excited about tonight's operation. Anyway, with the support of the Japanese cabinet led by Nakasone, he was fighting an asymmetrical battle. His opponent had already suffered huge losses and was just waiting to recoup his losses by shorting Tokyo, while his side remained unscathed, ready to ambush him. Let the tycoons and banks feast, while he and Bannon, with their small amount of capital, will just get a scrap of soup following Minister Tamura. Give this morning's operation a codename, Ronald. I saw in the movies, the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor had a successful codename like Tora. Tora. Tora, oh, okay, then let's call it Crocodile Dundee. Solo is a famous short-selling expert, a crocodile that eats the flesh of others. We're like those crocodile hunters in Australia, Just shine a flashlight in their eyes, and their brains shut down, they freeze in place. We just need to shoot them in the head, Ronald thought for a moment. Wasn't Solo known as a financial crocodile? Then let's use the codename Crocodile Hunter. Ha, okay, let's call it Crocodile. No, let's call it Operation Crocodile Ronnie. Bannon gave Ronald a small compliment, then hung up the phone and went to oversee the operation. Donna, what would you like to eat? I'll treat you. Stanley Druckenmiller slipped over again. He'd made a fortune in the stock market today, and inviting such a smart and beautiful woman on a date to celebrate was perfect. Ordinary beauties couldn't possibly understand the wisdom behind his phenomenal success in the stock market. I have plans with someone else, Stanley, Donna said, pointing towards Ronald. My name is Stanley Druckenmiller, I'm a fund manager. Stanley smiled. From today onwards, he had a significant presence on Wall Street. Ronald Lee, I'm a film director, let's go together, Stanley said, unfazed by the film director's name. After all, everyone was a loser compared to him. We can also talk about investing in movies. You know, a lot of people on Wall Street have been investing in Hollywood these past few years. There was even a guy named Bannon who went straight to becoming a film company owner. If your movie is good, I might consider investing. Hairhead, Ronald chuckled inwardly. A woman as smart and beautiful as Donna was sure to have many young, talented suitors on Wall Street. Turning his head, Ronald saw that Donna's expression showed some reluctance, and he understood. No, Donna and I have other investment matters to discuss. My lawyer will be here soon. Okay then, Stanley said, seeing that he also had a troublesome boyfriend. They were unaware of his wealth and status. It seemed he wouldn't be able to meet Donna today. But there was no shortage of beautiful women. He turned and went to find the manager of the modeling agency. What a troublesome person. Donna stuck out her tongue at the young and talented man's retreating figure. Ronald gave him a "you don't like him" look. You don't know, these people have a strong gambling mentality. Their emotions can go from heaven to hell, like riding a roller coaster several times a day. Their philosophy doesn't align with mine. Okay, Ronald shrugged. As long as Donna liked it. Ronald, Lindsay, I'm here. Ronald saw his private lawyer, Lindsay Dahl, carrying a bag and walking into the office, and raised his hand to greet him. Today, Lindsay Dahl's freckles seemed more prominent, and she looked plump and healthy. She wore a high-end designer trench coat, but only flat shoes. Ronald took the trench coat from Lindsay, hung it up for her, and then, watching her greet Donna with a cheek hug, put down his bag and took out prepared documents. Huh, you? Ronald noticed that Lindsay Dahl, without her trench coat, was clearly pregnant. Was she pregnant? Yay, I'm pregnant. You should congratulate me, Lindsay said, looking at Ronald's surprised expression. They had been communicating by phone for business recently and hadn't seen each other in a long time. Congratulations, Ronald smiled and congratulated her, then his smile faded, and he pretended to be serious. What's going on? I thought you would definitely invite me to your wedding. I was your first client, remember? Hey, who said I was married, then? The child? The father. Ronald had only heard of professional women like her and of single motherhood, but had never actually met one. You've met him, Bobby. We've talked it over carefully and decided to have the baby first. A partner at your law firm. Ronald was even more puzzled. Bobby Donnell was indeed very handsome, a good match for Lindsay, and their abilities were currently evenly matched, making them a suitable couple. But why weren't they married yet, even though they had a child? We have disagreements about partnerships and income. Bobby doesn't want me to be a partner and wants me to change my last name. I'm not willing, and we're still at an impasse. Oh, Ronald thought to himself, so that's how it is. Lindsay Dahl is very capable in her work, with many large clients, and her income might be significantly higher than Donnell's, the nominal owner of the law firm. Professional women are indeed very powerful these days. The two of them have disagreements about assets and career development, and they don't want to get married until these disagreements are resolved. However, this doesn't seem to hinder their relationship or their desire to have a child. After signing the agreement to jointly invest with Donna in the newly launched medallion fund of the foundation where he works, Ronald called a luxury cart to take Lindsay Dahl home. Bye, Ronald, bye, Donna. Lindsay was very satisfied today, not only expanding Ronald's new business scope but also gaining a new client, Donna, a fellow professional woman. In fact, Donna's first business deal was much bigger than Ronald's first one for him years ago. What are your plans for tonight? Want to have dinner with me? Donna asked her cousin. I have other appointments. Bye. Ronald declined. HMPH, going to see that pretty girl again. Donna packed her bag, got in her car, and drove off. Ronald walked to One World Trade Center. Bannon's new office. Steve, Ronald, with advanced teleconferencing equipment, Ronald, with the help of Bannon's secretary, connected with him in Tokyo. He was also on high alert, waiting for Friday's market opening to see how Solo's quantum foundation would attack. Knock 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 knock, late at night, the Tokyo stock market opened. Snap, the Nikkei index on the computer screen jumped higher the first time it appeared after the opening. We did it, ha ha ha, Bannon's maniacal laughter came through the transoceanic phone call. He hadn't expected the Japanese government to go to such lengths. All the banks, zaibatsu, and securities firms frantically bought up the Nikkei index constituent stocks after the market opened. The Tokyo Telegraph and Telegraph, this behemoth of the Tokyo stock market, even hit its 10% daily limit shortly after the market opened. We're rich, aren't we? Ronald hadn't expected the Nikkei index alone to rise so much, and with their leveraged long positions in stock index futures, this was. We're rich, richer than ever before. The crocodile has been killed, hoo. Bannon was incoherent. Even after his move to Hollywood, he hadn't imagined he'd return to Wall Street so quickly, to have a day of triumph. When the Tokyo stock market closed, the New York sky had already brightened. Looking out from the World Trade Center, the sun slowly rose over the distant sea, illuminating the largest ship on the water between Manhattan Island and Staten Island, the Staten Island Ferry, as if bathed in golden light. Soro predicted a major crash in the Japanese stock market, which saw a 9.3% single-day gain, the highest since 1949. By the end of the first trading day after Black Monday, Soro's quantum fund, the hedge fund that made him famous, had seen its net assets plummet by 26.2% in a week, far exceeding the 17% drop in the U.S. stock market during the same period. This was also the first time Soro's fund had exceeded its 20% stop-loss threshold, triggering a large number of investor withdrawal requests. Soro, a short-term speculator and short-selling expert, not only failed to profit from the stock market crash but also became one of the biggest losers in this disaster. Chapter 849 I can't do that. Come, try some of the finest cigars I got from the Dominican Republic. Ronald hosted Bannon, who had just returned from Tokyo, in an old house with a detached yard in central Staten Island. Bannon, on behalf of Ronald, had bought long contracts on the Nikkei index and reaped several times their initial investment. Both he and Ronald had earned nearly $50 million each in this huge gamble. While it seemed like a lot, compared to the billion-dollar sums of hedge fund giants, this amount was like a small fish, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. However, small wins had their advantages, nobody knew. Even if they had poured their $5 million each into the market on Friday, few would have noticed. Having secured his profits, Bannon decisively cashed out, no longer willing to play with the big money. He flew first class on ANA, from Tokyo, stopping in San Francisco, back to New York. Ignoring the time difference, he came to celebrate their major victory with Ronald. Ronald personally cut a large cigars, lit them for Bannon with pine matches, and then put one in his mouth, puffing away. Of this profit, most of mine will be kept on the Tokyo Stock Exchange to buy some stocks in yen. Do you have any recommendations? Bannon was in excellent spirits, though his eyes still had some bloodshot veins, and his hair was slicked back like a mastiff that had just finished a hunt. I don't know. My two allies in Japan, neither of their companies are publicly listed. Johnny Kitagawa's Johnny and Associates and Katakawa's Katakawa Shoten are both family-run private companies. They wouldn't accept their investment. Well, then I'll do it my way. I advise you to keep the bulk of your profits in yen, buy stocks, buy government bonds, anything, as long as it's an asset denominated in yen. Our returns will increase by at least 20% next year. Why? Ronald was sitting behind a very old desk, in a corner of the room. The blinds on the window were closed, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering in through the gaps. The flickering light from the cigarette butts against the dark background indicated Ronald's position. I remember after the agreement was signed at the Plaza Hotel in 1985, the yen appreciated a lot, didn't it? Ronald was a little skeptical of Bannon's statement. In less than 2 years, the yen had risen from 250 to 1 to 150 to 1, and just at the beginning of this year, the G6 plus Spain signed an agreement somewhere in France, wasn't it? They were supposed to stop the disorderly appreciation of the yen and the West German mark, weren't they? Ronald only had a vague recollection of financial news. James Baker, a close confidant of the former president and White House chief of staff, spearheaded the Plaza Accord after Nancy's astrologer advisor told him her astrological chart was unfavorable to the president, following a flippant call from former Treasury Secretary Ronald Reagan. However, by 1987, the continued depreciation of the dollar led to unprecedented price increases for American consumers in household appliances, electronics, automobiles, and other durable consumer goods. These were products favored by West Germany and Japan, whose currencies had appreciated. Previously inexpensive Japanese products gradually increased in price, a phenomenon widely considered a form of hidden, imported inflation. James Baker lacked economic and international trade expertise, but he was adept at politics. At a meeting held at the Louvre in Bari earlier that year, he mandated that Europe and Japan reduce their fiscal deficits and alleviate appreciation pressure, aiming to contribute to America's leadership in the Western world. The Louvre Accord, Bannon chuckled. Ronald was an expert in Hollywood, but a complete novice on Wall Street. You got the first step right, but once fiscal spending increases, it's not so easy to reduce it. West Germany and Japan couldn't complete their deficit reduction tasks, so their currencies couldn't depreciate against the dollar. Bannon sat opposite Ronald, facing the blinds behind Ronald's chair, some sunlight shining comfortably on his face. Why does a fiscal deficit equal currency appreciation? Ronald didn't understand. That's monetary banking, very complex. Simply put, government spending and trade deficits tend to push for currency appreciation. Oh, I don't understand that. But we're America. If we tell them to stop appreciating, they'll have to comply, right? Ronald took another puff of his cigar. He didn't really understand international trade, but he understood a bit of politics. Japan was, after all, a defeated nation in World War II, and America had troops stationed there. That's true, but with the stock market crash, the Federal Reserve has drastically lowered benchmark interest rates to rescue the market and expand liquidity, which is equivalent to pushing up inflation, thus further appreciating the yen against the dollar. Bannon shifted in his chair, feeling uncomfortable with Ronald's posture and position, as if it were all too familiar. This is necessary, there's no other choice, so we can wait for the yen to continue appreciating and make another profit. Ah, that's good. Ronald scratched his head, but why does pushing up inflation equal depreciating the dollar? That's monetary economics. Our consumers like Japanese products. Although their currency has appreciated, we don't have good substitutes for their products. So our current trade deficit with them is due to the yen's appreciation, leading to a huge trade deficit and further depreciation of the dollar. Oh, Ronald thought, this is too complicated. I can't understand those complex theories. You're right, we should hold yen, to buy yen-denominated assets. Bannon felt increasingly uncomfortable and shifted his chair again. Anyway, we made quite a bit of money this time. Will you continue investing in Hollywood? Ronald asked. Why not? With so much money, I can invest in Hollywood at the same time and continue raising funds on Wall Street to establish my own fund. Hey, Ronald thought to himself, with so much money, it's true that there's no need to make a choice. Wouldn't it be better to have it all? Did Sorrow lose a lot of money? Won't his quantum foundation go bankrupt and be liquidated? Ronald thought to himself that he should thank this Eastern European Jew, the fund manager who wrote the best-selling book The Alchemy of Finance. He and Bannon's money were all earned by trading against him. Speaking of which, Sorrow's Nikkei stock index futures short positions aren't as many as I thought. Bannon simply stood up. Sitting in his chair, he felt as if he were a head shorter than Ronald. He had to stand up. He couldn't fall behind in terms of momentum. Although you have connections in Japan that gave us the opportunity to enter the market, the actual technical operations were all done by me. Oh? He noticed something was wrong. Ronald didn't expect Sorrow to be so shrewd, not suffering a huge loss like he did on the New York Stock Exchange. I suspect that his main funds are in the foreign exchange futures market, betting on the appreciation of the yen. Bannon took a puff of his cigar. This still didn't feel right. The seat Ronald was in always gave people the feeling that he was in control of everything. Standing up felt like reporting to him. The Japanese have so many US dollars, and they're buying up assets in America. Now that the yen is appreciating, it's good for their conglomerates, so there's not much opposition in Japan. Housewives can still take their children on trips abroad, and a strong yen is good news for them too. So public opinion supports it. Why do you think that is? With constant appreciation, their products will only become more and more expensive for American consumers, and one day the products will no longer be popular. It's still about monetary economics. It's called the Triffin dilemma. The US dollar is the global reserve currency, and both we and our main trading partner, Japan, are caught in the dilemma of appreciation and depreciation. The more developed their economy, the more currency they will issue, and then they will need more US dollars as reserves. They will then use these dollars to buy assets in America, causing our trade deficit. And to eliminate the deficit, they will cause the dollar to appreciate. You're right, Ronald thought, but after all that, he still couldn't understand this complex monetary economics. He remembered 2 points. First, if Americans wanted to buy more from the Japanese, they didn't need to produce goods themselves to exchange, they could simply print dollars. Second, the more dollars printed, the more dollars Japan earned from exporting to the US, accumulating large amounts of dollars. This money had to return to America to buy dollar-denominated assets. Otherwise, if it was invested in US Treasury bonds, the annual inflation losses would be significant. Ronald earned yen, which he could invest in Japan. The Japanese, in turn, could take advantage of the appreciation of their dollars to acquire quality assets in America. It seemed like a win-win situation. No wonder the Japanese were buying up real estate in New York and Los Angeles. So, have you decided what yen assets to invest in? Bannon felt the position was inappropriate and walked over to invite Ronald to stand up, wanting to sit in Ronald's chair. Me? I don't know anything about stocks. Ronald certainly couldn't be as professional as Bannon, a Wall Street banker, when it came to stock selection. However, halfway through his sentence, he remembered Warren Buffett's words, "Don't look at the stock price, look at the company's product's competitiveness." He picked Coca-Cola and McDonald's stocks without understanding any company competitiveness. He just thought that products loved by consumers in America and even the world were a safe bet. What Japanese companies sell their products worldwide? I think I'll buy some Sony stock for fun. In America, Ronald encountered mostly Sony products. From Walkmans to VCRs, aside from their popular beta format videotapes, their other products were top tier in their respective industries. Sony? Their market capitalization is huge. It's not easy for their stock to rise, but whatever you want, it's safe. Bannon was a little disdainful. After all, he was a Hollywood artist, only able to reap the benefits of the yen's appreciation. For a director like him, that was enough. Thinking this, Bannon leaned back in Ronald's chair. The seat was indeed comfortable. He sat in the dark background, while the sunlight filtering through the blinds illuminated the face of the person opposite him, revealing every expression. No wonder Ronald bought such a large house in Staten Island, a place no birds even frequent. It's certainly comfortable, perfect for a big shot to handle things. I wonder who the builder was. Wait a minute, why does this room remind me of some movie I've seen? Bannon realized. No wonder it felt familiar. We've known each other for so long, and this is the first time you've invited me for a good cigar, isn't it? Bannon scratched his slicked back hair with his little finger, extending a hand and mimicking a character from a movie. I don't remember the last time you invited me to your house for coffee. Ronald laughed, adding. Bannon finally understood. Damn it, how did you get this house where The Godfather was filmed? This is the room where Marlon Brando sat listening to everyone ask him for favors, right? Yes, luckily it's on Staten Island, a cheap filming location Capitol found. I've already hired a professional Hollywood prop company to start restoring all the furniture and scenery here, making sure it's exactly the same as when The Godfather was filmed. You rascal, next time I bring friends, you'll have to lend it to me. Bannon knew many people on Wall Street idolized The Godfather, especially enjoying imitating the old Godfather's way of speaking. Is it expensive? Bannon touched this and that with satisfaction. Not expensive, only a few $100,000, Ronald replied with a smile. The land here was very cheap. Apart from the exterior resembling the movie, the interior scenes were actually filmed in a New York studio. Therefore, it wasn't well known, and the original owner felt that maintaining it and paying expensive New York state property taxes would be too much, so he sold it cheaply. Ronald still had to restore the interior decoration himself, just like in the movie. This house also comes with a garden, and next to it is a larger public garden. I'm planning to ask the town government if they were interested in selling it. It could be a place for me to entertain friends. Ronald's pockets were now deep, and he spoke with great gusto about his plans. Aren't you going to get a swimming pool? For pool parties, Bannon looked at the yard below and the large garden next to it. If he bought the whole thing, it would be a very luxurious residence. New York isn't suitable for pool parties, it's freezing in the fall and winter. I'm planning to get a place in Los Angeles with an outdoor swimming pool. How about a penthouse apartment on Fifth Avenue? They have very luxurious indoor pools. I need to take a closer look. Bannon was still a little uncomfortable with the nouveau-riche attitude of Hollywood artists. Why bother with Fifth Avenue? If you have money, you should get one on the Upper East Side. Then join their golf club. Those members only accept new members after an old one dies. That's what you call classy. Ronald's agent, Nisida, returned to work after her son found a nanny. Paula, after a 2-week break, was also preparing to return to work. Tom Cruise's new film, co-starring Elizabeth Shue, who rose to fame with The Nanny, is about to begin filming in New York, with additional scenes planned for Canada and Jamaica's tropical beaches. Meanwhile, Ronald received a call from his old friend, Demi Moore, who wanted him to start filming his new movie this year, casting his boyfriend, Bruce Willis, as the lead. Finally, Nisida gave her Ronald's number, and he immediately called to negotiate. But Bruce's schedule isn't flexible, Ronald told Demi on the phone. He needed to return to Hollywood to make a decision about the project, whether to postpone it until next year or replace the actor. I have a way. What way? Promise me one thing, and I'll tell you. You want to be the lead, right? Ronald guessed Demi Moore's intentions. She wasn't dating Willis and didn't want to be a housewife. Being able to co-star as her boyfriend, Bruce Willis, on screen would be a huge boost to her stardom. Neither Willis nor Ronald would refuse this opportunity for free marketing for the film. Yes, my on-screen and off-screen romance with Bruce will receive high media attention from the moment you announced filming, and it won't lack buzz until filming is complete. Good idea, but there's a small problem, Demi. Ronald switched the receiver and, in the corner where the Godfather sat, put his legs up on the table. What small problem? That's something I can't do. Not because of your relationship with Bruce, but because you can't portray a mother of two well, Demi, I know you. If the female lead were a younger character, I could give it to you, but this family photo of the female lead, her children, and her husband is a key plot point in the film, and I can't afford to make any major changes for you. I can really get Bruce to start filming next month, without interfering with his silly TV series, Demi persisted. I'm very interested to know how that can be done. But the role really isn't right for you, and I can make it up to you in other ways, Demi. Okay, we'll talk in person when you get back to Los Angeles. This isn't something we can discuss over the phone. Chapter 850: How to get the female lead to voluntarily withdraw? Mr. Lee, are you really not considering Stallone's house? Now is the perfect time to buy. The stock market crash has a huge impact on celebrities. You know Hollywood actors often suffer from cash flow syndrome. If they don't improve their lifestyle as soon as they get their paychecks, they'll be seen as washed up. Ronald, who had just returned to Los Angeles, was approached by the real estate agent. Ronald was going to Beverly Hills to meet Demi Moore, and the agent shamelessly asked to go with him, offering to show him some good properties. You can follow us in your own car, but you can't disturb me while I'm doing my business. Wait for me near the streetcar line. If you have time after I'm done, you can introduce me to some properties. Ronald was impressed by the agent's persistence and agreed to let him follow, but he couldn't let him stay the whole way. Who knew if they would sell his meeting to the tabloids? No problem, no problem. You can trust my integrity, Mr. Lee. The agent was delighted and immediately turned to drive his Honda. Following behind Bud Jr.'s car, Ronald said, "You wait here. Bud Jr., buy him a coffee. I'll be back when I'm done." Upon reaching the entrance to Beverly Hills, Ronald left his agent and Bud Jr. in the lobby cafe of the nearby Waldorf Hotel. He drove around the Beverly Hills Property Management Company at the foot of the hill, turned a corner, and officially entered the Beverly Hills Post Office District, zip code 90,210. This zip code area is recognized by the Guinness World Records as having the highest density of celebrities in the world. Ronald's car stopped at the Pink Palace, the nickname of the most famous Beverly Hills hotel. This hotel is famous for its pink walls, and you can take photos with a white Beverly Hills sign at the entrance. It was also Marilyn Monroe's favorite residence. Even today, fans from all over the world come to trace their idol's footsteps. Ronald removed his sunglasses, showed his identification to the waiter, and was then politely ushered to the hotel's Polo Corridor bar, famous for its martinis. "Ronnie, over here." Demi Moore, sitting in a corner, gestured to Ronald. She had arrived early. Ronald waved back, He hadn't heard Demi's magnetic voice in a long time. Hearing it again felt like being transported back to the first time he heard it when he took her picture. Slightly husky yet gentle, it was like a fingernail lightly scratching at his heart, tempting him to commit a crime. Quickly regaining his composure, Ronald sat down opposite Demi. Today she was dressed all in white, and her smile seemed more genuine and happier than ever before. It seemed that she, radiating femininity, was indeed a perfect match for a traditional, rugged American man like Bruce Willis. "Where's Bruce?" Ronald looked around. "He went to drink beer with his friends and watch football," Demi said softly, taking the martini Ronald had brought from the waiter and slowly pushing it towards him. Ronald looked at her fair arms and neck, picked up the martini, and quickly took 2 sips to hide his reaction. Had he? Demi Moore was quite pleased with herself, radiating charm. "Another one, shaken, not stirred," Ronald said, handing the empty glass to the waiter. The two chatted about this and that, until Demi Moore couldn't resist any longer. "Don't you want to get this project started as soon as possible? I know you and Joel Silver are both working hard to find a male lead. I can find a way to stop Bruce from filming Blue Moonlight, giving you at least 2 months. I told you, the female lead in that movie isn't suitable for you," Ronald laughed. "If you have any other requests, I can make them happen. You don't seem to be in a hurry. Your new film is about to be released at the end of the year, right? You shouldn't look like this when you don't have a new film in the works. Have you heard something about Sybil Shepherd?" Demi suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice, trying to find out how much Ronald knew and how much her bargaining chip was still worth. "Shepherd? What does she have to do with it?" Ronald really didn't know that what Demi Moore was talking about was related to Bruce Willis's co-star, the female lead of Blue Moonlight. A pleasant perfume scent wafted over. Ronald shrank back. "HMPH, coward," Demi Moore took a step back. "You really don't know? Who in Hollywood doesn't know your reputation as a director for being dedicated and ambitious about projects? Do you want to give up on this project?" Demi Moore continued to probe, unsure if Ronald was genuinely uninterested or just putting on an indifferent act to lower his offer. "Actually, I have considered giving up." Ronald popped some nuts into his mouth. "My new film, Moonstruck, is scheduled for release at the end of the year. There's a lot of marketing work to do these past 2 months, and my company is also involved in filming promotional shorts. So, I'm afraid I don't have much energy to fully dedicate to directing the film. Therefore, Joel and I are inclined to wait until next summer when Bruce finishes filming to start shooting." Ronald shrugged. After making a fortune in Japan, he used all the profits repatriated to America to buy Coca-Cola and Berkshire Hathaway stock. Now, as long as he reveals his identity as the director of Top Gun or Spicy Dance, there will definitely be audiences expressing their gratitude. It's not impossible that these 2 movies will still be remembered by audiences even 20 years from now. Ronald felt he wasn't as driven as he used to be. The financial satisfaction and the audience's affection made him feel like his dreams from back then had already been realized. So he wasn't in a hurry about Bruce Willis's schedule. Slowing down and enjoying life was the reward for his hard work, wasn't it? Really, Demi felt a little discouraged seeing that Ronald didn't seem to be lying. Her career had hit a bottleneck. The thriller The Seventh Seal, which she filmed in the first half of this year, wasn't the kind of movie that would receive high praise from audiences. She desperately needed to play a leading role in a traditional action, crime, or romance film, even if it was just a decorative role, to be remembered by the audience. "If I had to juggle filming and marketing at the same time, I'd probably have to rush to promotional events right after shooting my scenes. The schedule is too tight, I don't have room for mistakes. Actually, Joel Silver has contacted other directors, and I might have to step down as a producer, so, if I gave you a way to get Bruce to pause filming and start preparing for his new film immediately, would you be willing to give me something in return, even if you only produced and didn't direct?" At this crucial moment, Demi Moore's drive to climb the social ladder resurfaced. She asked Ronald directly what he could get in return. "My new company has some new films. See if you're interested. If you're interested in new projects from Paramount, Universal, Columbia, or even Fox, I can also put a weight on the casting scales at crucial moments. I can't guarantee any specific projects, but you can gain my commitment and friendship. Deal?" Demi Moore immediately raised her hand and shook hands with Ronald, as if afraid he would change his mind. "Deal." Ronald felt the warmth of her soft little hand. "Demi Moore's ambition is commendable. I told you, Sybil Shepherd, The lead actress in Blue Moonlight is pregnant. That's not all that news, Ronald thought, finding it unremarkable. Wait, I'm not finished. Demi Moore lowered her voice, covering her mouth with her hand as she whispered in Ronald's ear. Her young husband, chiropractor Oppenheimer, really doesn't want her to continue filming the show. When Bruce and I went to a party on set, I overheard Oppenheimer asking her to take a break. They had a huge argument in the dressing room. Demi Moore revealed a secret she had overheard. It turns out Sybil Shepherd genuinely wanted to live with Oppenheimer, who is much younger than her. At 37, she risked everything to have a child with her younger husband. However, her acting career was at a critical juncture. If she requested a break, the producers would be very unhappy, and there might not be a next season of Blue Moonlight. Oppenheimer, feeling sorry for Sybil and her unborn child, wanted to find a way to persuade Sybil to stop risking filming and stay home to rest during her pregnancy. However, Sybil Shepherd knew very well that her wealth had been greatly damaged in the stock market crash. If she didn't grit her teeth and finish filming, she didn't know when she would get another high-paying TV series like this. The worst thing a star can do is significantly lower their standard of living. Otherwise, everyone in Hollywood would know they're short of money and take the opportunity to lower the price. Demi Moore was well aware of these actors' situations. She knew Sybil would persevere. If Ronald could find a way to make the audience aware of Shepherd's pregnancy, then the pressure from the audience and public opinion would be immense. The production team wouldn't be able to pretend they didn't know and would have to take real action, possibly halting filming. This would free up Bruce Willis's schedule, and Demi Moore would gain Ronald's promise, giving her an advantage in the future battle for the leading role. Ronald was known for his ruthless approach to casting, and her real aim was to secure leading roles in other films in the future. Ronald frowned, hesitant. These were the actor's own choices. Deliberately exposing someone's privacy to get a film made was tantamount to ruining their career and potentially even their family. What, are you feeling sorry for her? Sybil was the beauty who made the famous director Peter Bogdanovich abandon his wife. She likes younger women. If you wanted, she'd probably repeat her youthful feat. Demi half-jokingly nudged Ronald. Don't joke like that, it's not funny. Ronald slapped her hand. Ouch, Demi cried out dramatically, her eyes glistening with tears, as if to say to Ronald, if you wanted, I could abandon Bruce for you. Let me put it this way, Demi, what if it were you? Ronald said seriously to Demi, what if you were pregnant, and the news leaked, preventing you from getting the role you wanted? Then I'd kill her. Demi Moore's eyes widened, then she withdrew her hand. I know, Ronald, you're a very nice person, and you have a solid career, but I'm different. I really don't want to marry Bruce and become a housewife. I don't want to. I know, you'll definitely find the right role. Ronald had long known that she was not one to follow a male star around as the wife of a former actress. What about our agreement? I haven't told anyone about this. I'll have Joel Silver see if he can contact Sybil. I appreciate your thinking, but in these kinds of situations, the parties involved must be given a choice. Ronald didn't completely dismiss Demi's idea, asking Joel Silver to talk to Sybil Shepherd. If she was willing to withdraw from the pregnancy, Silver could offer her some compensation based on his connections. Okay, I trust you. Demi Moore knew Ronald would keep his promise, so she felt relieved. This secret had fetched a good price. Waiter, another martini. Demi ordered a new martini and took a large gulp. There's something else I haven't told you, Ronnie. Demi squinted at Ronald. What? Ronald thought Demi's negotiation skills were quite good. Demi leaned closer. Sybil is carrying twins, and she faces considerable risks. Oh, Ronald understood. Twins are especially dangerous for older mothers. This increased the chances of persuading Sybil to cooperate. Demi had indeed kept something in reserve. After parting ways with Demi Moore, Ronald drove back to the cafe where Buddy Jr. worked. The real estate agent immediately stood up to greet him. Mr. Lee, can we go see the houses now? I have keys to several properties for sale. We can come anytime. I have to meet with other people today. Do you have any good houses up in the mountains? Sure, many. There are quite a few good houses in Beverly Hills, near Beverly Gardens, and on Bedford Avenue next door. But the best location is North Alps Drive. This time, the agent got into Ronald's car, and Buddy drove up the mountain. In Los Angeles, a city with very individualistic clothing, especially near Hollywood, it's common to see pedestrians dressed in brightly colored and strange outfits. Residents are already used to it. Ronald looked at the real estate agent in a suit and tie, his hair perfectly styled, looking out of place with his surroundings, and couldn't help but feel a sense of being back in New York. North Alps Drive is a dead end, so it's very quiet. There are usually no passers-by. And paparazzi, tabloid reporters, and fans who come to worship their idols don't come here. Why? Ronald looked at the quiet, old houses here, and unconsciously relaxed. Ronald was starting to consider buying a house here. However, hearing the agent's explanation, he was puzzled. Why would these celebrity fans stop coming just because of a dead end? Because this place is home to stars from the golden age, fans and reporters don't chase after them as much anymore, the real estate agent explained, pulling out a key and unlocking the door to a beautiful residence. All houses on the market have locks made to this guild-issue style, allowing any agent affiliated with a guild to enter. This is really nice, Ronald remarked, climbing to the second floor. The lawn below was expansive, and the neighbors' yards were quite far away. If you were to spend money to dig an outdoor swimming pool and throw a party here, the neighbors would probably need binoculars to see it clearly. This used to be the residence of Milton Berle, a comedy star from the golden age. His wife unfortunately fell seriously ill and had to be moved to a long-term care facility, so he wanted to sell this house and buy an apartment closer to the hospital, the agent quickly explained, judging from Ronald's satisfied expression. If you'd like to see other suitable houses, there are 2 luxury residential areas on the west side of the mountain, Valley Avenue and Bel Air. The environment there is quieter, and the view is better, because it's higher, but of course, the prices are a bit higher. I'll go take a look, Ronald thought, having heard about even better options. The luxury houses there were all built many years ago, and you could only buy them if someone was selling. Ronald, is that you? Just as he stepped out the door, an old man from the neighboring house slowly came out, leaning on his cane, and spoke to Ronald in a heavy German accent. Ah, Ronald thought the man looked familiar and quickly walked over. Mr. Wilder, Ronald recognized him as he got closer. His neighbor was Billy Wilder, a famous director whom he had met once before. It really is you. I saw you looking a bit like you from up there, Billy Wilder said. Apart from being a little slow on his feet, he was in good health and had a strong voice. You live here? That's quite a coincidence. You must be very comfortable living here, Ronald offered his compliment. These houses aren't for just anyone. You have to be famous early, rich, and have a certain status in your industry to live in this celebrity-filled area. Hey, this lousy place, I spend half my time in Europe because it's so troublesome, Billy Wilder began to complain. Apparently, these mansions are so quiet that there's hardly any low-income, service-oriented people living nearby. All the gardeners, servants, and housekeepers have to be hired at much higher wages than elsewhere. And various laws stipulate that the lawns must be kept looking nice, with no withered grass or grass growing too tall. Billy and his wife were fed up with these trivial matters and spent most of their time in Europe. Young people don't seem to mind, anyway, you have endless energy, it's just too much trouble for us. Ronald thought, I didn't realize that such a quiet place could be a problem. Wilder's comment made it seem like this property was more of a drawback than a plus. Perhaps it's because of his humble background, but this large, lonely house, where he has to go to great lengths to host parties or invite neighbors for dinner, doesn't suit him as well as his attic apartment in the city. Being able to go downstairs for a cup of coffee and practice Tai Chi with his neighbors seems to be the lifestyle he's more used to. What's the name of the place where you guys drink coffee? Ronald asked, recalling the place where his agent and Bud had coffee earlier. It seemed quite comfortable. Beverly Hills Apartments. There are lots of luxury apartments there, right next to Rodeo Drive, a street full of boutique shops, and on the other side is the Beverly Hills Farmers Market where local farmers sell their produce. Look around there, see if you see any good apartments. I want a few. Ronald felt the place had more of a lively atmosphere, and gave his agent instructions. I also need to check out the editing room. Once you have news, send the photos to my agent, Richard. Little Bud smiled as he opened the car door for Ronald, then stepped on the gas and drove to the editing room where Walter Murch worked. No problem, Mr. Lee, I'll definitely get it done. I'll reserve all the good apartments in the Beverly Hills apartments for you. The real estate agent was still shouting behind the car, attracting surprised glances from the young people skateboarding nearby. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, Subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.